Okay.
So we are, we're live. So let me go and let's check our channels, guys. Make sure that everything is muted in the background to make sure we don't get any background noise. I'm gonna head on in.
Go.
For day 3,
Hey,
8, 9, 10,
Eight,
yeah,
eight
more
after
days.
today, yeah.
And to our audience and you guys, well, way to go. So
There we
proud of
are.
you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Omar, and I am the host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada, with two of my favorite people in the world, Dr. Joan of Angels from joanofangels.com, and of course, Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe. Please share this stream out with friends and family. This is an epic event. It's a free event which the entire world should be aware of because of the resources that are being shared by our speakers in the last 2 days and the coming 8 days are ascension, next level type of information, which will help us ascend and create a new timeline that we are all striving to work towards and manifest for ourselves, our children, our grandchildren, and our great grandchildren. I'm sure there's some people out there that have great grandchildren. Um, Hopefully, I will wait another 20 years before that happens to me. So, guys, please share this out. And today we have a amazing day set up for you guys, and we'll hit that up just here in a few minutes with the schedule. And that's pretty much it for me. How are you, Dr. Joan? Thank you for
My
being
God.
here this first day.
I'm so excited to see you all. Frankly, this is exciting. I've been kind of paying attention, dropping in and out. I feel like the world is like going so fast. You know, that it's great that we can be together and break it down.
Yeah, that's yeah, break it down. That's what Flo Karuna was saying the other day when I had a conversation with him. He's like, let's just break it down, man. It's like, yeah, let's do it. Mr. Yacht. Oh, it looks like Rob is frozen. Hopefully, there's no winter storms happening on that side of the world. I just want to, really give a huge shout out to Stone Hobbit from yesterday. We had a couple of cancellations. A friend of mine, Ildi Budai from Egypt, she lost her voice, got tonsillitis or something like that, and huge apologies from her that she couldn't make it. And then our friend Jeffrey Boyd Jr., he ended up catching a cold, so he couldn't make it. And Stone Hobbit stepped in and really gave us some amazing uploads in those spots. So a huge thank you to Stone Hobbit. And guys, visit Stone's website as well. I'll be putting that into the link. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me. And looks like Rob is going to be coming back in. And let me quickly share with you guys the agenda for today. We'll do our schedule very quickly here, and then we'll jump into our one-on-one talk with Gloria Canning from Inception Podcast. So, come here. I forgot Dr. Joan didn't have admin control in here. So, here we are. And guys, this is the schedule that we're going to be working with today. So we're going to start the day off. Today is actually the Divine Feminine Day. A lot of women presenting today, and I really like that because we were all women in the beginning, and we were divine feminine energy to start off with. So we'll start with Gloria Canning, and then a one-on-one talk with Galactic Greg and Dr. Joan. And then we have Julia Stubbe. And then after that, we have a stretch with our sister, Liane Curtis. And then after that, we have Apola Esteria. And then Tamara Calder Richardson. And then we have Geraldine Orozco, Kathy Mason, and then another stretch in the afternoon with Liane Curtis. And then we run our evening stretch with Megan Mermaid, and then Geraldine Jones Putra, and we'll close the day off with Valerie Barrow. So that sounds like a very exciting day. Sounds like a very divine day. So I am looking forward to our day here today, guys. And thank you to everyone that gave us some super stickers and donations yesterday. Truly appreciate it. And please subscribe to the channels that you're watching on, and hit the notification bell so that you know when we are going live. Now, I'd like to ask a favor to everybody. If you can head on over to Dr. Jones' channel and share that out, please, because we're trying to get hours for Dr. Jones to reach a goal. And we are going to achieve that goal in this conference. So please help that out. And I'm going to be sharing that out as well. And yeah, that's about it for me. You're muted, Dr. Joan.
You're trying to get me in with the big guys.
I'm trying to get your channel monetized so that you have your 4,000 hours, because you worked so hard, and you have the subs, right? But now we just need the hours, and you know, I'd like to see that, because you know, you deserve it, and a little income, you know, never hurts, right? Little side income, a few bucks here and there. So it's a team sport, and it's a team goal, and that's what we want to do today, is to reach.
I want to say too, Dr. Joan, you jumped. That it shows how much work you've put in prior to even opening that YouTube channel, with how fast you got to your subscription count within a month. I mean, you jumped through the roof. I was like, I was so impressed. I was like, holy cow, she knocked it out of the park.
There's a secret to my madness. First of all, I was working on that channel, I think, since 2015. So it's not so fast. I mean, I had years with no one, but the last few months, once I started reaching out with Omar and you, Rob, and then working with Neil, I feel like I got into a sort of cosmic flow. And now I'm in this cosmic flow, which is probably good if you're an angel, you know, you want to actually flow and smooth sailing. So yeah, but it's with your help. It's great.
You know,
and I love all the people you work with.
Of course.
What I'm saying, Dr. Joan, is what I'm saying is, you know, your intention manifesting. You know, you said you started your channel in 2015, and then it took like 6 years for that manifestation to come to fruition, and you know, you've centered and aligned with your intention, and now everything is just coming together the way it's supposed to. So I'm very proud of you, very happy that you know, you're reaching your goals. It took me a long time too to just reach 1,000 subs, right? And I'm only at 3,700.
Right.
It should be 100,000 subs, but hey, you know.
And it was with your help. It was right on Portal to Ascension that day. It was a big moment. Help Joan get 1,000. We did it. Yeah. So we are all growing though, because we have a message of hope, inspiration, and you know, we've lost our memories as a humanity group. And this is all about remembering. It's so exciting and more people want to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start our day, and let's bring Gloria on, and Rob and Gloria will give us a upload. So here is our good buddy, Gloria Canning from England, overseas, across the pond from Inception Podcast. So I'm going to remove myself from the screen. I'll be muted in the background. So if you need me, I'll be there. And as I said, I'm just going to double check all my emails to make sure everyone got it and that we're set for the rest of the event.
You just reminded me of the song.
You can take me off too.
You know, that reminded me of a song. Is you know, if you need me, I'll be there.
Oh God! Don't start singing, Rob. No.
I know it's too early for that. Listen, this scratchy old man voice will never get it done. It's just
you gangster, you.
I wore this specifically for you. I knew you were coming on today, and you keep calling me the gangster from 1935. I think it's more like a Polish kid running the streets of 1921 New York City, right? You know,
You're delusional. You're definitely a gangster from coming from my, UK. You're James Cagney to me, but a nice one.
oh, I like that. You know,
He is
little
the
cagnation.
Ascension gangster.
Yeah, the Ascension gangster, the info savage. That's what
Oh
we'll call
yeah,
it.
that's sexy. Okay, we better move on now, Rob. Come on.
Right, right. Let's not get too versed into that side of the
Yeah.
wall. But Gloria, tell the people. Let's start. I know you've been on our podcasts, but for some
Yeah.
who don't know who you are, which if you haven't, you've probably been living under a rock. And I say that for a lot of people because our community is vast, deep, and we transcend all platforms. But
Yeah.
give the people a quick synopsis of who Gloria is.
Oh, an arsehole half the time. Gloria is. This is hard for me because I come from non-duality, so I'm in a juxtaposition of the human, Homo sapiens sapien, and the being. So I'm going to switch to the identity that's known. I am a lifelong contactee with dimensional beings or ET, whatever you wish to call them. I'm a psychic medium and all of the above. So we got rid of that and out the way. I am the creator of Inception Podcast, 8 Doors of Consciousness, Inception Specials, and also Open Minds Live Chat Show here in the UK. I teach in developing mediumship, but I also do one-to-ones and groups on self-inquiry, self-realization. What everyone is collectively calling their awakening. So self-realization, I do the work for other beings who wish to remember who they are. So that's it in a nutshell. No big deal.
Oh, do not forget about the art.
Oh shit! Oh, I'm an artist too. Yes,
See?
I'm in a different room. Normally, I come on shows, or my show is where my art is displayed because it's a frequency. I'm in a different room for many reasons. I'm an artist, and my canvases portray my contact experiences. So we've got Zeta Grays, we've got all of the above, and blah de blah. Yes, I am an artist. Thank you.
Of course, I'm not going to forget. We talked just a few weeks ago, and one of the things that I loved about talking to you, Gloria, is the what are the candor, right? There's no holds barred, the pure candor, and I get that from Star Trek because Star Trek is a place where we learn many things, especially in our community. But this absolute candor, or pure candor, is basically no holds barred. Your heart on your sleeve, say what's on your mind. And essentially the epitome of a free spirit, which is really, I resonate with that because I love that. I have zero filters.
Yeah.
I mean, I say anything at any time. And if you asked my family, they'd be like, you're a psychopath. But I really, that's one of the things I enjoy most about you is because not only is that it's deep, it's getting to know you for who you are, but it also has such great moments of conversation where we get to, really explore who we are and laugh about things.
We really go down the rabbit hole, don't we? I mean, way down the rabbit hole, and talk about taboo subjects as well. Yeah, I mean, the humor and the candor and the unfilteredness is from the beingness, so it's part of the self-realization. I really don't take life serious at all. I know who I am. However, I'm still here having the human experience and at this most blessed time. But before we get into me, I really, I've been pushed today to say, and from my heart, thank you to you and Omar and all of the team for what you're doing. I'm delayed, I'm UK, so I'm playing catch up on your lives. And I've gone through day 1 and day 2. And my God, the diversity, the healing, the love, it's just so inspiring. I have never, and I'm humbled to be with my peers. The guests that you have are my peers. I've newly come out the closet a few years ago. So, you know, they've been going down that road for a longer time, and it's an honor and a privilege to be on this conference. So
we appreciate you, and especially being here, you know, and this is one of those moments that we knew from doing our past events that would basically transcend the community, develop the community in a way that would broaden the community even more. And we're at this precipice now where it's like you have to do something and not look back, and just, if you're going to set that goal, you go for it. And a lot of people would say, listen, you're doing 11 days, 120 some odd speakers. How the hell are you going to do that? And it's through the community that we're able to do that, because they're lending us their energies. And we wanted to make this the encyclopedia of the conscious collective. Like, this is what we were aiming for. So we went to every diverse subject, even down to law. We have specific people coming on talking about law later, like, which is going to be amazing. Because,
well, hold on, Rob. You know, I
Go
always
ahead.
interrupt Rob. It's just what I'm a chat show host, so I'm going to do it, aren't I? I'm going to flip it back. I mean, what I've noticed so far the past 2 days, you have different forms and modalities that you're bringing through, as if the fractalization is coming in. So you've got everything. Everything is holistic. And that's what's needed now, if we want to call it the quickening. And it's the healing. These modalities you're bringing in, whether it is law, whether it is just moi, or, you know, all the others you have on, and the different areas they come through, it's a continuum of the healing. Now is the time. Not for me, my truth is, guys, it's my truth. Not only is it the healing of the self-realization, it's healing of the community, it's healing of the environment, and it's healing of Mother Earth. And this is what we're all going through. What is hidden will be revealed. So for me, when I talk about my self-realization, you know, of who I am, it doesn't exclude anything else. It's already done. It's happened. It's over. You know my policy on this. We've done it. This is the healing. This is the healing now, for the whole of the planet and all the beings. And when I started to watch your conference, I said, oh my God, this is it. One after another speaker was coming on and bringing healing to diverse and different aspects, where healing is needed at this time. So the time is now. Humanity needs this. How can I put this? We've been on our quest, you know, this idea that we had about ourselves. We've shifted our frequencies individually and collectively. That's the that I'm getting goosebumps. Sorry about that. I may wiggle a bit. The energies are coming in. It just happens, you know, to go on the screen. Obviously, you know, but the idea that we've all had about ourselves and the belief systems and the concepts and the ideas. So this is the time now. And where at this point, as the healing comes through from every modality one could think about, we need to vanish. The identity needs to vanish. The mask off and the being comes through. And it's conferences like this and the beings that you have on this conference, my peers, it's amazing. I mean, I just absolute joy to be on here with you, Rob. Really. Why have you stuck me full screen so everyone can see?
Because the cat was in the background, and we love cats here. You see the cat?
Oh, Tiggs. This is one of my daughter's cats. He's an old guy.
Oh,
I had to rescue him because my grandchild is a bit of a badass boy. You know what I mean?
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the way he's looking at you too. You've been communicating with him. You could tell.
Kiss.
Oh.
Right, you're on screen. Go away now. Right there.
So you know, one of the things that I'm so proud of the community is we used to be a very, I don't want to say underground style movement, but we were never ever into the mainstream. And over the last 4 or 5 years, we've really carved a place for ourselves out among the mainstream without actually being capitulated to the mainstream. We've kind of made our own world there, but this is becoming more and more of a global community, and the connections that are happening globally have just been and it's so amazing and so intense. So, do you want to speak on that for a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's on the back of what I said earlier on. It's like we've, the Homo sapiens sapien, if you're in your identity, you keep doing with an outcome. I have to be, but when the being starts to come through this process of remembering, it just happens. So as you said, we are mainstream media now. We didn't try to be mainstream media. That would have been an identity. That would have been something from the identity, the cause and effect. Oh, we need to, and because we're all of us, billions of us around the world, especially in the media platform, we are coming into our own being. Would you get your tail out of my face? It naturally occurs. We're going with the flow. We're not stagnating. We're not resisting. And as soon as I always say to people, when you walk, guys, you don't go right leg, left leg to walk. The being knows exactly what to do. And the ideas you have are just memories. You try to control your reality, your existence. I want to do this, and I've got obstacle. Once you let that go and just allow the being to go and trust, it just happens. So now we not only have we done it, my policy, you can use the Project Looking Glass for that. It's already done. 2 chess players left. One's already checkmate the other. They know it's over. But the rest of the audience is going, I wonder, are we going to get through this? We've done it, guys. What we're in now is the healing, collective healing of energies. So that's why we're now mainstream media. Does that answer your question?
That was kind of a setup question. I'm going to tell you why, because we're going to get into today's topic. I like to do that. I like to preface a question.
Yeah, I know. Another question. Again,
but so one of the things that I've also noticed in the community is this balance now of the divine feminine. Not that it was ever out of balance per se for us, but for the entire globe now, it's becoming more imbalanced. So what exactly does that mean for you? And what does that mean for the collective?
You know what? You must be psychic, because I wanted to talk about this part. So there you go. I had no idea this was the Divine Feminine Day. I don't know about the feminine, but I'm definitely divine. I am a god. We are all gods. For me, it's paramount to bring the balance, okay? What's been happening over the last few months, I've been traveling, I've been pulled, the beings coming in, everything, everyone knows what happens when you get the downloads, and attracted to a very small island off the UK. And I was getting downloads of this knowledge, and it was the gods were coming in, the beings were coming in, call them Elohim, call them whatever resonates with you. And I first went at the Christmas period. And as soon as I went there, I went through an initiation that was given to me to go somewhere. And then I went back again a few weeks ago, and I'm going back again in a few weeks' time. And it's about healing the land, the divine feminine in this sacred land where I am to go to. And I am going to move there. I will leave in the mainland and going over. So I don't like to say divine feminine and, with the opposite, because it's a polarity of the 3D. However, I have to speak in such terminology. It's not bringing a balance. It's never been out of balance. It's just as we raise our frequency and attune to the beingness, we become aware of it more. It's always been there. It's never been unbalanced. Consciousness, there is nothing unbalanced. The illusion is to see the imbalance. And through the process of self-realization, what happens is you go, oh, that was always there. What is hidden will be revealed. And it's that knowing that is what's happening now. There you go.
That was another setup question, because I knew you were going to talk about just the awareness. And that's something that we have in common, is when we talk about this awareness. And you know, we talk to a lot of people who say we're going to activate this, we're going to activate that, and while that it is the term that can be used,
Mhm.
I personally like to think of it as that awareness. You're becoming aware of that
Yes.
genetic sequence inside of yourself that's going to give you that ability to
Yes.
be clairvoyant, or
Yes.
you know, and it's right, and when things are perceived out of balance, then they truly are out of balance for you. When
Yeah.
you're perceived in a way of balance and awareness becomes part of what you're doing,
Yeah.
it transcends that duality. And that duality is something that it's very difficult to get away from on a day-to-day basis, but it's also not, because
Mhm.
a lot of the things you see have that transition of, you
Mhm.
know, this left or right, or this the male or female. You can literally one of the things I always try and focus on is that pull back picture, that 365-foot view,
Mhm.
where I'm not looking at both sides, I'm looking at both sides of whatever's in between them,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I
So,
mean, can I jump in there?
of course,
You defined it more eloquently than I, because you know, once I get into consciousness and awareness, I'm off. Bye, and I go off this road. It's intangible. It it's the perception. I mean, Wayne Dyer 101, way back in the day, change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Simple. Yes, we do still experience a polarity. We do still experience what one would deem an imbalance, but we don't perceive it as that. That sounds illogical and it sounds paradoxical, but that's what happens. So for me, I see it. I'm aware of its modality in the 3D play of life that I'm to experience, but I don't relate to it or resonate with it. The synergies are not connected to it. I'm just like I watch a film. It's just like I watch a film. So it's a hard concept to articulate. However, you did brilliant there, Rob. Amazing. Amazing. You did good.
one of the things I did a presentation, it was January 1st and 2nd of this year, which was on programming
Mm-hmm.
and the articulateness of their program and how deep and subversive it really is, that almost every point of stimuli that comes from your exterior or from the outside is a program point.
Mm-hmm.
And they've gotten really good at doing this in a way so that you're never away from the program. And it's become this moment in time where we're not able to fully get out of that program and still be within a community center or a community status, right? So one of the things I try and tell people is to know the program. When you know the program, then you can manipulate it. And that's kind of what we're talking about now, is seeing the duality but not applying that duality.
Mm-hmm.
It's not applied. So you can look at both and say, well, I'm not gonna engage at all. I'm gonna look at it for what it is, and that's it. There's both sides to it, so it doesn't make a difference. And I really think that, you know, they've gotten this programming so down to a science that the people who make TV commercials know your mind better probably than most of the people out there, right? And they use these subversive tactics to do those types of things. And I think that's another achievement that this community is making, is being able to shine a light on what those people are doing so we can not fall for the usual pitfalls of the normal communities, of the different groups of people.
My perception of that is slightly different. I agree with you, but this is the beauty of having this conversation. My analogy: cut the orange in half. You have one half, I have the other. We're both experiencing the orange. However, we're going to experience it different, and we're going to narrate it, the experiences we're having with it, different. For me, when what you're talking about, the programming, or whether it's TV or education or government, we created that. The whole point that that's there is for us to remember. That's what it's about. It's pushing and pushing and pushing. So I don't see a polarity there at all. No more. I see it. It still keeps me. I still keep on guard. Hell yeah. You know, if something presses my button and I go, okay, what do I need to look at? Because I've stepped back into the matrix, and you go in and out and get in and out. So I see that as the doorway to self-realization, to the beingness, to that's coming through, allowing when we let's rewind back. When we come in, my truth is, this is my truth. You don't have to resonate at all, but my truth is, I, this being, decided to come and have the human experience. So I scripted everything that was going to happen. Yeah. I did a show yesterday and quoted Alan Watts. He really defines this better than I'm killing it now. But I scripted it. I put the breadcrumbs in place and all the resistance. So when resistance comes, I had a free choice. Do I want to experience more suffering? Or do you want to say, I've had enough of that? And I work through it. And each resistance I encountered, instead of, as I've told you before, years ago, I won an Oscar for the best victim on planet Earth. I won an Oscar. I was the best victim. After I stopped blaming other people, then I realized it was showing me something. I didn't know what, but it was part of my process to awakening to my true self. Now, over the last couple of years, what we've all experienced, I think it was the best thing to happen for my truth. How many billions of beings started to awake, or it really accelerated their awakening. So I don't see anything you speak about in a negative connotation. I see it, if it's there, okay, it's there, but it's nothing to do with me. I'm on a different timeline. Did that answer your question, or did I go around the house?
You actually agreed with me. You
did I?
Yeah, of course.
My God, I agree with you.
Well, because it's once we're able to define what the program is, we're able to manipulate it in a way that we no longer become affected by it, but we also can utilize it to our positivity or our positive energy when affiliated with those programs. And we can actually create our own program, which is what you've done, to look at things in that manner, as opposed to letting the negative or darkness of those emotions take the better of you and kind of tamp down that positive.
I agree. I mean, me personally, I can only speak of my truth, no one else's. I came here to experience the human experience. And obviously, I was a clever clogs and thought I'd come into the worst type of evil on earth, as you do. I must have done the lighter ones before. But they were and I came in to grow through that. What is it like to experience polarity? What does it feel like to be? Because I am an unlimited being like you are, and everyone is. What is it like to be limited? So I needed the matrix, or whatever you choose to call it. I needed that. Otherwise, I could not have had those experiences. So the only difference between me and I'm looking at other people, we say the same thing, but I've always been for, it must be about a year now. You do. My knowing is we did it. we did it. And this is just the revealing and the healing. And it's just so exciting.
This is them just pulling the curtain off of the brand new car that's got the bow underneath it, right? This is just what it is. We're ripping the Band-Aid off.
Yeah. I mean, come on, I don't talk. I don't have a TV to watch. I Zoom years because way back in the day when you start to go through self-realization, you start to understand subliminal messages and how you're feeding it in the and get all that. But however, when you see the last 2 years what's gone on, I'm going to give you this potion and then I'm going to say, the other day when I went to my email, it's really Mother Earth, the humanity is being hit thick and fast with fear. I saw the other day some major news company, I won't even mention their name to put a vibration on it, said there's a big asteroid coming and that's it, it's going to direct hit. And I went, oh, fuck, great, I'm out of here. I'm gone. That's for me. So you can also see that people say, how do you know this is happening? Well, if you start looking, you can see they are throwing, which they're supposed to do. There is no they really. I'm talking from the Homo sapien perception. Everything is coming thick and fast. And it's accelerating. There is a quickening because we've finished, we've done, we came in, we've done it, but this is like the after effects of it. So everything is coming, and soon it would just go. It would. I don't know what's coming next for you, Rob. I don't know what's coming for me, and I don't want to know. I'm the being that just creates and experiences, because the knowing, if you think you want to know, that's the ego. That's your identity coming back in. That's the one that's asking that. But for me, where we are now it's just victory time.
It's a lap. We're doing a lap right now. And
I love that, Rob.
It's a
How
victory
dare
lap.
you do better than me. We're doing that. We're doing that lap.
Absolutely. And I'm going to bring your ego back into it a little bit. So if just really quickly, and I wanted to ask this question, what would the other side of that look like for Gloria? What would that be? This, once it's all gone, what would be the epitome of that moment for Gloria, and where would Gloria be?
The only where it will be at the moment, I have in my beingness, it's 24/7, and I have to do what we call grounding, eat or drink or smoke or something to this energy within me is joy, bliss, and it's like I'm going to blow up. So I have to keep. Way back, I wanted to step into
the same thing.
Yeah, way back. Oh, when's it going to happen again? Now it's God, I got to get out of this because I can't take my physical body is really, so I know what I am. I need no more than the beingness. However, I'm still in the vehicle. I'm still being human. I'm still in the experience. And at the moment, what am I experiencing as the next level, being this being, is always having ET contact. I mean, on craft and everything, and my art, and then they're coming in the physical for me more and more. So my 3D experience now includes not just in the unconscious state of the being, like asleep. It's in the waking state. How can I say this? Timelines are all crossing into one. Like things are disappearing, others are overlapping. So I'm still this joy being, but I am experiencing things that I can't communicate them at the moment because, I think I've just graduated. No, but that's for me. But the ultimate thing is there's nothing ahead of it. There is no time-space continuum. It's just the being. That's it. There's no more. So I, a creator being, obviously desire. It's my passion. I create to keep creating whatever I desire. And what also has been included in my timeline recently, it's the easiest way to describe it, my timeline, is, like way back in the day, we all practiced the law of attraction and we're waiting. I did this and I did bubble. Oh my God. I have to, in my groups I teach, be careful what you wish for, because once you're in, so that is happening. So my experience of being a Homo sapien, I'm calling in, and that brings, you really have to take responsibility for what you're doing. That was a big shock for me. That's Gloria's now. I can't go in the future because I'm in the now, but I hope that answers roundabout.
Absolutely, and I agree with that sentiment. Absolutely, to hold yourself responsible and not be. Accountability is a big step towards being able to facilitate that change towards this elevated frequency sort of mindset, and being able to basically get rid of all of the existential stuff, and kind of getting into yourself and being able to say to yourself, that was dumb, don't do it again, like instead of being like, it's not my fault.
This energy, isn't it, Rob? It's like alchemy, or it's like magic. You're able. It's yours. All of your energies. I mean, they just increase. most people that have ET contact say they become psychic. Well, that's really true, actually. But everything increases, and you realize that you're this being. But in the beginning, you have to take responsibility of it. But then after that comes, there is no responsibility because you are that. You are it. There are no cause and effect. There's no consequences. But it's that transition. But before that comes, a healing is needed. I mean, like me going over to the Isle of Wight, and next time I go in a couple of weeks, I'm meeting up with other healers, and we're going into certain areas, sacred sites, burial grounds, to do healing. The healing of, because there was massacres there, and my God, everything. So the healing is for all. So I think I digressed there slightly because I got a bit excited off about Isle of Wight.
That's okay. And I wanted to talk to you about your art because I think your art is amazing.
Thank you,
It
Rob.
helps you facilitate certain aspects of yourself. So explain
Yeah.
to us what that art means to you and what you've painted so far and why it is as important as it is.
The art now, in hindsight, which is a bitch, when I first started majorly doing the art, I was getting downloads and experiences with beings of sacred geometry, frequency. So I now can look back at this experience and say, oh, all of that was schooling just to awaken. And I started to learn, astrophysics, and all the sciences were coming in with that. So I would paint three-dimensional platonic solids. I learned about the harmony of the sphere. So I was learning about me, about energy, and unbeknown to me at the time. Then I'm jumping here because I could chat for England. And then later on, the experiences with the Greys and all the others, my art just changed again. And I started to draw. And every time I paint, I get out the way. I can't explain it. Some people call it channeling, but it's my beingness comes through. My beingness, yeah. And I started to paint the Greys because I had familiarity with them since toddler. And each painting that I've done, after each one, for me, it's all about me, and your journey is all about you. Like a knowing comes. I can't articulate what happened. A knowing, there's a frequency. And then I noticed when people looked at my art with the beings, they would resonate with one type and not the other. And I've done quite a few different types. That gave me a knowing understanding there wasn't just the Greys, because at first you think that. And so that expanded my conscious awareness of other beings that are interacting. So that's how it affects me. I cannot paint by intention. I know that. I have to have black canvases around me or all time. They mean I primed them, and there's something comes through and I'm on the canvas, whatever it needs to be. And funny enough, my last canvas was not a grey or a blue or anything, or a mantis or elementals off it. It was a goddess. I recently put it on Facebook. It just came out, and it was the long stone in the Isle of Wight, which is a megalithic absolute vortex that I put my hand on when I went at the Christmas period.
Right.
And that's the artwork I'm doing now. It's shifted again. Are you still there? Or did you freeze on me, Rob? Rob!
I'm here. Sometimes I fade into the matrix. My internet's been going in and out, but
That's okay. You're slow.
So this goddess, what does it represent to you? Through this goddess?
You broke up. You're saying, what does the goddess represent to me? we are the gods. And I've had these goddesses, it's the passion for the past year, and trying to work through that, who's coming through. It's what is needed in the 3D reality, even though I'm aware of what it is, the balancing of the energies. So but I'm part of that. So I'm going to say, I might as well just out myself again. You don't really give a shit when. Way back when the beings were coming in, as it got, I knew I was connected to, the Arcturians. I knew that, but then the gods come in. I call them the gods, and they were saying, we are the Elohim, we are the creator. And so I was getting downloads of who we all are, all of us, not me, not just me. I'm part of the whole, and the healing that needed to be done. The only way I can say it is, again, I'm from the gods. I've had experiences where I was above Earth with them and coming into Earth. And I'm telling you've got some superpowers. Later when you go, shit, how did I do that? I wish I could do that now, hooray, and coming in. And as you come, the energy is different. It's the beingness. There's no physicality, the beingness, and vroom, coming down. And I looked at humanity, so did the others. This is just my experience. And there was starvation, there was torture, and I kept thinking something's gone wrong. And I didn't know what that meant, but something's gone wrong. So it's magic. I'm a creator God. I created the fruit for the children, the mother that was crying. And I've experienced that when I went to an area where there were women chained, being tortured and by the torturer. And all I had to do was this. They both woke up. The torturer identity become the being, and the victim identity become the being, and they started to laugh. They realized it was just. So I've experienced all that, but couldn't put that into context till recently with what we call the goddess. I don't want to objectify it. It's
no.
Consciousness in a shape and form, having the experience, but it's now in my reality.
Now. When you're saying this, I have this image that pops into my head, and that goddess is somewhat you and the community. And what we're trying to do is if there's people that are shackled in the sense of being held down or capitulating to this oligarchical or dark regime, with our voices or with our breath, and we're blowing it, we're destroying those shackles.
Yes.
So in essence, it's a play on society, but also a self-evaluation, I guess, is kind of.
I know. I hear you. That's deep shit. I agree. I agree. And this is what you and Omar's just done here, just for this, and we all doing it. There's other shows. I totally agree, and that's why I say when you, I had them experiences before, and it's only recently that I've had the realization, and everything shifted on my timeline. I'm now. Who would have thought 2-3 years ago I'd go off and be healing the earth? Because who would have thought? But not just me, with others. It's so going to be powered up. Who would have thought? But so now it all comes together. So it's like the whole has been fractalized, and each fractal is part of the whole. I'm not teaching you to suck eggs. And as it all comes back in to the being, then you just innately go where you need to go and do what you need to do. And yes, Rob, when we do one-to-ones, when we do our shows, when we invite different perceptions onto our shows, it doesn't matter if it resonates with us or not. It's not about us. It's about bringing it all together. Yeah, it has to come to unity, from duality to unity to one. And that's what we're doing. So what I experience, you're dead right. When you speak, it's just like you go, and they wake. Sometimes it just takes that. I normally get them in a one-to-one and say, would you wake the fuck up? I'm fed up now, right? let's get rid of that belief. I go in hardcore. I'm not the gentle, spiritual love and lighter. There is no love and light in me. I just say, I know who you are. Just wake the fuck up. Come on. And I work with them.
Brash, abrasive, but to the point. And that's what sometimes that's what people need as well. It's not always that, you know, everything's sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes we got to get our hands dirty and really do the work. And
People
that's
need
kind
that,
of what
Rob.
we're talking about. You know, it's not always going to be this positive, but as long as you try and focus on what would be the positive will come times more often than not.
I totally agree.
If
I mean,
that
but
makes
I have to
a little bit of
reiterate,
sense.
it makes more than a little bit of sense. You are an amazing gangster, and you're looking really sexy in that hat today. Good job you're in America, put it that way. And I was 200 years younger. But however, it's the way we do it. I mean, there's such beautiful diversity. I came here to experience things all times, all places, all timelines, all dimensions. So the point of our shows and conferences are, you know, someone may resonate with me, but not with you, or they may resonate with the way you articulate it, not with me. And every word that you come out and speak is a vibration, is a spell, it's a frequency spell. And if the synergies connect, that's all we need to do. I don't see, I mean, to me, I can't even explain where we are now. You know, I'm listening to your, obviously your conference and your speakers, and I'll plagiarize somebody and I'll look really good on one of my shows. You know, it's just like the awe of what we're experiencing, Rob. The questions we're asking now, that's what I want. Let me flip the show back on you. You know, like we ask the standard questions in organic conversations, but I've found I want to go to the next level. Do you know what I mean? I want to, and I can't articulate that question out the way it's building up. Does that make sense to you as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're looking for a way to reach more people and to get that message out there to as many that will listen. So what you're doing is you're finding different ways to reinvent yourself to try and revitalize what you feel should be this mission critical point. Like,
Absolutely. I
and
mean,
it's difficult sometimes. You get stuck a little bit, or things don't work out properly,
I'm learning.
schedulings are off, or
Yeah.
it happens.
You're
It
always
definitely
learning.
happens.
You're always learning. And my God, you're always learning. It doesn't matter if you know who you are. You're still learning. I'm still here. So I'm still learning. I watched Stone Hobbit the other day. Out of all of them, I fucking adored her. Said, like, I want to be your friend on Facebook. I want to get you on my shows. And everything she said, I resonated. Every experience she spoke about, I said, that's mine. What are you doing with my experience? But, you know, this coming together, this is another thing this conference is doing. You are joining so many people together. The synergies are coming in. I listened to her yesterday and I fell in love with her. I have never heard of her before in my life. Now she's a megastar to my eyes. I go, oh my God, she knows what I know. And then the beingness come in. We're not separate, me and Stone. We're not separate. And that reinforces my self-awareness. Does that make sense? If you think you've made it, if anyone out there says, I'm fully awake, and
Of course it makes sense.
Run for them, I would. Do you know what I mean? Run. I would run. But yeah, yes, Stone Hobbit, oh my God. That I'm still getting those mind expanding moments. And she is just, love her already.
Do you want to talk to her? We can bring her in for a moment if she wants to come on.
Oh, bring her in. Oh, it'd be an honor to speak to. Oh my God.
Stone, let me know in the private chat if you're ready to, if you're cool with coming up, or give me a thumbs up in the picture window that we see you down there, and I'll bring you up.
Private chat. She said, "Fucking goosebumps." Yeah, I got them when I saw you and heard you. Hello,
there we
gorgeous.
Go. You're muted, Stone. You're muted. Unmute yourself, Stone. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Look, this is all about divine feminine energy. So, ladies, take it away for a moment.
Oh, hello, gorgeous.
Thank you, Rob. Hi, Gloria. It's a pleasure, honey. It's a pleasure. The whole time listening to you, it was like Wow, what a beautiful, fantastic reflection. Yeah, we have to connect. It's fantastic, absolutely. And like you were saying, if somebody says they know it all, run the opposite way because,
Oh,
mate,
God.
they don't know shite.
No, they don't. I mean, it's the learning. It's like the maturing or learning, or not even that. It's like we're going to keep experiencing, aren't we? And
Oh,
if you think
totally.
you know it all, then you're going to start stagnating again. You're not going with the flow of it, and you could actually go slightly back. So, I mean, when I was looking at your orbs. And then I saw the beings. I'm going, fuck, they're my beings. What's she doing with my beings? But that is the connection. And that comes from the self-realization is that when I look at you, and I fully understood when I listened to you and I watched you, I was looking in the mirror. That was the beauty. And it allowed me, I've got goosebumps coming up. It allowed me to bring up the value because one thing Homo sapiens, a part of the polarity is to devalue the self. That's the whole point of the experience.
Totally.
And to bring it up and it lingers. It still lingers. I'm not good enough, that thing. And then all as I looked at you and I listened to you, and when the beings got me, and I went, wow, I'm cool. That's me. I was like,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like listening to you today, it was like, this is confirmation for me for the journey that I've done, that I'm in the right place in the
yeah.
right now.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
I'm doing it. Okay. I don't have to wait, or I don't have to wait years and years to decide to do a fast and start looking after myself. I'm doing it now.
Now.
You know, I'm Mother Earth now.
There's only now. I mean, and it's also like, people, I'm hearing recently, people are asking questions about the beings and, what are they doing here? What are they? I said, we're on another level now. It's another level now. Stop stagnating. All the questions we'd ask in the past. Don't ask those questions again. It doesn't matter if it matters, and it doesn't matter if you ask a question that some people think stupid. Ask it. Don't stagnate. And the beings in the orb. A couple of months ago, Stone, I was sitting here and the sun comes through the window and I was just sitting there and I was, well, I don't normally see you like everyone else sees you. This is so not fair. You take me, abduct me, do your stuff to me over the years. And I was just sitting there and I looked and I come through the wall like when I was a child, because as you mature, the experiences change, don't they?
Yes.
And I said, when I was younger, you'd come through my mother's wall and I'd see the eyes come through and you turn the head to look, that sort of tilt. And it comes through the wall. It did it once and it just looked and it was well animated. And I said, I'm going to take a picture. You never let me take a picture. And it stayed there just for me to take one picture for myself. And that's the beauty of the beings. So, if you want to go down that road, guys.
Yeah, it's there. It's there. It's about clear intent. When you fit that frequency of clear intent, and there's no scrambled egg around it, they'll communicate with you. They'll give you clear as images. That's like me. That photo that I sent it to your Facebook. I after 15 years, I wanted more evidence. I knew that I'd been on ship and interacted several times, and I got a photo.
And I got a photo too. Look at that.
Yeah, and for years I thought my Zeta Grey had ears, pointy ears, and then just recently it showed itself as no, it's looking out a round window, and there are two other beings standing on each side behind him. And so it's like that was always there. I just wasn't of the right frequency to identify it at that time. So
I agree. I mean, it's when I was a child, because I was born what you call seeing dead people. The spirit world don't like me to call them dead, but I have to for this conversation. And I'd see these midgets would come at night, and I thought they were dead midgets. Honest, I really did. And they'd come, and they were just, little short things. And Gloria come, and I'd play a game, hide under the blanket. It was a game. I was so familiar with them. And it wasn't until later on down the line, and it was Whitley Strieber's book. I saw his book, and I was like, oh, fuck. And I panicked. I was like, no, this is not true. You're getting over the shock. And then I realized they weren't dead midgets. They were like small greys.
Yeah.
So at the time when I was experiencing it, my frequency wasn't correct. Okay. So how it worked with me, for them to do what they needed to do, for me to interact with them, I needed to see them as dead midgets. I am not taking the piss here. You really couldn't make the shit up with my experiences, I'm telling you. But then later on, I went, oh, they're the small ones. And then after that, the different types of beings come in. So my frequency had shifted. Did you find, I know we slightly digressed, guys, and did you find that?
It's pretty much the same. When we're younger, we identify it as a certain, what we recognize, what we identify with. And then as we get older, our frequencies change. They're still arriving, but we now can see them like, okay, once upon a time, they walked through the wall. Yeah. How can they walk through a wall? Question. Yeah. And then now it's like, okay, there's no wall really there. It's just frequency.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, it is hard to articulate. I mean, I've experienced going through a wall as I've gone off with them, and I think it's cool. How the hell? I couldn't tell you how it happened. I'm just floating out there, and I'm going, wow, and being on the craft, like, wow, I've seen the universe. Wow. But you know what I mean? But what's happening now with, at this point we're talking about now, to me, it's called what is hidden will be revealed in all things. Yes. The beings have always been here, like the dead people that don't like me to call them dead because they're alive, but you know what I mean? It's all being revealed now. And I have like 4 little things. I don't like to set things. It's like, when you tune into the different frequencies that we spoke about, that's one. If you look at the idea you have about yourself, who you are, look at that. And then once you've looked at that, then you sort of realize, well, I really need to vanish. I need to get out the way. I need to take the mask off. It's a process, yeah? And as that comes, you look at, who am I? I am becoming. And it's the becoming of the being that all of this magic that we're sharing, that's coming on this wonderful conference. And it doesn't matter if it doesn't resonate with you. It doesn't matter, because nothing matters. It's like, how can I put it? Some people say it's the game of Layla, or the play of life, or whatever terminology presses your buttons. But for me, it's a joyous thing. And to meet you, Stone, oh my God.
Oh no, you're wonderful. You're wonderful. We're all reflections of each other's journeys, and it's getting beautiful. It's getting beautiful. I had a fantastic opportunity. I was doing some Fulong Duffer, and I got to see energy, because I see energies, and the first times it was just a hue. But over time, I got to see that what was true energy to me, and it was magnificent to see it all come together and undulate. It just fitted together as if it always was. And yet I watched each stream come from each person that was involved in that. And to know that I was part of that was fantastic. And it's like when the light beings come, we are all part of that. It's a connection, and it is, I'm really enjoying your conversation. I really do look forward to having further conversations with you. I mean, we are in our goddess state. It is an energy form, and we can pick whatever energy you want. I mean, I went out earlier on yesterday, which is evening. And I said, well, which super being do I feel like today? Because of the show was so empowering for me. Yeah. It showed me that we're not alone. We're working together. Yeah. And it's such a pleasure to be able to find like-minded energies that have done the work. We are here in the now, and it's fantastic. So
it's beautiful.
totally
I mean,
appreciate you.
I mean, for me, it's we are the gods. It's the way I express we are the gods, and we're returning. We have returned when we came in. Now we are the gods, and we're coming back, and we're being the gods or the demigods, whatever terminology you choose. And as I said to Rob early on, and when that comes into play, like it's now, is the fact the law of attraction doesn't exist anymore because you are the law of attraction.
That's
you are
right.
it. You are so it. So this conference has just been the most absolutely. I mean, it's like a frigging. I'm swearing a lot today. Sorry, Rob. A frigging vortex. The conference, and only on day 3, is a vortex going out there. And by the time you finish, you guys, thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. And one of the things that you said that was so profound is that if you may resonate, and it may not resonate right now, but I bet you that if you let some time go by, and then it will have its lasting effect down the line. You'll think about somebody will say something that'll set something off inside of your head, and you'll think, "Oh wow, you know what? I did hear that before. It was at that conference." That happens to me all the time. I mean, all the time, like all the time. So, Gloria, one more time, run through where the people can find your work, because I want to make sure that they go and subscribe to your channel.
Right. It's Inception Podcast. My Inception Podcast is on the Forbidden Knowledge News Network. A big shout out to Chris Matthew, the producer of that. A lovely guy. It's just a beautiful soul. And my other show, Open Minds Chat Show, I sort of deal with it here. It's on Facebook and YouTube. I go live every Sunday night, but I add other ones in. And I do lives of the Inception Podcast tomorrow night. I got Mika Dank. Is it Mika Dank? Astrology and all things like that. So, it's on Facebook. It's on YouTube. Like and subscribe. I got to say, my Open Minds Chat Show, I'm hitting nearly 5,000 or something followers. Or I'm like, when did that happen? It's just happening in the community as we all go around and support and like each other. So just find me on Facebook. What can I say? If you're meant to find me, you'll find me.
That's right.
You'll find me.
Oh, the cryptic leave off. I love it. Love it, Gloria. You're like my sister from another mister.
Yeah,
it's really epic when we talk. We always have a great time, and I love, like I said, I love the candor. The candor is just, it's amazing. Gloria's last name is Canning.
My surname is Canning. Yes.
Canning.
Don't say it like that in that accent.
Canning.
I'm a posh bird, darling. It's Gloria Canning. Okay, I'm a posh bird.
All right. Well, thank you, Stone. Thank you, Gloria. I'm going to alleviate the stage, and I'm going to bring Joan up because I believe Joan of Angels is next. So, Gloria, we'll talk soon. So much love and respect. It's been an honor and privilege having you here. Thank you so much.
Oops.
And Stone too. Thank you for coming up and talking with Gloria. I'm sure it made her day, and we'll talk soon.
Definitely.
All right. Oh, you moved. There we go. And last but not least, I'm going to kick it back to Joan of Angels. Hello, Joan. How are you?
I wanted to talk to those ladies. Amazing. I wanted to see Gloria's art because I have the same experience when I paint. If my beings don't want me to paint, they don't.
It's very hard to hear you, Joan.
Oh.
Very hard.
Let's see. Maybe because. Can you hear me now? Wait.
Yes.
Can you hear me? That's amazing. Okay, I had my headset plugged in. That's why. Okay.
Perfect.
Take off the crown, put on the headset, and get grounded here. Okay. Perfect. All right.
I'm going to give you the stage. So enjoy.
Well, wait. Where's my guest?
You have
I have a guest, Galactic Greg.
Galactic Greg is in the back.
Oh my God, I was going to have to do Galactic Greg's talk without him.
No, I was going to bring him up after you introduced him.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, guys, I'm not with the program this morning. Good morning, Galactic Greg. I am going to introduce you now. Okay, you're actually one of three. Okay, but can you try to, while I'm introducing you, Greg, if you have any more light around you, we'd love to see your handsome face. Okay, guys, you're about to meet Galactic Greg. He's actually here with Liane Wald and Robin Nordling, although you can't see them, they're at home holding space. All right. And Spirited Rebirth and Herbal Healing is a private online practice based on the principles of self-healing and guided spiritual intuition. When our souls crack and our spirits split, or when we simply just desire a new perspective on our unique trinity, Galactic Greg, Robin Nordling, and Liane Wald are here to empower, inspire, and uplift you to fully embrace your unique gifts and your soul's purpose. The life of your dreams is absolutely attainable when you understand your truth, your alignment, and fulfill your purpose by walking the path you came here to experience. We offer a range of master classes, mentorships, and other services, including herbal protocols, healing the soul through release and integration of traumas from this lifetime and past lives, as well as balancing the feminine and masculine energies to align you with your most abundant and altruistic timeline. So when you work with these guys, Galactic Greg and the other two who are in the other dimensional planes right now, it's a transformational experience that is sure to collapse lower timelines and propel you into a brand new existence where your higher self gets full permission to wow you. Well, we are so happy to bring you on, Greg. Good morning.
Good morning, Joan. Thank you so much for having me. A warm Monday morning welcome to everyone across the planet who's watching this Humanity Unplugged broadcast. I was just listening to Gloria and Stone Hobbit and Rob there. Really, really great stuff. Touched on some just incredible points about remembering, about being, about who we are and why we're here and what we're here to do. So honored and privileged to be here with you today. And Joan, it's an honor and privilege to be here with you again. Round two, and looking forward to this discussion. And once again, a warm Monday welcome to everyone out there. Thank you so much for having me. And apologies, Robin and Leah could not be here today. Unfortunately, when one kid in the house gets sick, the whole household becomes ill, and so they are a little bit down for the count, but they are here in spirit, and they send all their love, warmth, and gratitude to everyone. So, but I'm here holding the fort down, and let's get this conversation rolling. I'm so happy to be here.
Okay, I'm really happy you're here too, and I can't wait to chat. I'm wondering how I can shine a light on your face.
I'm wondering how I can do that too. I'm Airbnb-ing it. I have actually broken all 3D contracts. I am not signing myself away to anything anymore. Myself and my beautiful partner, Floyd, have gutted a home in less than 3 weeks, have sold everything, and are essentially hitting the open road, heading west. We are right now in Kentucky. We are at our Airbnb in Kentucky, and unfortunately, with the lighting in this place is not as advertised. So I am doing the very best I can. At least the internet is good, and we're here, and everyone can hear me and see me. So that's something to be grateful for. But I'm trying to get the lighting working, have all the windows open, but unfortunately, it's just not coming my way.
I know you'd have to turn around in some way, shape, or form, but we'll do the best we can, and we'll play with it. So, good morning, Greg. I'm just happy. Let's start backwards. The whole theme of the conference is Humanity Unplugged, and you just have said you've unplugged. So let's start there and go backwards, about that process and how you help people even reach that process, but how you came to it yourself.
Well, how I came to that process myself is essentially just growing sick and tired of the contracts, of being bound, of being tied, that feeling of a commitment that does not sit well with an individual. One of the biggest aspects of this journey, Joan, is freedom. We're actually learning what real freedom is, and we're actually learning to accept and integrate real freedom, because most people, in fact, almost all people, don't know what real freedom is. They haven't actually experienced what real freedom is. We live in a free country, supposedly, and we think that that's freedom. We think that the restrictions, the rules, and the guidelines that we are asked to follow, the laws, the mandates, everything that's put before us that we are asked to follow, is freedom. Really?
Right. No, that we
really
we think we have freedom because we can fix our own schedule or go to whatever Starbucks you want. But that's not true freedom. You're right.
No,
You're right.
It's not true freedom. And I began to realize this more and more and more and more, especially when you get intertwined with these contracts, with individuals. When I met my twin flame, when I met my beautiful twin flame Floy, when I began the twin flame journey, that really, really, really ignited the next phase of my journey. It truly allowed so many doors to open up of infinite possibilities. It presented so many different timelines and gave myself and Floy a wide, vast array of experiences that truly allowed us to see that, wow, we are not meant to exist in these spaces anymore. We've truly outgrown them. We collapsed so many timelines so quickly and so rapidly that when I moved to Wisconsin initially to consummate the union, to be in union with her and to be with my twin flame, which many twin flames right now don't have the opportunity to do. They're separated, or they haven't done the work to actually be in that physical space together. I'm very grateful that myself and Floy have come to that space where we actually can coexist and grow together within that space. But on arrival to Wisconsin, we both realized that the living situation was not conducive to us and who we are. Unfortunately, there's family aspects involved on her end. I won't get too deep into it, but narcissists are in play, are in the picture, and they came in essentially and gave us the opportunity to leave, because there's no changing a narcissist. You can't. Once they stick a knife in your chest, you can take it out, but if you put it back in theirs, they're just going to be like, oh, okay, whatever. I'm still a narcissist. You can't change them, right? And especially with family, we truly learned, and Floy truly learned, that you can't even rely on family. They're not your softest place to land. You and you alone are your softest place to land. You and you alone have the power to make changes in your life. We cannot and can no longer rely on those systems, on those mechanisms, on those old paradigms to serve us anymore, to fall back on anymore. We're truly learning what true freedom is. And part of that true freedom is learning that you and you alone provide that freedom for you, yourself. And it was a big, big awakening for us. So instead of continuing to negotiate or play the game, we decided not to play the game. And essentially we won by not playing. We gutted the house, we sold everything, and we have stepped into a whole brand new, exciting phase of our lives. And we've decided to trek across the country and to Airbnb it and to plant our roots wherever we go, to have new experiences, to experience the energies. I will say, the human self will see it as a little bit scary, but it is incredibly, incredibly exciting. It is incredibly fulfilling, and it is incredibly and profoundly freeing. Being able to take your life and put roots wherever you decide, and experience and travel and see the rest of the country and grow and evolve along the way. it's a beautiful thing. So yeah, definitely going with the theme of the conference today and discovering that true and pure freedom and not being bound to anything long term that keeps you chained and that keeps you stuck, because many people are stuck. They're stuck. They're stuck in their stories. They're stuck in their human self. They're stuck in the life that they've created, and they can't move beyond that. They can't get beyond that. And that's all in part of what Spirit of Rebirth and herbal healing is all about, the space that we facilitate. We facilitate that space that allows individuals to see that they don't have to remain stuck, that you're not your stories. You're not what people say you are. You are what you say you are. You define yourself. You define your story. You're here to write your story. You are the publisher. You are the writer. You are the book. You're the pen. You're all of it. You're not just the tip of the iceberg. You're the whole thing. So it's facilitating that space and inspiring people to understand that they're worth so much more and that they can achieve so much more. And it's not doing it for them. We can't do it for them. We can't do it for anybody. What we do is we light our torches around others and inspire them to see the worth and value in lighting their own. And it's a beautiful process that unfolds. And it's a beautiful process to be a part of, to watch people grow. And the change is almost instantaneous. When you surround them with that vibration and that frequency, it gives them permission to open themselves up to those infinite possibilities and to say, yes, I can, rather than saying, no, I can't. No, I am not. I am limitless, rather than saying, well, I'm limited. The changes are just miraculous. They're incredible. And that is true freedom. Being able to move and go with the flow and have those experiences and to be able to navigate your way through life without being taken away from each and every present moment. That is freedom. And, you make mistakes along the way. Not every experience is going to be a good one. But again, freedom also plays a role in that by showing you that even a bad experience has worth and value, and it has lessons in there for you, and learning those lessons, accepting them with gratitude, and realizing, I see why I'm here. I see why I experienced this, and I see what it has brought me. Okay, now I can bring attention to this, and I can put gratitude into this, and I can put focus into this, and to respect that past self for that decision that past self made. Showing it love, gratitude, and compassion. Again, all part of freedom. You're just freeing yourself more and more and more from the mechanisms and the constructs and the programs that have kept us bound for so long. So again, many, many aspects to that freedom, looking at all those past selves. And because how many times do we look in the rearview mirror, Joan, and look at our past self and go, oh God, oh, horrible. Whoa, what was I thinking? Oh my God, we tend not to want to look back. And you're not really supposed to look back, but you are supposed to reflect. You can reflect back. And those past selves, they played a role. They played a part. They were you. They were your truth in that moment. You were still serving your soul purpose. It was just on a different level. And it was to get you to where you are now. So looking back on those past selves and releasing them from any fear, guilt, or shame is another big aspect of that freedom. Freeing you from that shame, guilt, and fear of that past self, and allowing those old stories and paradigms and narratives to simply fade away, and giving yourself permission, essentially, to open yourself up to the reality, the truth, the real stories that actually truly do define you and define your existence. So many aspects to this freedom, but there it is, guys. Freedom is multidimensional. It's multi-layered, as we are.
That was an amazing explanation of freedom here. But you left me with a whole lot of things on my mind as I'm listening to you. Okay, for instance, we're talking about your twin flame and the twin flame relationship bringing everything into focus. And then we're talking about you ending all of these contracts. There's soul contracts, there's home contracts, car contracts, people contracts. And, I don't know about you, but you're sitting in an Airbnb, but I'm sitting here in a home that I'm renting. And the funniest thing that's happening is all of these things are happening in the house. And it's like, I'm feeling like, oh my God, maybe it's driving me away. Maybe I'm being asked to step into that stream of consciousness, which has to do with movement. As you were speaking, I was feeling this river of consciousness that's humanity. That's all of us. And that things are happening somehow so fast that at some point, all of us are going to be cut loose to flow into. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I mean, the timelines are rapidly collapsing. And the more work we do on ourselves, the more we integrate and the more we heal, the faster things are going to happen. And time is essentially speeding up. I mean, things are happening very, very rapidly. And depending on what experiences we choose to participate in, or we have chosen, rather, past tense, to participate in, can either accelerate or de-accelerate those timelines for individuals. So, and especially as we grow and evolve, Joan, we grow and evolve out of the current spaces that we're in. And that includes our living spaces. And we feel the urge to essentially upgrade. Because as we upgrade, because Spirit of Birth and Herbal Healing, for example, started out as a very simplistic online healing practice. Okay, it had a simple format, it had a simple template, okay, that was presented to the general populace. And it worked. It worked. And there's nothing wrong with that. It worked. It worked beautifully. We reached a lot of people. We helped a lot of people. These are individuals that became, soul family, and that had, profound healing experiences. So it worked. It worked on all levels, including financially. It worked. However, as we continue to grow and evolve and upgrade ourselves and upgrade our lives and, ending karmic relationships and contracts and things like that, suddenly that original template and format grew old. It grew dusty. It grew out of date. It expired, essentially, and it no longer suited us. So we had a talk amongst the three of us, and we understood and we realized, hey, who we are is not reflecting within the business. So therefore, the business, or the blissness, as we like to call it, because it is our blissness, it does bring us bliss. The blissness needs to reflect who we are. So therefore, the blissness needs to be upgraded. We need to upgrade our services because the collective has also upgraded, Joan. Our clients have also upgraded. They're not in the same spot as they were when they came to us. So the same services and offerings no longer apply. It just won't. It'll just, like a rubber ball coming off a wall, just like boing and nothing. It'll just come back. So we had to upgrade our businesses, and that's what we did. We upgraded our service and our services, our offerings, and our business to reflect where we're at. We made a pivot. In fact, we made several pivots in order to reach that space that therefore that was a direct reflection of who we are and what we offer to humanity. So yes, we are outgrowing our spaces. Myself and Floy outgrew that home in Wisconsin, even though it was a home that she built and designed with her bare hands and her own creativity and intuition, sold it to her mother. She kept recycling back into that space, in the hopes of purchasing it back and having her creation again. I cycled in there with her to form that union. We came together, things blossomed, things grew, and we grew out of the space. We literally grew out of the space, and not just out of the space, but the state of Wisconsin. The whole energetic profile of Wisconsin no longer suited us. It was literally a flower that came up through the weeds and just kept on going. And it stood over the weeds and was like, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore. Can I be moved just to another garden where I can actually flourish and all my other companions can flourish as well too? I don't want to be amongst the weeds anymore. I don't need weeds pulling from me anymore. So it's happening, especially when you trust, and you really, really step into it. things change, and they change drastically. And we're seeing this on an exponential level on the external, and we're seeing it internally with individuals as well. We're seeing it in the opposite way as well, too. We're seeing the good get better, and we're seeing the bad get even worse. So it goes both ways. It goes both ways. You're seeing good people and good things get better, get brighter, get more beautiful, and you're seeing bad things just get worse, worse, and worse. The dark will get darker and the light will get lighter. But again, you can't have darkness without light, and you can't have light without darkness. So it's all balanced out. And I love what Gloria said earlier on. You know, there's two sides, and one's already checkmated. It's already over. Now we're truly just going through the healing. But the healing process is a messy one. It's not an easy one. We're raising the whole consciousness, the frequency, the vibration of a realm, of a planet, filled with people, filled with life, filled with countless doorways and portals and dimensions and other realms. There's so many aspects to this. It's not just the spiritual ascension. It's not just the, you know, what was spoken about in biblical texts and things where people go and they're in heaven. You know, no, this is the actual physical manifestation and creation of a new world. This is a big, big deal. So the healing process is monumental. And I say that with the utmost earnesty. Monumental healing process going on right now. And I'm going to tell you, it's never going to stop. We're always going to be healing. We're always going to be evolving. We're always going to be growing. We're essentially recognizing and remembering who we are. And Gloria is right. We are gods and goddesses. And we're coming back to that. We are ascended masters. We all have that potential. But even Yeshua himself is still ascending, is still learning, is still growing, is still evolving, as we will. It's a never-ending process. So those that want it to be instantaneous and for us to be there right away, well, you can keep waiting, because it's all a process. It will happen. We will get there, but we're going to continue to evolve even beyond there. We're not just going to get to a 5D state of consciousness in a 5D world and be like, oh, okay, that's it. Satisfied. I'll settle. That's good enough. No, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep evolving. We're going to keep growing. We're going to keep ascending. So, are you there, Joan? I think we may have lost Joan, everyone.
It looks like Joan froze out. Greg, here, I'll jump on. I'll jump on with you.
No problem.
What's up, buddy? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I am Omar, host here at Watchers Talk. It's really cool what you're doing by like really unplugging and dropping that weight, shedding that identity container that we're so engulfed with our entire life. It's almost like a programming that we take on and then we defend it, with claws and teeth and a lower emotional energy. And if somebody says anything against it, we just attack them. And I'm so proud of you, and just to hear that you have shed that identity container and just said fuck it and just moved forward, because this is the time now, right? Because we are the ones that we've been waiting for, and for us to make that change, to create that timeline that we're looking to create and manifest together, that's what we all have to do. We all have to shed those containers, and we have to identify as the whole, right? The entirety of everything, and not say I belong to that group or I belong to that group, because then intellectually we're like really limiting ourselves, and we can't exist outside of that, and we can't observe anything from outside of that cubicle matrix, right? So I'm so happy to hear that that's what you're doing, and going on the road and exploring and enjoying this human experience that you've created for yourself. So good on you, brother.
No, well, thank you so much. It's about essentially discovering or changing our perception rather on what security is, because we all have this program and mechanism and stories within us that This is what security is. And this was the biggest thing for my twin flame to break through. And I couldn't be more proud of her, because recycling back into that home that she designed and sold to her mother in hopes of getting it back, that's security. That was her security for all that time. Like, oh, I'm going to get it. This time I'll get it. The fifth time around, I'll get it. And that was the biggest form of security for her. Changing that perception is a big, big deal. That's a huge, huge step. And that's why so many people feel stuck, because that perception of security, it becomes their reality. Go ahead, Joan. I know you're.
So, no, this is awesome. First of all, humanity unpinned. This couldn't be a clearer example of how to trust yourself in this process. What I'm hearing is that, first of all, so I got an email this morning when I woke up. There was an email from this woman, and she's just frozen in fear. And I'm hearing from a lot of people that they're so concerned about what's happening in the world that they're frozen in fear, can't make decisions, can't move. And I'm still back in this image I have of this literal stream of consciousness that somehow all of us are going to have to unpin and leap into. And so how do we recognize, and I know that's, you're telling us that your work has changed. So I'm going to be curious to know, how's your work changing, but how do we recognize what we have to break, and then literally trust that we're going to be held and not fall apart like your twin flame on the other side? Yeah.
Well, I mean, like I said, these are really, really big steps for individuals to take, especially once they, continuously, cycle back into the universe will continue to present you the lesson until you learn it. Okay. So everyone always asks, why me? Why does this keep happening? Well,
right.
It really does all come down to, we look at all the other aspects of this. We go through everything. We dig through the garbage and we think we've found everything. But at the very bottom is you. So we have to ask the question finally, is it me? Is it me? Am I the one doing this? If we are here to create our experience, and our thoughts create our reality, our stories create our reality, the mechanisms of control help to also create that reality for us, then we have to start taking ownership and accountability for us, for our thoughts, for our actions, for the lessons that we're not learning. And it doesn't make you a bad person if you continue to cycle back into the same lessons over and over again. I want to make that very, very clear. I want to make that very, very clear, because, my twin flame partner, she had to go through those cycles in order to truly actually be free. And she designed it that way so that the freedom could be monumentally explosive, right? And then she could really, really, without a shadow of a doubt, break free and then step into a whole nother existence with that freedom. So it doesn't make you bad or wrong. There's no right or wrong here. So it's a very, very big step. And there are a lot of people out there that are paralyzed in fear, Joan, especially with everything going on, across the world. And
the mixed messages from the outside world. Yeah.
Yes. And the external world will continue to degrade and fall apart. It's not going to get any better. It has to fall and disintegrate in order for the new one to essentially, take its place. So we cannot rely on the external to get better for us. We can't rely on external systems and mechanisms and programs to serve us, which is why we're here manifesting and creating not new programs, but new concepts, new ideas, new paths, new ways. Community and cooperation are the ways forward. The two biggest ways forward are community and cooperation. And that's what we're creating and manifesting right now, because we're either unplugged or wishing to unplug from these mechanisms of control. because we understand that they no longer serve us. That's the point that every individual comes to when they keep cycling back in. You just get sick and tired of being sick and tired. I mean, how many more times are you going to learn that lesson before you finally realize, hey, I'm doing this to myself now. I'm literally doing this to myself. It is time for the individual to take ownership and accountability for themselves, because we often cycle back into these experiences as well, Joan, and we blame others. It's very easy to blame those that are participating in your experience and to throw the blame on them, right? To sit there and say, well, I'll blame my family, or I'll blame this person, or I'll blame that person, or that person screwed me, or that person took from me. Where it's very easy for the ego and for the human self to blame others. But again, we have to look ourselves in the mirror and say, is it me? Is it me? And when you realize that, yes, it is you, that's not going to be the most heartfelt moment for that individual. I can tell you that. It wasn't for me. And it isn't for any individual that comes to that conclusion, no matter how many times they do, because it won't just happen once. It'll happen many times throughout your experience as you keep growing and learning. So it's not going to be the most warm experience you're going to feel. But it is where the freedom, the change, and the pivot can take place, where you can finally look at yourself, understand why you're at where you're at, and it's okay. And it's okay. I'm here. And then you can look around and start to recognize what to be grateful for, and to look at yourself with love and compassion, and to give yourself that love and compassion. And in that window is where you pivot. In that moment is where you pivot and where you make the change. And I know that that sounds like a lot of talk, but it's true, guys. It's absolute reality, and it's an absolute in time when you look at yourself and you say, is it me? Is it me? And that's where you can make the change, because this is your journey. This is about you.
It is.
It is. This is all about you. It can't be about anyone else. You put the signature on your own journey. You are the publisher, the book, and the pen. No one else is going to do it for you. No one's coming to get you. No one's coming to save you. So when you look in the mirror, all you see back is yourself. And all you have is yourself. And when you lay your head down at night, all you have is yourself. You are your softest place to land. You are the one that makes the change. Okay?
I want to interrupt for 1 second and just
Yeah,
add,
go ahead.
you know, we may have over 7 billion people on the planet, you know, and when you think about it, you go, oh my God, how can I make a difference? Or how can I be that important that it matters what I do? But it does. Okay. And in this humanity unplugged and going into this new earth, this new shift, the great reawakening that we're all kind of stepping into, it really requires each of us to become a part of it. There's no longer a time we can sit on the fence and go, this doesn't apply to me. You know, I'm going to sleep it out this lifetime. So if you sleep it out this lifetime, you're not only going to be back, but you're going to be part of this heavier group that may be on a darker or different timeline. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's like we're all being called now. Our individual responsibility is part of this complete, total collective. And without each and every one of you doing your part and going, you know, this does apply to me. I can step into my power. I can remember who I am. You know, it's so important that you do this to know that you not only have been called, but it's time to choose. And these are tools to unplug so we can even hear, and then choose the direction, which may be completely different from where you thought you were going. So,
Yeah, well, that's the exciting part. I mean, I never imagined months ago. I never imagined several months ago that I would even have a twin flame. Okay. Listen, I went through many karmic relationships. I ended a 7-year karmic relationship. I was growing. I was evolving. I was putting time and investment into me and love into myself, and that caused friction within that karmic relationship. That individual, as wonderful as she is, God bless her, she just couldn't go there. She just couldn't. She was still, and her inability to grow and evolve was hindering mine. I wasn't going to be able to grow anymore within that space with that person. So I ended that karmic relationship, and I continued to just pour love, time, energy, and investment into myself. And I had a moment in which I said, you know what? I basically told the universe, I said, listen, I'm okay with being single for however long it is. I'm okay with being single. I'm okay with being alone. I'll do this journey alone. The Airbnb idea was actually an idea that was devised from my own heart center, from my own mind. And that's what I was going to do alone, single. And I released that to the universe and said, I'm content. I'm happy with where I'm at right now. And I am not in lack. I am not in need. And there it is. And no sooner did I release that, no sooner did I just let it go and let go of any attachment, the twin flame door opened. And the experience was therefore right in front of me as a choice to experience. So it's amazing when we let go, and when we simply trust, and when we first and foremost we trust ourselves, the amazing opportunities that can open for us, and the profound, powerful, potent, true love that just came flowing through soon after that has just been incredibly amazing. The growth and the evolution that we have both experienced together is nothing short of just absolutely miraculous. There's really no words for it other than what I can comprehend in the moment. It does blow me away. The twin flame journey is a rare one. It is a rare one. It's a beautiful one. It can be tumultuous for some. It definitely is a grand learning experience for certain, but one that I am eternally grateful for, and she is as well. So, you know, and it really does. It does multiply your power essentially, because the two of you are leading yourselves as individuals. You are, and you still have to do that. You still have to lead yourself as an individual. You can't become codependent. And we learned that very early on, that we can't become codependent. We have to lead ourselves, but at the same time, you have a partner, you have a friend, you have a fellow goddess there with you who's giving you that beautiful exchange, and the power between the both of you is amplified. It is absolutely extraordinarily amplified. And just imagine, I mean, you can be a powerful manifester all on your own. And we all have that ability. But the unique thing about the twin flame journey is that when you manifest together, holy shit, it's unbelievable what just falls into your existence. It truly is amazing. And that's also something that we offer as part of our services with Spirit of Rebirth and Herbal Healing. We do work with couples. We have very exclusive, extensive mentorship programs, 3-on-1s, 3-on-2s, and 1-on-1 mentorships for a month, for 2 months, for 3 months, or for even 6 months, whatever the individual's personal needs are. We have seen incredible growth and changes within our couples mentorships. Individuals coming in, you know, just looking as partners to understand each other a little bit more. You know, they've fallen in love, they've gotten married, they've had the kids, you know, they've done the ABCD process, right? They've followed the steps, and okay, we're here, but where do we go from here? Because this plateau is kind of boring. You know, we're kind of tired of being here. So where do we go from here? And it's a beautiful space that we facilitate for these individuals. And the changes are just, I mean, instantaneous, absolutely instantaneous. Our mentorship programs are just incredible. I am currently running one right now with some wonderful ladies for herbalism. I am a master herbalist. I'm a wellness and health practitioner. I am emphatic about all natural and holistic modalities. I have gone to school for it, but I am also self-taught as well. I myself had experienced the toxic world of Western medicine and sought to break free from that. And I did so through herbal remedies and holistic modalities. So it has become part of my sole purpose and passion to teach that to others and to essentially inform them and inspire them to make their own empowered and informed decisions based upon their health. Okay. So I'm running a mentorship like that right now. It's very exciting. It's going to come to a close pretty soon. We have a couple of weeks left, but the ladies that are doing this are just evolving beautifully and taking control of their health and making their own decisions, not just for themselves, but for their children as well. So through these processes, we also eliminate generational traumas. We inspire that individual to not carry it on to the next generation. And our children are the next generation. They are the Christed beings. They are the Christed beings. And they are going to carry the torch forward for us long after we're gone. So it is so important to do. You spoke of the work, Joan, and the biggest part of this work is clearing those generational traumas, because we're not here to repeat this again. This is a different ascension than what was spoken about in all those biblical texts and all that hoopla, blah, 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 for all those years. Okay, this is very, very different. We are creating and manifesting this. We are putting our own unique signature on this ascension. And a part of that is not passing on generational traumas to our children, to our future children, to our future's children. Okay, because then those processes, they cycle back in. And then we're back at it again, and we're doing this again. This is why this is such a difficult process. And why is it taking so long? Well, it's because we have to make sure that every single box is checked off. Every single box has to be checked off. And we came here to experience that. And we came here to do the heaviest of heavy lifting. We did. And we can do it. We can do it. We are doing it. We have done it. As Gloria said in the beginning, it's already been done. Now it's just the healing. It is truly healing. And a big part of that healing is not passing on that trauma to future generations. Our children are the Christed beings, and they deserve. And those that also have passed on, that will come back in to a now rejuvenated reincarnation cycle, deserve to have a new world ready for them and not have all those traumas placed on them as well.
Whew. You know, you're talking about the children, and it's true. Our future is our children. And I love that we're in this new time astrologically and energetically, and even in the solar system, where we are in total transformation. And in my consciousness and what I've been told is that we're not even going to recognize in another 18 months what's around us is going to be completely different.
Yeah.
And so it's really important that we create it in an image that we want. And so I'm hearing that. And I'm also hearing that the work, now the three of you are still working together, right? Yeah. Even though your contracts together have changed. Because this is so important to understand that our lives are no longer fixed in stone. And even contracts and commitments are changing. And that's the new way. It's the new energy of now for this transformation. And it hurts a little bit sometimes. It's like ripping off a bandage and then exposing your wound to the world as it heals. But I want to know now how you guys are working together. Then, you don't live in the same place, obviously. You're on the move. And we can't see your partners right now. They're taking care of their children. But how do the three of you work together in the ways that you do?
Well, we truly have an incredible and mutual and divine connection. We met, it's almost time goes by so fast I can't even keep track of it anymore. So I'm just going to say, long ago, we met when I began this journey. When I began this journey, especially stepped into the truther spotlight and began doing stuff online, is when we met and connected. I was really just, I felt a past life connection to both Robin and Leah, and it was very strong and very profound. And I was very moved by Robin's incredible connection to spirit and to himself and to his psychic abilities, and the things that he was saying and the way that he explained them and described them really moved me. And it can trigger a lot of people the way he speaks and talks about things, because Robin really will pull out the ego and show it to you. That's his method. That's what he does. So it can trigger a lot of people, but I was just really moved by his words and the way he explained things, and by the spirit that moved through him. So we began communicating. We began talking. I had him on for some shows, for discussions, and that grew into an actual broadcast series of 40 plus shows. A very successful broadcast series of 40 plus shows. And we just grew together. We literally grew as family. We had all of our experiences we had together. The universe kind of intertwined us. So every experience that we had, we felt together. We spoke about together. We experienced together. We were intertwined. Our contracts are long and extensive, that we know. And we just continue to grow and evolve. There's such a mutual, deep and profound loving respect for one another. There's a cordiality. There's an incredible friendship. There's a brotherhood. There's a sisterhood. It's family. It's literally soul family. We have stepped away from our toxic family karmic contracts in this existence, and we have actually discovered what true family really is through one another. And we're communicating every single day. We speak. There's not a day that we don't speak. There's not a day that we don't speak about our evolution, our healing. I mean, healing is our lifestyle. Every day we experience something different. Every day we go through something else. Every day is a whole new page of our books, and we talk about it. We express it. We communicate it with one another, and therefore that goes into the business, that goes into our clients. It continues to allow the process to evolve, for the train to essentially keep moving. We're constantly getting downloads. We're connected. Our minds are connected. Our hearts are connected. So the communication is just free flowing, and it's just effortless. Truly, it is. I mean, Robin is my brother. We've had past lifetimes together. We go all the way back to the Roman times as Roman soldiers, who made some pretty nasty mistakes. So we also share that trauma, which we've helped each other heal through that as well. And myself and Leah have even had, past lives together. So there's the understanding of that. And there's the compassion, the love and respect for one another, which allows the communication to be free flowing and allows us to create and manifest these incredible offerings and services for individuals out there who don't need it per se, but choose rather to exist or participate within our frequency, who choose to invest in themselves, who say yes to themselves and decide to say, yes, this will benefit me. This is going to help me. It's not that I need it. It's that I want to do this for myself. So that's really sums up, our connection and relationship. It's true. It's pure. We honor each other, but we also honor ourselves. We honor ourselves first and foremost. If we have the flexibility within our blissness to basically do whatever we want whenever we want. So if Leah needs a day off, Leah gets a day off. If Robin needs a day off, Robin gets a day off. If Greg needs a day off or a few days off or this, that, and the other, we do that. We flex our muscles, and we're not offended or upset or hurt when that individual does that. It's a mutual understanding, a mutual respect. Currently, right now, Robin and Leah are under the weather. There's a mutual respect and understanding that I am here today holding down the fort so that you guys can rest. There was no question whatsoever. I called them yesterday and I said, I will be here. I will do this. You guys continue to rest yourself and get well. Okay, thank you for doing that. That was it. That's it. It's just that pure, even flow of communication, understanding, and respect. And it's a great example of what we're coming back to as individuals, as humanity. As humanity, we're actually coming back to those aspects of love, compassion, and respect for individuals. And to actually give a damn as well, too, because the external world doesn't care. The external world doesn't care. You go out there, okay, you go out there and you find out that most people, if not all people, don't care. They don't. And it's unfortunate, but it's the reality. But what we're doing within this community and beyond is we're coming back to that compassion, love, and respect for our fellow man and our fellow woman, and actually caring about what happens. Not carrying, because you can't carry anybody else. You can't. You cannot carry anybody else. But we are coming back to that, I do care. I do care. And there is honor, respect, and compassion and love for that individual.
So do we always get you, like, how does that work? So like, what would prompt me? Like, what are you offering me to do? And how would I know? Do I say, oh, I want Layla, I want Robin, I want you, or do I talk to all of you? Does everything and by the way, I love that you're collaborating and that you're working together in harmony. I wish I could see them right now. I love talking to them. So Layla, hope you get better quickly, Robin, and all your beautiful kids. But how does that work when we reach out then?
Well, when someone reaches out, like I said, we have a wide variety of services and avenues that you can take. We have our staple, which is our 3-on-1, our 3-on-2, or our 1-on-1 mentorships. For an individual, per se, who is looking to take back their physical prowess, their physical temple, their physical health, their overall health and wellness through holistic methods. You know, they're tired of Western medicine. They're done. You know, the doctors are having them chasing their tail. They want to get back to essentially a better self. That would be better suited. That would be a better suited mentorship with just myself. That way we could work on the physical body. It would be much like this, where we come into a StreamYard session. You would fill out a health and wellness form that we have designed that asks specific questions, which kind of tells us and kind of tells me specifically a lot more about you, so that I can actually come into the space and not blindly tune you, because I am a psychic intuitive. I do have incredible intuitive abilities. But at times we all know it's kind of difficult to blindly do that. I can pick up on what's going on initially, but we would have you fill out that form and it would give me a better idea. And we would have a session very much like this, where, you know, I would open the floor to you to speak, and let's talk about your health. And as we talk about your health, I'm going to start throwing things out that I tune and that I see and that I feel that are needed to, you know, essentially need a course correction, or things that I tune and things that I see point things out about certain health conditions, ailments, and afflictions that you're currently going through. And then from there, I build a health and wellness protocol for you that you can therefore implement into your everyday life, that will go step by step, that will get you back to that physical prowess, to that more abundant physical state. And that is a 4 to 6 month process. And if anything were needed for longer, because I understand that, you know, everyone's conditions and ailments are all different, all, you know, are at different levels. We could go longer than that. And then there's individuals that come in and want the full experience. They want the full experience. They want what Robin has to say. They want what Leah has to offer. They want what I have to offer. So that is, right now we have a manifestation and embodiment package that has been incredibly, incredibly successful. And what it is that it gives you a group call with all three of us. And then you'll have a private call with Robin. So you'll get the perspective of all three of us first and initially. And then you'll get Robin's perspective. Then you'll get Leah's perspective. And then you'll get my perspective. So it's a full spectrum of healing, growth, and opportunity. For couples that are looking to, again, get off that plateau and expand, we have those couples mentorships. We have an Innately You package that is starting in April that is going to be designed specifically to, again, those generational traumas, to clear all of that. We're going to facilitate a space for you to clear all that trauma and bring you back to that birth state, to that innocence, that clarity, that purity that we all had when we exited the womb. That's a big, big deal. And as far along the road as we've gone, we don't think that that's actually possible to come back to that state of purity and clarity. But you can. It is possible, and we facilitate the space for that. And that's another threefold process as well. You would get all of us for that. It really all comes down to, Joan, the individual and what they really choose to invest in. I mean, we all have unique gifts, the three of us, and we all have something incredible and unique to offer that individual. So they can benefit from all three of us, and they can benefit from just one of us. I mean, Robin runs psychic mentorships as well, too, to enhance people's psychic ability. Leah is also doing her own thing with her own packages in empowering women, raising that divine feminine. That's something that she can do. So we have the ability to coexist in harmony, as you said, and work together as a unit, and then also work separately without offending or hurting or hindering the business in any way. I know, especially, when finances get involved, people can, have, issues with that. That can be a triggering point for certain people. But it's not for us. We truly, truly enjoy what we do. We are grateful to have the blissness that we have, and to have the flexibility that we have, and to have the unique stamp and signature that we have on it, that we can work collectively together as a trio, as a divine trinity, but can also work separately as divine individuals without splitting that trinity. The trinity is still united. It's still firmly together. We just recognize that there are wants and needs of individuals out there that can be individually met by us, the individuals. And that doesn't always necessarily mean that we have to do it as a trinity. That individual can benefit just as greatly from me, myself, or Robin, me, Robin, and Leah, as they could with us together. So
you have managed, when we work with you, like, first of all, I love that we started off this talk with how you've unpinned yourself, okay, and breaking the soul contracts, and now getting to how you've come together with your team of collaborators and creating a way of working with people that actually shows us how not to be competitive, jealous, like fighting with people that we actually work with over money or greed. Like, even this art of, so I'm guessing that in your sessions, you actually model for people how you give each other respect and space to really be who you are. And in this complete unpinning this process. So in a minute or less, I'm looking to see if we have any questions or comments, guys. But, if we were to sum it up, about your unplugging process, what would you say?
Well, I I can say that the unplugging process, depending on where you're at and who you are, what for me it was a lot of for me and Floyd, it was a lot of physical work to get to that point of unplugging because of what we kind of cycled into. We cycled into a physical space that needed to be cleared in order to get clear. So it's not always going to be the easiest of work. Physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. You will have to take aligned actions. It's not just going to happen. You're not just going to unpin. The plug won't unplug itself. You have to actually take the aligned action, get up and unplug. And unplugging can be a process. It's not just as simple as unplugging. And it's going to be an ongoing, evolving process. I mean, we're still unplugging. I mean, Kentucky is just our first, destination. Next on, we go further west, and from there on, we're still manifesting and creating that. So it's important to know that when you unplug, you're not going to see the whole picture initially. You're going to have enough for you to actually step forward with faith and trust and actually do it. That much I can tell you. So don't think that you're just going to throw yourself to the wolves and, no. You're going to bring yourself to a point where you're going to see enough of the picture where you're going to be like, okay, so I have this, that, and the other. That's abundance. That's prosperity. That's what I need. That's all I need right now. I'm grateful for this. I'm stepping into this. I'm stepping forward, right? The universe is not going to leave you without a ladder to climb. Okay, if you're coming from a plateau, you will have a ladder to climb. As for the full picture, keep in mind that things can change as rapidly as we're collapsing timelines and as rapidly as myself and Floyd are moving. Things are going to keep changing, and they're going to keep changing rapidly and fast at a hair's pace. So you don't have to have 6 months of your journey absolutely planned out. That's ego, by the way. That's ego. If you're trying to figure it all out and you have it all planned and situated and all that's ego. That's not trusting. That's not being in the moment. Okay? So if you only have 3 months planned out, it's okay. I understand the human self and the ego will be like, oh, but what about the rest? Where's the rest? It's like having half a pie, right? Well, where's the whole thing? Where's the whole thing?
Well, Greg.
Whole pie. I want the whole apple pie, not half. I'm hungry. I want all of it. But you can't. That's not the point. The point is part of that freedom is trusting. That's the freedom, because we haven't trusted for so long. We've been shackled by distrust for so long. It's all part of that freedom. So you don't have to have it all planned out.
Right.
You don't. You just have to.
A good message, Greg. How do people find you? We're running out of our time. This has been amazing. I feel like you taught me how to unpin here. But how do we find you when we're ready to unpin, break soul contracts, and move forward fearlessly?
Well, you can honestly, you can find us at www.galacticinnature.com. Okay. We're also on Patreon at Spirit of Rebirth and Herbal Healing. You can join us there and help support us there. Telegram, Facebook, YouTube, Galactic Greg, the Spiritual Patriot is the YouTube channel. We don't do shows too often anymore because we are so immersed with clients right now and balancing our lives outside of that. But myself and Robin have started a new broadcast series called Soul Surfing, which will be on volume 7 already by this week. You can catch us this Thursday at 2:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, live on YouTube for some soul surfing. That's the next phase in our broadcast evolution. But yeah, www.galacticinnature.com. Click Spirited Rebirth and Herbal Healing. All the information you need, all our services, everything that we provide will be right there on that page. It's incredibly user-friendly. We have the Innately You package, which is coming up in the beginning of April. If anyone is interested in literally going back to that birth state, innocence, of that purity, of that clarity. Myself, Robin, and Leah will facilitate that space for you. Our manifestation and embodiment packages are still going. Our 3-on-1, 3-on-2, and 1-on-1 mentorships are still going. And also private psychic sessions, psychic tunings, physical tunings. And Leah also offers a whole variety of services as well too. So, yep, www.galacticinnature.com. And again, you can find us on Patreon as well too.
Well, I'm just so fascinated, Greg. I'm so glad you joined us. I think you offer such great work, and you're a living example. I think when we end up living our philosophy, living our work, and then exemplifying it, which you're doing right here, that is the best. It's the authenticity. People are saying it's excellent. They loved what you had to say. And I just look forward to the next time I get to connect with you.
As do I, Joan. Thank you so much for having me here today, and for Humanity Unplugged and sharing the space and energy. And as to all of you out there who are watching, and to everyone who's spoken thus far, thank you so much for your work and your contributions. Not to this movement, but to this evolution of consciousness. Something that was so sorely needed for eons is finally here. Congratulations, everyone. We've done it. Let's keep going. Let's keep evolving. Let's keep healing. And let's bring forth the new earth. It's right around the corner.
Thank you, Galactic Greg. We love you. We love you. We love you. We'll see you next time.
Thank you. Take care. God bless.
All right, perfect. Perfect. All right. Well, guys, that was so fascinating. I had no idea that he was going to talk about being unpinned. He actually unpinned himself. And, you know, I had a plant medicine journey a while back, and I began the plant medicine journey hanging on to this rock. I was in a river, but I refused to move. I was terrified, and I was clinging onto the stone, you know, hoping that it would save me. And this process of literally unplugging, unpinning, you know, taking your fingers off, holding for dear life, is when transformation begins. So very happy to hear about Galactic Greg. Anyway, guys, we have another fabulous speaker. Before I go on to her, though, I want to just thank Omar for this. Humanity Unplugged is so vital, because we're going to be unplugging with or without ourselves. It's going to happen. So this is just profound. So our next guest is Julia Stube. Okay. And by the way, she's going to be talking about playing and working with your inner child through energy healing, which I think, based on, you know, on top of Greg's, is really important, our inner child. So Julia facilitates healing for New Earth and her beings. She is a gifted intuitive, a conscious channel, spiritual mentor, and teacher. She specializes in facilitating transformation to wholeness through self-empowerment. An extraordinary spirit, her journey began more than 30 years ago, and it was through her own personal transformation, utilizing energy healing and holistic practices, that brought her to share this profound work with others. And I've had a chance to work with Julia. She's done some sessions for me that have actually opened up my chakras and my energy, so I can actually vouch that she's the real deal. She channels multiple benevolent galactic and multidimensional beings, sharing energetic transmissions that clear old programming and activate creative DNA coding, elevating, uplifting your vibration and frequency to support you on your journey of unfoldment. And she also is a co-host. She's a co-host of the internationally known radio show, A Call to Heal, an intuitive artist, a channel for light language and quantum healing. Julia's ripples of kindness and love touch many throughout this world and beyond. And so she does multidimensional transformational sessions. Come on in, Julia. I can't wait to see you. Oh, well, we'll get it right soon.
I'm getting unplugged. Plug me back.
Unplugged and interdimensional is where we're going. Now you see us and now you don't.
Yeah, woo! Oh, Joan, it's so great to see you again.
I'm so glad you're here, and I'm so glad we have a chance to hear what, you know, what's going on for you and what you're offering these days, and share how energy work, how we can use this energy for healing and shifting and unplugging. Okay, we're on unplugging today.
Yeah, I really want to talk about like working with our inner child and playing with our inner child. That, for me, that was like almost the beginning of my journey to wholeness. It's like, I know we have the evolution and we have the ascension, but to be a whole being means that we're going to be raising our vibration, our frequency, so that it's easier to move into that next dimension. And when we carry wounds and blockages and beliefs that don't serve that, the inner child work really allows us to go deep and really clear that, to really unplug us from that reality so that we can create a new story, a new reality. And I'm going to share actually share my first inner child experience, which is like really profound. And then I'm also going to share different ways that you can play and work with your inner child. I'm planning to do a clearing and a release inner child work. And also the thing that they showed me this morning is because you had mentioned about doing activations, Joan, and I wanted to honor that, is that we're going to do a little womb work. We're going to go back to the womb so that we can really connect with our original divine DNA and awaken those codes that have been imprisoned over the years through our lifetime, and awaken them and really merge with that in the now.
All right. Okay. That is so much. I'm going to take myself off camera and let you take it away. I'll be right here getting activated and healed as you speak. Thank you. I'm looking forward to this.
All right. Hello, everybody. I just really want to say thank you for showing up here at this Humanity Unplugged event. I've been watching some of these presenters, and there's so much information and so much love and compassion for our new beings. And I can't wait to see what else the rest of the week has in store. Like I was saying to Joan, inner child work is something near and dear to my heart. It's, could also be known as inner child healing. There's times in our lives, and as a child, we're so influenced by people's comments, offhanded remarks, that we take them so personal and so literal. And then that stays in our body. And it holds in our body, and it can affect our relationships. It can affect our physical health, our decisions, the cycles that we do, the patterns that we create, just those little things. But then there's also the big things. There's the big things that, like for me, I'm going to share with my event that it was actually a traumatic event. And my body held on to it for so long that it affected my health, my well-being on such a deep, deep level that when I released it, I was able to really move forward. And that really pushed me into doing more and more inner child healing within myself. And even today, if a trigger shows up, and a trigger is something that irritates you or upsets you, or really makes you feel uncomfortable, you want to ask yourself, is this even actually mine? And if you get a yes, then you can go inside your inner child and talk to them. And we're going to do a little bit of that later. But what I wanted to share is that first event. Back in my 30s, I had been going to a massage therapist because I had been in a car accident in March of 80. And I had like pain. My neck was a mess. I had numbness in my hands. So I was going to keep that in check. So my massage therapist, she had to have both her hips replaced. So she sent me to another massage therapist. So I just love how the universe works. She sent me to another massage therapist who actually did shamanic healing work. And this was like almost like my first experience of it. I'd always been an intuitive. I've always been an empath, but I just really didn't know. I didn't have any structure. I didn't know how to clear. I didn't know any of that. So when she touched my heart chakra, even though I was going for a massage, she touched my heart chakra. The pain literally shot through my back and down my spine. And the pain was so intense, but I knew I was finally in that right place to be able to move forward, to let go of the anger, the abuse, to become more whole. I knew that was like the turning point to my wholeness. And she talked me in, and I worked with her on a personal basis. So the first inner child, and this could be a little scary because there's different ways you can work with your inner child. And it was a little scary for me too, because I got in that state. I went back to when I was like 18 months old. And I actually started talking baby talk. And then it's like all of a sudden, it's like I could feel my body was like really, really hot. And it really, there was a lot of pain there. And like in the session, the tears were coming down because the pain was so intense. So then my head hurt. I felt that coming, and I couldn't talk anymore, and I couldn't breathe. So she finally brought me out of the session, and I had paper towels, tissues in my hands, and I filled them actually with the water. I filled it twice. There was like, we threw like 2 full paper towels, tissues away that were filled with water that just came out of my lungs. And here the story was, because I could remember the story. I remembered it was so vivid for me when it was happening, is that my mom was giving me a bath, and the water was too hot. And that's what caused my body to do what it did. And it was a very volatile relationship between her and my birth father. So she literally shoved me under the water because I was crying because the water was too hot. And she didn't want to bring attention to my dad, because he, would get angry. And I hit my head, and then I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. And things that I know is that's actually when I first left my body, because she actually drowned me, is what happened. And when I came out of it, I had full memory. And again, the fluid came out of my lungs. That is like an intense childhood, inner child working, but it was huge for me. And, each week I would go and we would do different events, but that was the most profound. And I would still have that fear that, wow, look what happened that time. It's like, what's going to happen next time? But I still wanted to do the work. But over the years, as I grew and I started facilitating this for others, I found easier ways, more gentle ways, because I really like things to be gentle for people, and still have profound effects as far as working with that. As a facilitator, I'm intuitive, and I can take you back to that age where you were abandoned, or you didn't feel that you were enough, or whatever the event is that's carrying that. Or if it's a physical something, we could even go back to that. But what you can do is like, okay, I had that trigger. Like I just feel really angry because they didn't show up for lunch and they were late. And what is it triggering? It's that abandonment. So it's like, well, where did that start? And then get in a quiet place, close your eyes, and just ask whatever number shows up, where did that start? Where did those issues of abandonment start? Might be 5, might be 7, might be when your parents got divorced at 12. And just go back and visualize that child in front of you. Let them know how loved they are, and that they're wanted, and that their voice matters, and just talk to them that way. And some of you might not be so intuitive, and it's like, oh, I don't know how to do that. Then use your imagination. Imagine what you were going through at that age, and just see yourself with that, and allow that, and hear that inner voice really just tell you the story so you feel heard. When I facilitate, I get information and I can do prompts, but you really do. I want to empower you to be able to do this for yourself as well. So your child might want to give you a gift, might want to play. I know there's times it's like my child, when I go play with my child, she likes to roll down the hill. And so I would do that with her a couple times and bring her that joy. And she would bring me flowers, no matter what they look like. And I could feel the love with her, really feel that gratitude and that joy and that security that she felt talking to me. And there's times she wanted me to come back a couple times and still have and continue the conversation. So this is something you can do. If you don't honor yourself and in your inner child, what you do is you say, okay, I'm not going to even look at that trigger. And I was the same way. It's like baggage. It's like it just would go in and go in and go in. And eventually your 3D body would just like rebel on health issues, in your relationships. So you don't want to stuff stuff. It's like, I've been there, I've done that. So you want to really allow yourself to let things go, unplug from those beliefs and really allow yourself to love yourself as a whole. And when you do this inner child work, we take that healing that happened at 5 years old, and through harmonics, we allow that healing to flow through the whole timeline, which shifts your timeline. So from 5 to 6 to 7 through your teenage years, into the adulthood, into the woman or man you are now, into the human you are now. And that healing takes place throughout that whole timeline, which shifts everything. So by working with your child at 5, you become more whole, more complete, ready for the next layer of healing that is on your path. Okay, so I'm just taking a breath here because what they're guiding me, and I'm connected to my teams, and they're guiding me to do a little process here to be able to release some beliefs that you have gone through your lifetime. And what we're going to do is we're just going to ask for your inner child to connect with you. So I'm going to take you through that process. We're going to really connect with your inner child, and whatever age they show up is the perfect age. Let your heart lead the way, because your heart won't go wrong. So if your 7-year-old shows up, great. If your 12-year-old shows up, if your 21-year-old shows up, it doesn't matter, because your heart knows the healing's happening. And I do want you to know that those who aren't intuitive, just use your imagination, because your imagination holds the seeds to reality. And when you believe that imagination, it creates the reality. Okay, so let's get started. I want you to take a couple nice deep breaths. And if you're in a safe place, you can close your eyes. Bring your attention to your heart. And we just really want to anchor down into earth. So let's just run our beautiful, beautiful tube of light that's 6 feet in diameter, down, 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 down to the crystalline core of the planet, down to the heart of Mother Earth. Really anchor in. And let's receive that back. And it's going to come out our crown, small percentage going to the galactic core. The other 95% is wrapping down and around you, creating that beautiful toroidal field, creating those absolute scalar waves, beautiful shape of an apple. Going to connect all the way up through source, suns beyond the suns, connect to source. Receive love back from that, coming down in through your crown, again through all your chakras, out your root. Small percentage going into the earth. This time the other 95% is wrapping up and around and back through your crown, again creating another toroidal field, beautiful absolute scalar waves of light. You're fully anchored into earth and connected to source. And with your imagination, or see, know, or feel, allow that beautiful toroidal field to expand out 50 feet in all directions. 50 feet below, 50 feet above, 50 feet all around. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to scoop everybody up in this beautiful golden bubble. And we're going to take you to these bridges. Each one of you has an individual bridge. And we're going to look at the issue of abandonment. So across the bridge is your inner child. So whatever age he or she shows up as, or they show up as, just go with that. And let's release or diminish the belief that we are not enough. At that age, we're just connecting with that inner child. Our hearts are connected. And you can feel as they release it, you also release it. Release or diminish the belief that we are not worthy of this healing. Release or delete the belief that we are not worthy of receiving. Release or delete the belief that we're not wanted, that we were never wanted. Let's let all that go now. Let's release or delete whatever we can, the belief that if I'm not good, no one will love me. Let's let that go. Release or delete the belief, if I'm not good, everyone will leave me. Release or delete the belief that if I'm not nice, no one will want me. So let's release those people pleasing and giving up our authentic self. And let's tell our inner child to shine and allow him or herself or themselves to allow their light to shine. And let's bring in protection to that inner child, whatever age they are, to bring this beautiful foundation of safety for them. And just feel that. Feel where it is in your root. Let's release or delete or diminish the belief that people always let me down. They never show up. Because we create that reality when we believe that. So let's let that go. Now I want you to come across that bridge as your inner child, whatever age they may be. Mine's 5 at this time because there's still some issues there for me at my 5-year-old. And I want you to see them in front of you. And we're going to merge with that inner child so that all the healing that has taken place at that age is going to take place through all the timelines between here and there. So they're standing in front of you. And they're lining their chakras with your chakras. That beautiful toroidal field, that beautiful apple flow, that energy flow that we created. Your light bodies, your Merkabahs. And you're just going to go forehead to forehead with them. And then heart to heart. And you're just going to become one. And I hear some of you saying, well, this can't be real. Well, just use your imagination to create that reality because it is real. We're going into those different dimensions through that quantum healing. And through harmonics and quantum healing, it's just going to have like a domino effect through all the timelines. Whatever age. For me, it's 5 or it could be for 2. So we'll just start at birth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, up through the teenage years, into the 20s, into the now, into this moment. And just allow yourself to feel that and feel that expansion. And we want to give gratitude to our inner child for allowing us to do this process. And your inner child's actually giving you a gift. Some are giving like this little bunch of flowers. Some has like this little beautiful pebble in their hand. I see somebody who has like a handful of dirt. It's like, here. And it's like, so just take that gift and follow your heart because you might have a gift for your inner child too. It could be a stuffed animal. It could be a book. It could be art supplies. Whatever will feed their soul. Follow your heart and allow them to receive that gift. There's a lot of emotion in here. I can feel that. So let's just bring all your bodies into balance with all that. Your physical, your etheric, your emotionals, your mental, and all your spiritual bodies. And I'm just going to bring you all back from that beautiful bubble, that beautiful golden bubble. We're going to come back into the now, into this altered, changed, shifted timeline that we just participated in. So just wiggle your hands and your toes, open your eyes, and see that See how that feels. So what else, how else can you work with your inner child? And when we work with our inner child, not only does it heal us in this lifetime, but it's also works with the future generations of us as far as in their timelines as well. Because when we heal ourselves, we also heal the lives of our kids and our family. And so that's pretty amazing. And when I'm working with a session and I'm doing this inner child work, sometimes it goes ancestral, because sometimes the belief that that child carries is ancestral. It really comes in from the patterns of our relations. So we might travel and go to that place. Sometimes the beliefs are actually from other lives, past lifetimes. And that also is some place we could explore, depending on what that is. So for you, when you're working with this, and if you have a great facilitator, or if you want to work with me, that's awesome. But I want you to know that, like I said, you can work with your inner child anytime. You can go back to that bridge, or however you want to visualize it, and have a conversation. Tell them how much they're loved. Listen to them in whatever language and how they communicate at that time. You might want to sit them on your lap. You might want to hug them. Have that. It's all real. They feel that. And then you, as the adult, get the benefits of that as well. So that's pretty cool stuff. Let's see where they're telling me to go with this. They're saying, so when you have built up anger or resentment from maybe not a happy, healthy childhood, it really, really can affect your health and your physical being, your emotional being, your relationship. So if you see patterns, like you choose the victim energy, you're choosing the victim energy, you want to research and dig in and see, where does that victim energy coming from? Because you really want to unplug from that. You want to become healthy and whole. And healing is a process. It's like Greg had said in the previous, it is a process. You just don't unplug and it's all done. I like to look at it as like an onion with all the layers. So you get to peel these layers off. And I always ask for grace and ease. And as you go deeper, because I know for me, it's like I did all this work with my family and the energies of it. And like a couple years later, it showed up again. I was like, wow, I thought I dealt with all that. I thought I healed that. But what happens is when you do these layers, it allows you to go to a deeper level that you weren't able to get to before, because the trauma or the events were just too intense, because your mind blocks a lot of stuff out, but your body remembers everything. It remembers everything that you've experienced, all the words, everything. So when it comes up now, when something comes up now for me and it's really deep, it's like, wow, this gives me an opportunity to do some more healing, as opposed to, oh, I thought I worked on this. I thought this was all done, and judging yourself because it's not completely clear. But to really go, wow, I wonder what it's going to feel like this time, to be in that curiosity, that wonder of what it is like to feel whole or more whole, and go down this journey as far as that goes. And I'm going to be taking, questions at the end of this. So if you have questions about that, put it in the chat, and we'll talk about this when I'm done this other process that I'm going to do as far as that goes. Okay, so when I checked in this morning and I ran my energy, I ran that Apple flow, and I connected with source and the timeline and the source of everyone who were going to participate in this. And I asked what would be beneficial for everyone that's going to see this, that's going to participate. And they asked me to do a womb clearing and a connect with these divine codes that we came in with. So this is another process. It's a little bit different. Again, let's close our eyes. We're already connected to the heart of Mother Earth. We're already anchored there, and we're connected to source. Bring your attention to your heart. Let's go to that sacred place in your heart. And we're going to go back to when you were in the womb of your mother. And your soul came in, your actual soul came in. And your soul had all these keys and codes. It still remembered everything. It really did. It remembers everything. But as we come out of the womb and whatever traumas and experiences, we lose that remembrance. We forget that. So first we're going to do a clearing here. And we want to release any vows, contracts, hexes, curses, promises, anything of similar origin that is keeping us from accessing our original divinity, DNA, and coding. Release all that. Seen or unseen. We're also asking for any implants that were inserted into that fetus, into that body that were decided to come into this earth, this 3D earth. Whatever we had decided, we're asking for them to be removed now with grace and ease from that being at that age in the womb, your inner child, you. Whoa, there's a lot going on here. I can feel that. There's also some cords here. There's also cords of attachment to past lives and things, karmic cords that you made promises that you would do in this lifetime. And anything that you have learned already in this lifetime that you came in here to learn, as the energies of 2012 gave us permission to release this karmic debt so that we don't have to keep repeating it now. So we're going to do that. We're going to ask that as if the lessons are learned through our lifetime now, wherever we are on our path, to release any karmic debt that's associated once we have fulfilled our lessons or any lessons that we no longer need. Okay. So we're going to, from our heart, we really want to awaken. So it's going to come in down through your ninth chakra, which is above your head. And that's where all the keys and codes of healing and everything you need to know. That's where everything within our DNA actually is there, awoken. And we're going to allow these to come in, those divine codes, those divine keys to come down in through our crown. As the child too. So it's happening to them and you. So it's happening to your inner child in the womb. And it's happening to you in this moment of now. These keys and codes are fully being awoken. And this is a process. So they're being fully awoken as you are making yourself available to them. And what I mean by available to them is that you're doing this inner work. You're healing yourself. These keys and codes are going to awaken to bring into that balance of where you can go next. So to keep allowing you to go on that journey to unfoldment with ease, with knowledge, and feel that. See if there's any other pieces to this. So if you have water by, you want to drink some water. And this was a huge process, and it's really important that you be hydrated. So during or after, even after this presentation, as you go and you watch the other presentations here, you want to drink lots of water and really, really make sure that you're hydrated, because for me, my body's burning up, so I can feel that fire energy, because I'm transmuting the energies for you as well as for myself right now. And they're huge. So to be able to help clear and keep your body in balance, stay hydrated. Okay. So let's see, where do we want to go next? So I'm actually, Joan, I'm ready. If there's any questions that they have or you have, I'm ready to go down that road in that direction now, if you'd like.
Let's see. All right, here I am. Far out. All right, well, so there's a lot of comments that I want to share, okay? First of all, you're touching people really deeply and identifying and crying.
Yes, I know. I could feel the emotions coming through, and my heart is like, there is still a layer of heaviness because I can feel the emotions in your heart. So letting go for some of you, know that you don't have to let all this go at one time. It is layers. Have compassion for yourself and don't judge yourself like, oh, I can't let all this go now. It's like, it's not about like who can do what and who can do the most. It's about just looking it in and whatever you can do in this moment and what you're ready to let go of in this moment and be in this now.
And I can feel it's bringing tears to you too, because I feel like when we do this work, it's not just with people who are listening now, it's also in the future, and it's also sort of pervades out into the consciousness, I think, of the collective.
Correct.
To do the energetic field and to balance our bodies. So this erasing and deleting our own beliefs seems to have an impact on the others.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, because when we raise our vibration and our consciousness and our frequency, we anchor that energy into the earth, and it affects everybody. So it's not like you're just not doing this just for yourself, but you are doing it just for yourself, but it affects everybody on the planet.
Well, it does, and I can feel this. Is this what your healing sessions are like, Julia? When you work with,
it can be part of it. It can be part of it. We can go in so many different directions because I don't have, when I do a session and facilitate for someone, and I don't heal anybody. I just want that to be clear. I just keep my channel really clear, and I've done a lot of work for myself. I'll just ask, well, what if I could do anything, which I do nothing? What could I do for you today? And we put we put that on what I call the spiritual clipboard. And then I just get out of my way. We anchor into earth and we connect to source. And I get the information I get from your source is pretty clear. And however or whatever shows up, because I'm not doing anything, I just get out of the way. So I have no preconceived notion how a session is going to show up. We might do past life stuff. We might do belief. We might work with your divine blueprints. We could do ancestral healing. We could do physical stuff where I just, work on the physical body. And so there's no place we don't go. And sometimes I'm like really surprised in what I see. And when I first started out, I would like, I'm not saying that. There's no way I'm telling them that. But through spiritual confidence, I went to like, oh, well, I'll have to hear it 3 times before I tell the client. And now it's like, I just trust in myself. And like I said, I get out of my own way and then whatever shows up. And it can be a lot of fun too, as far as that goes. We work with the Akash. And I did want to explain, when I work with the Akash, what I find,
I've never heard anyone say Akash, just so you know. Like, that's so intimate to me. Like there's somehow the Akash is a living best friend of yours.
It is.
Really, I want you to tell us about that.
Well, we have this ability to go into our Akashic records, and I work with what I call the divine heart. And if you work with me, we activate that divine heart. And what that is, we bring in your planetary heart chakra, which is chakra 4, your galactic heart chakra, which is chakra 9, and the 10th is the cosmic heart chakra. And we bring them in, and it brings in this huge expansion of your heart. And within, I work mainly in the galactic heart chakra for most of my clients. I do some personal stuff in the cosmic realms, but there's these chambers. And chamber 1 is the chamber of all possibilities. So it's where your Akash is, your Akashic records are. And I'm going to love them. And so we go in there and we can connect with the lifetimes of this planet and also off planet. So we do a visualization there and we work with the energy. So if you have, let's just say you have fear of being sick. So what I would do is, however I'm guided, I would say you just visualize this beautiful holographic wall. And whatever number, are you still there? Are you there now? Did we blow the energies out? Anyway, I've been known to that to happen, but we go into this holographic, this chamber 1 of the Akash, which like I was saying, connects you with the Akashic records of this planet and then also off planet. And let's just say you have this fear of being seen. So maybe that's because you were killed or murdered or abandoned or betrayed. So we go in there and we work with the energies of the lifetimes as opposed to the stories. So what I'll do is I'll ask you to visualize how many lifetimes you were killed for being authentic. And maybe 27 comes up. And so we go down that and we flood with divine forgiveness, divine compassion for self and others. We release any energies or frequencies of betrayal, abandonment, etc. And then that number, because your monkey mind needs a number, that's what the monkey mind's for. We'll take it down and it's like, oh, well, maybe now there's only 5 left. And then spirit or source will say, oh, there's victim energy here, or there might be some spells or contracts in here that are locking that energy in. So we would release that. And then we might get down to 1 lifetime or 2 lifetimes. And then there might be a story there, because people like stories, because that's the monkey mind. But then we clear that, and then you just have it smooth and you can feel that. And then we just allow your keys and codes to awaken with that knowledge. So that's sort of the process in a nutshell. It's a little confusing because I'm outside the box of things I do. It's like I've studied different modalities, but the information I get is like I channel and I get information and it's like, and they'll say, well, do this. And I'm like, well, I never did that before. And then they'll show me the way. And when I say they, that's my teams. I have many on my teams.
We have 2 questions for you that I want to talk about. One of them I was actually going to talk about, but I'm going to get that second. But the question was, I was told that a facilitator of Akashic records can affect your Akashic records.
Absolutely.
And so what are your thoughts there? And yeah, I'd never heard of that. So can you elaborate a bit?
Yeah. So I'll just talk from my own experience, because when I am in there and let's just say I had a bad experience as a child. Say I was going to, this actually isn't for me, this is a story that I'm telling, but this person was going to marry, it was an arranged marriage because of money, finances. And she came into this abusive relationship because of this marriage that her parents lined up. So I'm like, well, what? And I asked the question, well, what can we do here? And it's like, go back and shift the timeline. And I'm like, all right, because just like I would in this lifetime. And they said, yes, just like you would in this lifetime. So we went back in time to where the parents were making this arranged marriage, not but out of fear, because of lack. So what we did was we cleared the beliefs and whatever contracts they had about receiving, about lack, so they could receive, so they could make a different choice for their daughter of who she married. So the daughter actually ended up marrying her heart, with her heart, and changed that whole lifetime, which came back and changed the coding in this lifetime because that experience had been deleted. And this is a little off topic with the Akash, but I've also worked with the Arcturians, where we go in and we can take an event and we can change what our beliefs and our experiences of that event can actually change it and shift it through divine intervention or divine facilitation, however you want to say. And that can also shift and change. And you can do that within the timeline of the Akash, because it's like, that's what they showed me. I mean, No,
I was waving to someone leaving, not you.
I'm like, so it's like the possibilities are only limited by what you believe and what programs that have been put within you, or contracts that you refuse, that you still were holding from past lifetimes, that you still have to hold on to that belief. So we work with the inner child, but it like the healing process is like weaving. It's like, I know they love my laugh. I can't help it. It's like, it's there. Anyway, I just saw that comment about the love. But anyway, it's all interwoven as far as that goes. So when you touch one piece, whether it's ancestral, it's through your Akash, it's through your inner child, it travels through all dimensions. That's why I call them my sessions, my one-on-one sessions, multidimensional transformation sessions, because we go in all dimensions, past, future, and it just transforms everything. It's so magical. Did that answer the question?
You did. Okay, so you're leaving me stunned about the concept of the Akashic records as a living, breathing entity that, like, if we go back and look at different events, that maybe we can even change the outcome of them, could alter our timeline. So I'm kind of stirring in that consciousness, number one.
Yeah.
Really, I think that's kind of very profound, and I want to talk to you further about that. But I also want to talk to you about spiritual confidence. You mentioned that word before you went into mentioning Madame Kosh, okay? And we have a question, like, can we talk about spiritual confidence? How I see spiritual confidence as really being empowered and being sovereign, and every word you utter is a high vibrational frequency with intention and meaning. But I'm curious to know how you see, how do we see spiritual confidence?
Well, first of all, I always, when I'm working like on myself or working with others, it's like I create this open, clear vessel. It's an empty vessel. So ego, which are like, oh, look at this. I was like, ego, I'm just going to let you go sit in the corner and go read a book or something, but you just stay out of this because this has nothing to do with you right now. And so there's also the beliefs that are associated with spiritual confidence. So I've gone in and I've worked with clearing the beliefs that I'm not enough to do this work. I'm not enough to facilitate. I'm not good enough. It's like, and bring in that as far as that goes. And like, you can use, I'm getting ahead of myself. So when I was working with that, I would, like, in the beginning, maybe I would use a pendulum, or I would muscle test to really have that confidence, to start building that confidence. And those are those outside tools, and they're fine. But I want everybody to know that everything we have is within us. So we don't have to necessarily go outside for the tools, but they're there. I think I call them like the tools or the toys. They're like, they develop those baby steps. It's like you can come up with those answers or those beliefs and use a pendulum to confirm it if you want. And start trusting that way. So it took me a while to build my spiritual confidence and to know what's coming through is actually what I'm supposed to be told or to share. I don't, does that answer the question, or is there some more?
You know what? It's a big thing. It's really a big thing because it's about confirming what you believe is true. Like when I do readings for people, the most exciting thing is when they have this, I see a picture of something that really means nothing to me, like a seashell. Right. And it took me years to actually say seashell, like to have the confidence to say what I saw. But I discovered that the more I did that, the more people went, oh my God, how did you know? Right. And then I discovered I actually knew. But if I didn't say it, I wouldn't know it. And that's the first step.
Yeah, it's to just
confidence to believe it.
Yeah, and just say it. It's like, that's why I said I started with because I would actually argue when I was first doing sessions and facilitating, and I don't even know what they said. And I have that's when I did a lot of hands-on, and they would say, oh, you got to tell her this. So I'm like, and they would they'd be like, I'm like, fine. And then I would say it, and it was like, and they would know. And they was like, they always had a story with it. And, and I just want to tell everybody, even if you don't get confirmation right away, okay, because confirmation is just to feed our spiritual confidence. You don't, know it's about believing in yourself and knowing that your ripples, because it's like all about those ripples, are just touching everybody. Just touching everybody. So when you facilitate a session for somebody else, or I facilitate a session for somebody else, that person that you just touches how many other people, who touch how many other people, and your ripples go on and on and on. You have no idea. You cannot fathom where your ripples go, because not only are they affecting the beings on this planet, they are also affecting the beings off planet as well.
You're right. One kind word that we say that touches another person's heart can actually unravel and shift and go to the other side of the world. just like a drop in the ocean or planting miracle seeds. People are loving you, by the way. I just want you to know, loving Julia, my ego, just so cool. We have another question for you. And this one comes from Dorina. What do you do to shield yourself daily?
All right, I'm all about spiritual hygiene, so let's talk about that. Okay, because I'm a super sensitive empath, and the reason I am like all on board about spiritual hygiene is because I was an empath as a child. I was gifted as a child, and nobody told me how to ground, clear, or shield. I did not learn that till I was like almost 40 years old. So I would take on other people's stuff, everything as far as that goes. So not only do we want to shield, we also want to clear. So I just want to talk about, we can run that apple flow. And if it's all right with you, Joan, can I take them through a process to clear?
Yes, we still have some more time. I was just checking our schedule. We're good till like 11:18 or something.
Okay. All
11:15. I'm not exactly sure, but take us away, love.
Okay. So we can run that beautiful apple flow that we did in the beginning. And I have this video on my YouTube channel. It's about bringing your bodies into balance. So check that out on the YouTube channel. And just, if you do that a couple times, but we're still in that flow from when we did that. And I just want, and this is going to be a combination of grounding, clearing, and shielding. Okay. So we just want to visualize, we're going to clear first. Oh, actually, they're telling me we should ground first. Okay. So grounding is really important because the analogy is, if you're not grounded, you can't hold all this energy and light that's coming through. Okay. So it's really important because it's like if you have a generator and you use a toaster cord to plug it in, you're just going to blow all your circuits out. So let's talk about grounding first. So I want you to visualize yourself. Actually, we're going to do two ways that I like. You're going to visualize yourself as a tree. It can be any tree you want. And I want you to see, know, or feel your legs becoming the trunk of the tree, strong and sturdy. It could be a willow that's flexible. It could be a pine that's stodgy. It could be an oak that's grand. It could be a redwood, whatever tree you want to be. And see, know, or feel those roots coming out of your feet, going down, 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 down to the crystalline core of the planet, anchoring into Mother Earth. And for those of you who have a little trouble staying in your body, which I'm also one of those, here's another way to ground. I want you to visualize a 3-pronged cord. You have the 2 upper prongs, and then you have the grounding prong that grounds you when you plug it into the wall. I want you to see those 2 top prongs coming out of your feet and the grounding prong coming out of your root chakra. And this is a 6-foot cord that just encompass you, and just see that cord with that grounding plug going down, 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 and plugging into the earth. And feel the difference between those two. Some of you might not notice a difference because you already got grounded on the first one. And I'd like to visualize a blue diamond waterfall for clearing when I'm out and about. So I just see, know, or feel, or use my imagination, these little blue diamonds, this blue waterfall just coming down, cutting away everything that's not mine. Just cutting it away, nothing that's mine, nothing that's attached. And the beautiful water from the waterfall is just flowing over top of us, washing it all into the earth. Really clearing that. And as an empath, because most of you are, our solar plexus, that 3rd chakra, is where we hold other people's stuff. So this is just another piece that I picked up, and I want to give a shout out here to Cindy Dale. She works with the chakras, and I got this little piece, this little tidbit, which is really powerful from her. You want to come in through the back of this beautiful 3rd chakra. And there's an inner wheel and an outer wheel. The inner wheel is where your divine spark is. Your outer wheel is where your experiences are. And we're going to call in the virtue of clarity to come in through that inner wheel, through the back, because the back is where your knowledge is. And it's going to allow you to discern what's yours and what isn't yours. We're going to call in those absolute scales of scalar waves, absolute ribbons of grace, ribbons of ease, absolute light. And it's going to stir and mix that up so you can know what's yours and what isn't yours. We're also going to bring in through the back of that chakra, clearing and cleansing. It's going to go out into the outer wheel where your experiences are, and it's going to push and clear and cleanse and transmute anything that's not yours out through the front. And feel that and let that go, because now it's like you've let go of that. Now for shielding, what I like to do when I'm out and about is I call this my rainbow egg shield. And what I visualize is the colors of the rainbow. And I do 6 inches, the violet, closest to me, the indigo blue, the sky blue, this beautiful emerald green with some beautiful pink swirls, bright orange. Whoops, we missed, that's the solar plexus. Oh, we want to bring in that yellow, that beautiful golden yellow. Now that beautiful vibrant orange and that ruby red. And it's all 6 inches. So as other people's energies are coming through, each of those colors has a different frequency, with violet being the highest. So the lower vibrations can't get through those up to the higher. So it might disable at the root, the red, or into the golden. But by the time it gets to the violet, it's on your frequency. It's within your range. So I like that, to use that as my shield. I call it my rainbow egg at 6 inches. And let's just say I need a little extra. I will visualize that expanding out to 12 inches for each layer. So that is how I work with the shielding. And my rule of thumb, if I'm out and about, I ground with my tree or however I ground. I run my waterfall to clear. And then I make sure my rainbow egg's activated. Every time I open and close a door, every single time, I'm so conscious of it because I'm so sensitive to other people's energies. I do that work. And I make sure that we're intact that way. Does that answer everybody's question about that? Or is there any other questions on that? There's all kinds of different ways. If you can imagine it, you can create any kind of shield you want. But that's the easiest one that allows higher vibrations to come in, but keeps that lower vibrations out.
I loved that one. I had never thought of using different layers in that cleansing process, and shielding layers and layers and layers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there is a mixed thing about mixed belief about whether you should shield or not. Some people think you have to take everything that comes in and you need to process it. My belief is, because I'm so super sensitive, that I shield, and some people don't. And if that doesn't resonate with you, that's okay. But for some of us who are super sensitive, for me, having those layers, those frequency layers, still allows that higher stuff to come in. So you're not like blocking everything out. You're letting aloud what comes into your resonancy. I can't even talk anymore. The energies are making me go crazy.
Which is why we need protection, by the way, which is that the energies are so high but ungrounded. And, the fear-based reality of the world right now is so intense that keeping our sanity is really important, and keeping ourselves protected, keeping ourselves grounded, spiritually grounded. You gave me a great clue today, Julia, in adding the word spiritually in everything I do, like spiritually awake, spiritually grounded, spiritually focused, spiritually clear, spiritually vibrant. I don't know. I feel like I'm on a new track having listened to you. And that's what happens when we work with other people. We find new ways of seeing things and shifting, how we see it. So spiritual awakening. So tell us, so a lot of people love you. I'm just going to tell you, they just, love your energy here and want to know how they can reach you.
Okay. Well, I would start with my website, which is pretty simple, juliastube.com. And what I offer there is on the website. There's also links to my YouTube channel, which is Julia Stube, the Galactic Channel. If you want to work with me, you definitely want to go to my website. I do one-on-ones. I have 30 minutes and 60 minutes available. I have actually a group program, group transformation program coming up the 14th of April. And what that encompasses, I only work with 6 to 8 people, and it fills up really fast, is we work with your spiritual hierarchy. So what we do is we work with connecting and merging with your higher self, your Merkaba light bodies, your aspects of soul, your teams, which I call my power brokers. Some people call them something else, and how to manifest with them. We also do a lot of huge clearing. A lot of it's, I would say 50% of it's structured, and it's the same each time you take this. Is a 5-week course. But the other 50% is organic, in that I have a little questionnaire that everybody fills out. It's only like 3 or 4 questions. And based on that, the rest is intuitive. So whatever that group signs up for, it works to really facilitate for the group as a whole, as far as that goes. There is, till April 4th, you can save $100 on it. It's actually really affordable. It's $297 regularly. With $100 off, it's $197. There's a coupon code SAVE100. So at checkout, you put that in. That's also on the webpage. So you don't even have to write that down. You just have to go to the webpage for it, as far as that goes. So right now, it's like I said, we only work with 6 to 8 people, and it does fill up fast. And that starts on April 14th. I have one-on-one sessions. I have mentorship programs, which is a 3-month class. It's a 3-month being where we meet every other week. It takes a deeper dive into what we do in the group, and it's more personal. I have mentorship people who are always learning. I have somebody who's signed up for that program now. She's on her 4th time signing up for it, because we just dig deeper and deeper of whatever's guided for her, as far as that goes. And she loves it. She's creating magic all over the place, but she still just loves it. And then I also facilitate what I call it's a channeled starseed connection. What that is we go on a journey, and we'll go to wherever your galactic beings are. So we might go to Lyra, we might go off out of the galaxy, where you can receive coding and gifts and really actually find your ancestors and merge with that. That's available. What else is on there? There's these new things that are really affordable for you. They're called focus sessions. They're quick 20-minute sessions. They're $67. And what we do is it's about working with the virtues, which we did a little bit of that with that 3rd chakra. We also do cord cutting, ancestral healing. So there's 6 different choices there, and it's really affordable. It's 20 minutes. And it happens Perfect. Like that. It's easy. So if you don't want to, if you just want to get a taste, work with me for a little bit to get a taste to see if I resonate with you or you resonate with me before you would jump into any of the other stuff. There's other things out there on the website. Anything you want to work to heal on, we can work on. That's what the transformation session. So it's not limited. It's like people say, well, do you do inner child or you do this? It's like, I don't do any of it. I just put it on the clipboard and source and spirit work through me.
And so it is. And so I'm just going to tell you, Julia, everyone loves your giggle and your smile. And it dawned on me that with your inner child work and all that clearing, you probably, I don't know, I feel like somehow that bubbling laughter came up after all the work you've done on yourself. Like you unpinned yourself that way. You're just a great...
I would have to agree with that, because
I can feel that.
My childhood, it's like I grew up with psychotic, alcoholic, abusive, volatile, and I had anger issues in my 20s, and I was self-destructive, and it was like, whoa, heavy stuff. But I wanted to be whole. I wanted to love myself. I wanted to feel that. And I do. I love who I am. I trust myself. I believe in myself. And I want to be able to facilitate that for others, because to me, it's just such magic. And when you work with me, there's no judgment, because it's like, I probably have done whatever you've done as far as that goes, because
well, you probably have.
Yeah. So excellent.
All right, Julia. Listen, we're so happy to see you. Thank you for being a part of Humanity Unplugged, Unpinned.
So
You're ready. Everyone, we have new terminology because of you. And I have spiritual confidence for sure. So I love you dearly. I can't wait till the next time.
All right. Much love, Joan. Thanks again. And
All right.
thanks everybody on Humanity Unplugged for putting this event together. And I recommend everybody stick around and watch the next presenter.
Oh yeah, she's great too. Everyone is great. Like, and when we're in the moment, we're even more fantastic. All right. Love you, Julia.
Love
Take
you, Joan.
care.
Bye.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll see how long she stays right there. Oh God, I thought we were going to have Liane. Here is Apollo. Okay. Welcome, Apollo. I am so happy to see you. I'm going to introduce you in just a second. I thought I'd have a chance to little chit chat about the whole thing. That was a wonderful presentation. Thank you, Julia. All right. Well, guys, a few weeks ago, I guess it was the beginning of February. Honestly, it feels like another lifetime because time is moving so fast that 1 month is like another lifetime for me. But a month ago, I was at the Conscious Life Expo. And I love that expo. I get to introduce speakers. And I was on the mezzanine and I see this table and this red-haired woman. I thought that I was seeing Wonder Woman. I see this table that has the most incredible wands. And she herself was dressed in the most spiritually awakened outfit I have ever seen. And so authentic, you know, Apollo, a Wonder Woman, that I just had to invite her to be on this program. I think Omar had just mentioned it. And it was like, oh my God, yes, she's going to be my first guest. And that's how I felt when I saw you. But I want to tell our guests about you. So Apollo Asteria is an artist working in the entertainment industry in LA as a SAG-affiliated actress, a talk show host, and formerly the guitarist for the multi-award-winning 432 Hertz frequency band, The Siren. She is also the artist creative of Shaman Spears, which I hope she'll show us, uniquely handcrafted energy channeling devices she created, invented herself. Well, probably most likely she was downloaded that information. She's also the host of her own YouTube channel, Apollo's Odyssey, and is a reporter for UFO News Network, Third Phase of the Moon. So I think I remember who started that. That was John. What was his name? Wait.
Blake and Brent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. And besides being an artist of many forms, she is a speaker for conscious disclosure conferences after being a lifetime researcher of ufology, exopolitics, forbidden archaeology, esoteric knowledge, and metaphysics. She herself has been considered to be a pioneer in the human consciousness shift movement. We're really honored to have her, guys. After a lifetime of practice in quantum touch, Apollo is now certified on quantum touch levels 1 and 2, the Wonder Method, and has explored other modalities as well. So besides her studies in the paranormal, she's a political activist and part of the Free and Equal Elections Foundation. She's traveled the world visiting sacred locations, investigating forbidden archaeology and ancient sites, and she presents at many events around the world. So I'm really happy to connect you all with Apollo. Welcome, love.
Thanks so much for the introduction, Joan, and thanks for inviting me on today's event. You know, I've been tuning into some of the presentations here, and I just love the topic of Humanity Unplugged. You know, this, to me, the idea of the human consciousness shift that's happening right now on the planet is something that is of utmost importance to me. It's something that comes up in my shows a lot. I really have based my entire YouTube show around the idea of the human consciousness shift and waking people up to, you know, these ideas and exploring what possibilities we have to move forward as a human race. You know, I feel that kind of as we're closing out with the age of Pisces, a lot of our old systems have been breaking down and they don't work in the new energy that is taking place on the planet right now. And moving into the age of Aquarius, we're working with a new energy here. And this energy is, you know, completely different. These systems are not going to work in the same way as they used to. So, you know, my presentation I've been giving at conferences for a while now is called Solutions for Humanity. And it's really evolved so much over the years. I mean, I've probably been giving it for about 5 years now. And every conference I go to, every conference I do it at is completely different. And over the years, it's really evolved so much since what I, originally started with. And, I've realized a lot, in talking with people, getting feedback at a lot of these conferences. I'm always surprised to find out that a lot of people don't actually know a lot of the information that I will present. So my presentation, I go over everything from the importance of full disclosure to circular communities, vertical gardens. My presentation is normally very visual, and I can possibly pull up my PowerPoint on here. I'm not sure if you all would prefer to see my face or have the PowerPoint. I think maybe I will, since I'm doing this online right now, maybe I will speak some of it and then bring up my presentation a little later on when I want to get a little more visual for you all. And I can do that on my end here.
You're so beautiful, and your background is so beautiful. The colors, the more we can see you, I think the happier we are.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Yeah, so I love going through this with everyone and presenting this information. And as I was saying, I feel that there's two main topics that everything seems to revolve around when it comes to solutions for humanity. And really, I mean, there's really one something of most importance, and it always seems to go back to the importance of community. So every solution I've found over the years, everything I've kind of added into my work, which I'm actually working on a book for, and also a series for a network, which is an amazing project I'm really excited about. So basically, it always seems to go back to the importance of community. And I find this really interesting because it just so happens that moving into the age of Aquarius, the energy that we're going to be working with in the age of Aquarius is actually more of a matriarchal energy, which, the societies in the most recent ages were not necessarily a matriarchal energy. And we're moving back to that for the first time in a long time, which is going to be an amazing balance for the planet. And it's also going to be very community focused. And it's going to be about our own personal connections with the divine, which is so important right now. And, to me, it's just of utmost importance that, this shift takes place on the planet because, if we all, come together and the human race wakes up collectively, it's really going to change so many things in regards to we're going to have full disclosure. We have so many solutions available to us for the planet that aren't really being implemented right now. And so this is the main thing that my presentation has always been focused on is, I realize like there's so many solutions for humanity, but in the news today, all they seem to talk about in the media is all the problems. And we're never focused on the solutions. And as a friend of mine always said, there's no problems, there's always solutions. And I think that is really a great mentality to have about things. So with my presentation, I really like to focus on the solutions that are available to us. And really, there's so many. I always like to headline my, event, Solutions for Humanity, the future is brighter than you think. Because it really is. We have so many solutions for us available to us. And so the first thing I kind of get into in regards to solutions for humanity is the one thing that's really seems to be standing in our way, which, I'm sure you all are aware of, the issue of the globalist cabal. So, obviously there are these, people on the planet right now that are kind of in control of, basically keeping us in a prison planet mentality. And, this is something I'm actually delving very deeply into for the first episode of the series I'm working on right now. And it's really fascinating because, people always like to say, and, a lot of people that are more, focused on the political side of the human consciousness shift that's happening on the planet right now, they want to point fingers at these individuals who, are these elite individuals who are kind of basically keeping the foot on the neck of humanity, so to say. But I like to say, if like we just went in and jailed these individuals, more would just take their place, because this isn't a problem with, you know, these people, it's a problem with society that is causing this, and it's an addiction to power or greed. And this stems from, you know, a lack of a sense of a community, believe it or not. Greed psychologically stems from a lack of a sense of community. So, you know, this is something I'm really delving into for the first episode of my presentation right now. And I find it, the series I'm working on right now, and I find it really fascinating because when you really look into it, you know, this kind of goes into, can we become a more bartering type society? And I'm not talking about socialism. I'm not talking about, you know, capitalism. This is something completely different than all that. But it could come down to all of us coming together, having more community-minded society, being a more community-minded society, not just in our individuals' communities, but as humanity as a whole, you know. And I'm going to get into this later in regards to becoming a spacefaring civilization. I'm going to get more into this. But, you know, I feel that right now on the planet, you know, basically all these systems are breaking down, and we're going to see this happening more and more over the coming years. And, you know, I think moving to a system that is more based on maybe a bartering system or a gift exchange society, as we could call it, would be really interesting. And that would be just more focused on every person showing up and giving their own gifts to their communities. You know, and it's interesting because the presentation that I have worked on over all these years, you know, when I started giving it, it actually, the final time I gave it before the whole pandemic happened, you know, it was interesting because I realized, I'm like, this is actually a blueprint on how to rebuild society if everything really did fall apart. You know, and going back to the issue of the globalist cabal, as I was just talking about, is, you know, there's, you know, obviously there's these agendas that are taking place on the planet, and we can see that everywhere. You know, maybe there's this new world order agenda that is being played out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen. We have the power to step into our power and wake up collectively. And, you know, this all goes back to releasing the prison planet mentality and stepping into our power, or not stepping into our power, but, you know, release it, like getting into the power that has been there all along, because it's not like it was ever taken away from us. It's just that maybe at a certain point we stop realizing it. Or maybe you do realize it deep down, you do realize it. And, you know, that to me is what is most important right now on the planet. And, you know, I think that everyone, you know, we're coming to a point where we've almost hit that 100th monkey effect. If you don't know what that is, the 100th monkey, just look it up. It's a really interesting experiment that proves the human consciousness and how it works. You know, the collective consciousness. The collective consciousness is something that, you know, it's just always really fascinated me. And so, you know, going back to what I was saying about the issue of the globalist cabal, I think there's these certain individuals who incarnated on the planet to help us with this time that we're dealing with right now, to help us to evolve. Maybe they took on these positions to basically, so evolution, it does not happen without stress. So, you know, maybe these individuals incarnated to play these roles to help push us to awaken on the planet right now. I don't like to look at, you know, I try to transcend duality. I know that going into fifth dimensional reality or stepping into that reality is transcending duality. So, you know, this is something I work with within myself, and I think every individual should definitely be doing the best with working within themselves. And, you know, it's something I'm constantly working through. And I love the last presentation here, the last one that came on before me. I mean, working on your own issues as your inner child work, you know, it's so important. It really is. And, you know, when it comes to the evolution of everyone on the planet, the conscious evolution, you know, and fighting this, going in this battle between light and dark, it's about your own inner work. I think a lot of people don't realize that the work that they're doing in themselves is being reflected into the entire collective. And is really interesting. If you have this dualic nature in yourself where you're warring with these issues within yourself, that's going to be reflected physically, manifested physically on the planet. And it's interesting. It sounds kind of crazy to think about, but I really feel you can really see this happen. And a lot of the ancient sages and teachers have always said in different forms of saying this, that the work that you do within yourself is the most important work that you can do in regards to helping the entire collective or the entire planet. So, I always like to start off my presentation by saying that, if you're not doing what's right for you, you're not doing what's right for anyone else. I love saying that. Someone told me that a long time ago, and I really feel that we all came here, we all incarnated here with our own missions. And it's like when you wake up in the morning and you get this anxiety feeling, that a lot of people, I feel like these days, are dealing with a lot of anxiety, and anxiety is unused energy. I like to say that because I know so many people that are telling me they have anxiety and all this stuff. That means that you're not stepping into the energy of working on your mission. So when you have that feeling, if you wake up in the morning, you just need to go and act on what it is you're supposed to do. I always try to stay present in the present moment, always feeling out, what do I need to do? Where can I be of most service today on the planet? I think if everyone wakes up every day and thinks in that mindset, the collective is going to become so much more powerful. And with my presentation, I like to go into the ideas of circular communities, new ways of, not just the spiritual side of things, but also the physical side of things. What can we physically do on the planet? How can we come together and rebuild a planet that is better for the human race? So, moving past, I went over the bartering society, not necessarily a bartering society, but a gift exchange society, which, by the way, if you're interested in this topic, I highly recommend the book, Sacred Economy. And it really goes into the idea of a gift exchange society, how that works, and the power of the gifts. Which, I find it really interesting. If we were all able to come here with our own missions, well, obviously, which is what we're doing, if you focus on your mission, whatever your skills and special talents are, I mean, I think that we're all divine beings. We all came here for a purpose. And if you step into what your gift is, what your mission is on the planet, that's what the planet needs right now more than anything. It needs your own personal healing journey, and it needs the gifts that you have brought here to give to everyone. Oh, it's almost making me tear up right now. It really, it's so important right now that we're all doing what is right for us, because if we're not doing what's right for ourselves, we're not doing what's right for everyone else. So it's so important. I can't stress this enough, that coming here with your own mission, your own gift, and not ignoring it, but letting that call come to you, and accepting that call every day is just so important. It's interesting. It's like once you start really stepping into the power that you have in what your mission is, and you're living the right mission that you came here for, everything just seems to open up. And it's happened for me. It's like whenever I do something that's like service to the planet, service to humanity, what I am intuitively being told is what I need to be doing. Even if I think like, oh, how am I going to pay my rent if I'm like going out and going to all these conferences and speaking, or doing these important like rallies and things that I feel called to be at. It just seems like things will just open up, and I'll be given what I need to keep going. And I think that's what happens. It's like doing what you love, or doing what's right, and bringing your own gifts to the world, you're going to be taken care of in some way, shape, or form. And so getting into the next topic here, I like to really get into the idea of becoming a spacefaring civilization. And, there's a lot of mixed feelings, I feel like, from different people in regards to this. And usually I kind of get into this with obviously the importance of full disclosure. I speak at a lot of UFO type conferences, and I am a correspondent for Third Phase of Moon, this major UFO news network. I like to, with that, I'm usually presenting and going over the most recent like developments and disclosure on the physical government kind of level. But I think spiritually, like, disclosure is something that is extremely important in regards to the human consciousness shift and waking up the whole planet. And it seems that the government is going through kind of a soft disclosure program right now, where they're giving everyone as much as they think they can handle to like slowly wake people up. They're maybe having a harder time processing the idea of extraterrestrial life. But I think this is something that's going to develop a lot in the coming years, and I find this really exciting. But because, first of all, that means the release of free energy technologies, which is so important. There's so many technologies that these 3-letter programs have been working with that are years and years beyond where we're at right now with the regular, the average civilian has. The technology that we have, the technology they have is so far beyond that. And I think some of these technologies can be used to really better society in so many ways. And, unfortunately, like I said, a lot of it kind of goes back to the issue of the globalist cabal, like, what is being kept from us. And it's like, why can't we, why does disclosure, so, people always talk about like basically saying that disclosure needs to happen on like a government level. Like, people are waiting for the government to come out and be like, hey, we're working with these ET races, this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing. And I feel like, it's kind of immature for people to think that, to just be waiting for the government to give this to them. I think disclosure starts with all of us, and, and everyone accepting this belief and basically allowing everyone around them to also come into an understanding of what is taking place right now on the planet. And I think it also comes back to the human consciousness shift. As I was saying earlier, the faster some of us wake up, the faster the entire planet is going to wake up, because that wave is just going to grow and grow until everyone is, on a more awakened level of understanding. So, in regards to becoming a spacefaring civilization, I see a lot of mixed kind of reviews on this online. I see some people saying, oh, why are these billionaires spending so much money to go off planet when, they can use that money to feed the homeless here. But, actually going off planet and becoming a spacefaring civilization would actually give so many solutions for humanity and be a really amazing thing for humanity. There's a lot we can get into with that. First of all, going off planet, we could actually create space habitats in the atmosphere, which is something Jeff Bezos with Blue Origin is working on right now. And there's many different types of space habitats. I usually go through them in my presentation, show the designs of them all. But it's interesting because a lot of them were created by the concepts were actually created by sci-fi writers. And then NASA and these different space programs started realizing, hey, we can actually build this. So, I think that's really fascinating because, a lot of times, like, it's like the dreamers dream and the doers do kind of thing. It's like a lot of times these writers or artists will come up with these ideas, and then someone else will come along and bring them into reality. And I think that's really incredible to see. And so, there's all these different types of space habitat concepts. And it's interesting because I found out, I've been doing a lot of research on this, and a lot of these they've realized are actually possible to build, and they've been working on them. I know Jeff Bezos's project with Blue Origin is he's creating, I believe it's the toroidal, the Stanford Taurus, I believe it's called. Normally I go through the designs online, but basically it's like an orbital ring, and in the ring they have a self-contained climate in the ring that goes around the ship, and it has its own way of kind of balancing the gravitational field. It has its own environment in it. It has animals. Like basically it would be like a huge, like its own self-contained climate. So this would be interesting because this would be one way of releasing the pressure of the population on the planet. This would be one way of not having to deal with cataclysms on the planet. And I'm in no way, shape, or form saying that it's wrong to stay on Earth or live on Earth. I'm just saying this would be an amazing option if someone wanted to do this. There's actually they could actually have anti-gravity recreation areas in these space habitats, which would be really fun. You could have a whole section where you can play games in like anti-gravity. And what's also interesting is going off planet and mining asteroids would actually be a way of getting tons of rare earth minerals that could be used to power a lot of energy on the planet. So there's actually an asteroid that is very close to us that scientists have looked into, and the minerals on it that they scanned it with some sort of technology. They found out that the minerals on it are worth $10 quadrillion. That's enough for every person on Earth to have $1 billion. And I'm not saying, that money is so important. What I'm saying is that, there's these minerals that can be used that we're like resources that we're supposedly running out of on our planet right now could be mined from asteroids, and we can go off planet and do this. It's actually something, a lot of scientists have already, a lot of these different space programs have been looking into this, and it's very possible. They don't really have to go too far to get to them. And I have an engineer friend who has a book about this. My friend Brooks Agnew, he has a book called Asteroid Mining, which I highly recommend reading. And he actually realized apparently there's a mineral on some of these asteroids nearby. I forget exactly what it was called right now, but this mineral can be used for nuclear fission technology, which would be a very powerful energy source, which could also power the whole planet in a completely different way that would take us away from gas and oil. So, I think that's really amazing. And there's so many solutions in regards to becoming a spacefaring civilization. So once we start doing that, that's when we can start becoming a type 1, type 2, type 3 civilization, which is really interesting because, it starts from harvesting the power of our own planet. I believe it's type 1. Type 2 is harvesting the power of the sun, and type 3 civilization is being able to utilize the power of, or convert the power of like the cosmos and use it energetically. So, this is something that once humanity starts moving on and tapping into these concepts and actually using them, we'll be able to be so far beyond where we're at now. And I always like to say, it's interesting. I feel like a lot of people don't think about how much becoming a spacefaring civilization is going to change us consciously. It's going to be a major, major wake up call when, this technology starts being released just on our planet. So I've been looking at, there's these different blueprints that have been released on these ships that can go from New York to LA in 7 minutes. They've already released the concept designs for these ships, and they can do it, basically it'd be a spaceship that would go up in the atmosphere, then come right back down. Like up into space and come right back down. And it would take 7 minutes. A lot of people say like, oh, well, that technology, it's probably going to cost a lot of money. It's probably not energy efficient. It probably won't even make sense. It'll cost too much. But just think, when computers first started, a computer was like a huge warehouse, and now we can fit it right here in our pockets. So think about that. Technology evolves so quickly over time. Why can't these ships easily become energy efficient in the coming years? Why could it not? Maybe at some point it'll become available to where, like, if we start using this nuclear fission technology to power ships, or we understand these different types of energy, maybe being able to utilize the energy from the sun, or these different sources that are just make more sense and are much more efficient. Once we start doing that and using that to power these ships, and we start being able to go from New York to LA in 7 minutes, or from I know they already have a ship that goes from New York to London in 2 hours, the Concorde. I know United is actually working on a ship right now where they can do it in an hour. And that's going to be rolled out in the next few years, I believe. I've been seeing advertisements for that. So really interesting. And, I'm looking at the comments here. Heaven is Here said, we need free energy. Yes. And I feel that, I think there could be ways of figuring out how to power these ships where it would be powered by free energy. And once this happens, or once like the general, our general appliances and everything are powered by free energy, then we'll be able to really be truly, I think, free. Like, we won't really have to, it's like, if you're not working to pay for energy and it's free energy, that's going to really take a lot of pressure off society and allow people to step into their missions a little more. So I think that's really amazing. And so, becoming a spacefaring civilization, so I was going back to what I was saying before about the conscious development that this will cause on society. Imagine if you could go from LA to New York in 7 minutes. Imagine if you could get in a ship and go across the world, maybe go have a business meeting in Europe or Africa, go meet there for like lunch, and then go back home in time for dinner. We're going to be starting to look at the planet in a whole new way when this happens. It's going to be something that is completely beyond what everyone, can even fathom right now or comprehend. And, when that happens, we're going to see the human race in a much different way. And that's what I think is so amazing about this. Like, in the most recent centuries, we just started kind of understanding the cultures of everyone around the planet. But I think once we become a spacefaring civilization, that's going to move us from this mentality, the separation mentality, to understanding that we are all one collective human race, and looking at the whole planet as, basically one, human family. And I think that's going to be really interesting. I know a lot of astronauts that have gone off, right off planet, have noticed this and had this like major kind of awakening experience when they experienced this, which I think would be extremely profound. And I hope one day I can experience this. And I think when a lot of people start experiencing that, it's going to make us see the world and the collective human race in a much, much different way, which I think is going to be extremely fascinating. So, I'm really excited to see these developments in spacefaring technology. And I think it is important, as long as it's done in the right way and not the wrong way, as long as it's done for the right intentions. I think that this is actually going to be something that's going to be really amazing for the planet. And I'm someone that's all for, evolving spiritually, and, maybe like, I don't agree with AI as much, these different, I think evolving technologically in the wrong way isn't going to be right for us. But I think, evolving technologically and spiritually, learning to maybe utilize more free energy, natural sources, maybe say harvesting the energy, utilizing the energy of the sun for power, or also, so here's another solution for humanity that I think is really incredible. This solution is actually something that I started my entire presentation with, or it was like the original idea for my entire presentation. After I spent a 2-week research trip in Egypt, someone asked me to start giving presentations. And I was thinking about a presentation I could give, and I'm really inspired by Larry Dean Hunter. I don't know if any of you have heard of him, but Larry Dean Hunter has done amazing work in regards to the Great Pyramid. And in Egypt, he's an archaeologist there, and he's done a lot of really he's even been to Turkey, Mount Ararat, supposedly found the ark, the fossilized petrified wood ark on the top of Mount Ararat. And in Egypt, he's done a lot of work with the pyramids, and it's really incredible because he gets into the idea in his presentations about how the pyramids are not actually 4-sided, but they're 8-sided, and there's a slight indentation on each side of the pyramid. And the ratio of this indentation, so I'm sure a lot of you are probably aware of the solar panel fields outside Vegas. If you're driving from California to Vegas, you see these expansive solar panel fields in the middle of the desert. So apparently these panels kept exploding from the light from the sun. And so Larry Dean Hunter took the ratio of the sides of the Great Pyramid, the indentations on the side of the Great Pyramid, and gave it to these people that were these engineers that were in charge of the solar panel field. And he said, hey, try putting this indentation into the mirror, into the solar panels, and see what happens. So they did that, and they stopped exploding. So obviously the pyramids, they used to be sided in white limestone, and basically from his research, he's gathered that the Great Pyramid was used as like a giant power source, a giant solar panel way. And he always says, blink once, the light already went around the planet 8 times. So blink once, light went around the planet 8 times. That's how fast the speed of light is, and that's how powerful the speed of light is. And obviously if you fly over the pyramids, you see it looks like a circuit board. You see the larger ones, the smaller ones around it, and just think, and there's not just pyramids in Egypt, obviously there's pyramids on every continent all around the world. They have them. They've even been supposedly finding them in Antarctica most recently, but there's a pyramid in Alaska that's been found. There's pyramids that are kind of more buried in here in America because of the ancient cataclysms that were hit here. They're a little more buried here. But we have pyramids in South America, pyramids in Mexico. There's pyramids on every single continent in the planet. Pyramids in China. That's something that's usually very covered up. I know Sam, I can't ever pronounce his last name, but I know Sam, he's going to be presenting with the Bosnian pyramids at this event in a day or two, I believe. So, and his work is really incredible as well. But, just imagine, that's just one use of the pyramids, is it being used as basically a global power grid, energy grid around the planet. And I think at one point, all these pyramids all around the planet were on this sort of like energy grid, and this energy was used to, power these different civilizations at one point, and it was like free energy. So obviously the pyramids are also, it's kind of like a Tesla coil technology, really, when you look at it. Often they're pretty much every single time they're built over intersecting underground rivers. I believe most pyramids have at least 2 or 3 intersecting underground rivers, which creates an energy vortex. Usually it's right underneath them, and the energy kind of, comes up. And Sam's work is really amazing. I know, I forget which day he's presenting for this event, but he does work with the Bosnian pyramids. I believe the Bosnian pyramid had like 7 intersecting underground rivers or something. And, with his work, it's really interesting because he realized all the health, the health uses for the pyramids, which so basically he measured different people who would come in, they would have these different health ailments, and they would come into the pyramid, and their issues would level out, like if they had diabetes or issues with like blood pressure, or even like past injuries that had been affecting them. they would actually these problems would usually become resolved while they're in there. Maybe it would come back like 2 weeks after leaving, but it's interesting, these pyramids obviously had so many different uses. And I know with Larry Dean Hunter's work, he also, not only did he realize that they can be used as, power sources, but they can also be used to desalinate water. So he said the light, they could use the light and somehow run salinated water, like ocean water, through the light that is collected by these pyramids, and basically desalinate water. So that's something that's really incredible as well. And so, I think it would be really amazing. And I know this sounds like a really massive project, and it definitely would be, but I think it'd be really incredible if there was some sort of restoration project where humanity came together and attempted to restore these pyramids all over the planet back to their original use. I think if we were able to come together and actually maybe, side the pyramids with white limestone again, restore them, and it would be a huge operation. Obviously, it'd be a ton of work. But I think if we were able to do this, maybe, each country that had each continent that had a pyramid in it would be responsible for, like the population in the area would be responsible for working on the restoration process. But if we started doing this and restored them back to their original use, I think it would be so incredible. And, that would be a way of powering the entire planet. And, I'm really curious to know, what did happen in ancient times? When were they used? Are they much older than we think they are? I know there's a lot of evidence to show that, a lot of times when they try to do this carbon dating on these pyramids, a lot of times what they're testing in the carbon dating may have been when they were more recently restored. Like maybe they had a restoration process like 3,000 years ago. So people they test it and they're like, oh, this is 3,000 years old because, it's dated to this time, when really maybe that's when it was restored. And it's actually, much, much older than we actually think that it could be. So, it's really fascinating. Obviously, there's tons of pyramids in the Amazon jungle, all over South America, all over the entire planet. And I think it'd be really incredible if we had this sort of operation to attempt to, or try to at least restore the pyramids back to their original use. I think if we were able to do that, that would be an amazing free energy system for the whole planet. And it would be really cool to see, So like I said, I know it is quite the, that would be quite the adventure, and it would take a lot of time and resources. But once that's done, I'm sorry, just reading the comments here. Oh, so Sam presented last night. That's cool. Yeah. I always love seeing him present. He talks about the health side of everything. And in the presentation I've seen of him, he always got into, okay, so Heaven is here saying, he was saying something last night like, it's 50 times healthier in the pyramids than on a mountain alone in a pine forest. Yeah, so I think it's it has to do with something about intersecting underground rivers. They can kind of create this energy vortex, and having this pyramidal shape, it really affects your consciousness as well. So I think it's really amazing. Pyramids have so many different uses, and they're really incredible. And obviously these ancient people or aliens or whoever it was who built these, they didn't just build them for no reason. They're there for us to use. And I think we should really try our best to restore them. I think that would be really incredible if we were capable of doing that. And we are. So, that's another amazing solution for humanity. And like I said, everything in regards to solutions for humanity, it always goes back to the importance of community. So that would be another thing, the restoring the pyramids around the planet, that would be another community service project. And, getting into community service projects, this is something that, is really important to me, because for me, I actually went through something when I was younger where my little brother was born with a rare liver disease. I was in kindergarten when he was born, and when I was in second grade, he had a transplant where basically like he was on the waiting list for a liver for like a year, and no livers would come up because usually they went, for some reason there's this rule where they go straight to people who have alcohol problems before someone that's like born with one for some reason, or born with an issue with their liver. So they consider, my mom ended up having to give him part of her liver, which was actually new technology at the time. We weren't really sure, they weren't really sure if it was going to work. And unfortunately, the insurance took care of my brother's side of the surgery, but my mom's side of the surgery was basically considered like a cosmetic job, like a boob job or something. And it ended up, costing like $500,000 or something like that. Or so basically all the community, my community really came together to help us. We ran all these like different fundraisers and benefits, and it ended up being a really incredible inspirational thing. I actually, there was a lot of like journalists kind of coming to my house growing up, and I actually had the pleasure of speaking on different radio stations as a young kid promoting my brother's benefits. And it was really inspiring for me to see the community coming together to help my family. And I realized at a young age how important it is to give back to the community, and how communities can really come together to make miracles happen. Like my brother's disease, what he went through, no one had really lived from it before. And I think a lot of it also had to do with the congregation at my local church coming together and praying for him every Sunday. Everyone, the power of consciousness is so incredible, and the power of community can really work miracles. It really can. And community service is so important. If we all came together and took time out of our own lives to give back to our communities at least once a month, or maybe once a week, every week you go do something with like a soup kitchen in your community, or help out some friends in your life that need help, that are struggling. It's so important. And I really think it's amazing to see when communities come together to help each other out. And I think like I was saying earlier, moving into the age of Aquarius, it's going to be more about coming together, bring our energies together to create, and co-creation. That's where I'm looking for, co-creation. That's going to be a major topic in the coming years here in regards to how we're going to rebuild society in a way that is of the fullest potential, that makes it available for every human on the planet to live to their fullest potential. So, I think it's really so important. One group that I like to say, if you're in the LA area, which I'm sure a lot of you probably aren't, but if you're in the LA area, there's this one group called Disclosure Fest that I do a lot of work with, and they have these different initiatives where usually once a month they do all these different initiatives, and one of these would be Every Elder initiative, where they'll go to nursing homes and spend time with elderly people who haven't, had any visitors. That's something that's really important. I always enjoyed doing that growing up. Spending time with elderly people in nursing homes. Anyone can do that at any time. And, that's a really amazing way. It really brings so much happiness to these people that, maybe don't have many visitors. And then there's the Starseed Initiative, which is, basically helping kids in impoverished neighborhoods in the LA area, which is really incredible. They spend time with the children and, just try to give them a good positive experience, because a lot of these kids are from really bad, like broken homes and horrible situations. So giving them a good positive influence in their life is really important. Also, we have the Feed Our Souls Initiative, where we go down to Skid Row and places like that and pass out care packages, pass out food to the homeless. And, so there's like a lot of these different initiatives. And I'm just saying all this because even if you're not, in the LA area and you can't do this, there are so many, this is actually a really great example of setting up a community service project in your own neighborhood. And, like I said, it always comes back to the importance of community. Whatever you can do in your own community, that's like the first step to, if you want to make a powerful change on the planet, start in your own community. It's really so important. Also another initiative I missed was a tree planting initiative. They actually will go out and plant trees in different areas. That's another cool thing. Like, that's something anyone can do. You can go and plant a tree anywhere. And that's pretty cool. Like, the tree will grow and it'll be there for a long time. And, there's like so many of these kinds of initiatives that you can create in your own communities to give back. And I think that's something that, is definitely a lot of importance right now. But, hopefully there's these different systems. And, usually in my presentation, I like to go through these more visual concepts because, there's so many different ways of having communities that would be free energy societies or free energy communities where people wouldn't have to be homeless anymore. We wouldn't have these kind of problems anymore if we redid the way that we had communities. So one concept that I love getting into, and probably my favorite part of giving my presentations, is going back to circular communities. So it's interesting, at the beginning I mentioned the idea of, the age we're moving into now in the age of Aquarius is a more matriarchal energy. Having a circular community or a community-centered society would be actually really incredible and very much more matriistic minded. So I think that's really interesting. But, one concept I like to go through with this is it was actually created by the Venus Project, Jacques Fresco. I don't know if any of you have heard of that, but that's one that I love going through. And I don't necessarily agree with some aspects of it. Like, he says that it would have to be run by an AI power source so that, it could be built without, built without people necessarily having to work. But I don't really agree with that aspect of it. But just the designs of circular communities, if you go online, you can actually look into it. Actually, I want to pull it up here just so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. Okay. I can't share my screen. Okay. Well, so basically is with the Venus Project, there's circular communities.
Hold on. What did you want to share?
I just wanted to share like a circular community design. Just something I don't know if maybe you could look it up on your end.
Is it a website?
Yeah, maybe. Well, you can just look up the Venus Project circular community. Just Google images and pull something up. Circular community concept, the Venus Project, and it should be the one with the concentric rings, like some concept with concentric rings. Yeah, sorry, it's kind of hard to explain it without showing you exactly what it looks like. But so basically a circular community, with this concept, it could be built to where this whole society would be run completely off free energy. This is all 100, these designs are all 100% possible and doable. And basically it would start with a center area, and the center area would be like this kind of dome area, which would be, and these areas would be built first. So it'd be the center of the rings would be the kind of schooling area where they teach everyone, they start training people on how to build the community. And, maybe the center area is like, the education area, and it'll be like, maybe there's like areas in there where you can barter, or get books or music instruments, and you can just kind of barter them with people. So that would be the center of the ring. And then, there'll be these concentric rings kind of coming out where maybe there's kind of more apartment type buildings around these other rings. And in between all the rings, there's these, okay. So can you get one that's kind of more from above so that people can see the rings better? An image that's more from above. Okay, there we go. So right here, as you see, so basically these could be like little apartments right here, maybe like more housing areas. And if you don't want to live in an apartment type building, you can choose to live one that's way outside the rings. You don't have to live inside the rings. But, some people prefer to live in a more communal environment. So you can live in more of these apartment rings right here. And then there's these kind of parks and gardens that are integrated all throughout the design. And what's amazing about having a circular community is it's actually so much more energy efficient. If you go out to run errands, all you have to do is go out, go in a circle, and come right back to where you started, which is really amazing. And all the vehicles and technology they use for this is all run completely 100% off free energy. They have some really amazing even water communities here, and they even have like airports that show where people will come in, or the planes will come in and go around in a circle. So the infrastructure with this is really incredible. And so here's an idea of a housing design that would be outside of the concentric rings. But so the outer rings, if you could scroll up here back to the other area, could you please scroll up to the rings again? So outside the outer rings, some of these outside rings would have hydroponic grow areas, and parks and gardens are obviously all throughout it. So it's just kind of incorporated throughout the entire community, which I think is amazing because it's basically, it'd be like a city, but a city that is much more green and fresh, and here's the center here, as I was saying, that would be the sort of education center where people would be trained on, how to build and run this community. Maybe around, this center area could be areas where you can barter music instruments or books or whatever. And, like I said, in this kind of society, everyone, because everything's run off free energy, everyone would have the time to bring to the table exactly what is right for them, what they can give to the world, which I think is amazing. But, so the outside rings would be have hydroponic grow systems. And so every community could actually grow its own food. And, it could have these hydroponic grows where it's constantly growing its own food, whatever is best for that environment. And I think this is really amazing because, people say like, oh, well, how can we start having these kind of communities? How would that be possible? Well, that doesn't mean we have to start tearing down the cities we already have and rebuilding them. Like, if someone started making these communities, I'm sure people would leave the cities and want to move into these communities. So, I think that's kind of where it starts. And like I said, the plan is to build the kind of center of the ring, which would be the education center first, and then they move and start building the outside rings. There's also there's a lot of amazing concepts with it. They talk about like a trash compacting system that runs under the rings. So they have like everything very, from an engineering aspect, very well planned out. So I think that's really incredible. Another concept I like to get into in regards to infrastructure. So that was a circular community idea. And I love the idea of circular communities. I think it's much more energy efficient. I think it's really amazing. Like I said, I don't agree with everything with the Venus Project. I'm just saying the concept of a circular community design just makes a lot of sense. It doesn't mean they would have to be everywhere, but, I just think it's something that would really be so much better. And, it just makes more sense. Another thing I like to show often in my presentations, and I don't know if you can all pull this up on your end, would be a vertical garden. So if you can pull up maybe a vertical garden photo, just Google image it of a kind of like a green skyscraper. But a vertical garden is basically, instead of using up the land to have like fields of crops, which, I'm from Illinois originally. I grew up in Illinois. And it was just fields and fields of like corn for miles. And so imagine if you could take these fields of crops and just stack them up on top of each other. So that's what a vertical garden is. And what's amazing about vertical gardens is they can be run through with hydroponic grow systems. They're climate controlled, so anything can be grown in them. And not only do they have to be no, that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. I should have sent some things earlier. But yeah, so basically it's just like, every floor is like a garden and they're stacked up on top of each other. But what's really amazing is not only do they have to be only buildings that are used for vertical gardens, But, you know, these vertical gardens can be maybe more on the outside edges of the buildings and on the outsides of the buildings. And the insides of the buildings can be still utilized as like office spaces or apartment buildings or something. And the whole building would be just like this living green building that could basically, you know, have these hydroponic growth systems all around the building going all the way up. And basically, you know, they could have cafeterias in the building, whether it's like an apartment or a hospital or, you know, maybe like a school or something, where they can grow food, like fresh organic food on the outsides of the building. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, those are all the first two there, maybe. And yeah, third one there. So that, yeah, so this is basically what this right here, I think more the first two here are basically what a vertical garden building would look like. You know, they have a lot of really amazing concepts. Some have already been done. Oh, actually, can you go down a little? There's the second one to the, yeah, that one right. No, the second one to the right over here. That one, yes, if you can click on that. So this is kind of what I'm talking about with a building that can be utilized as an office space and as a, you know, a building that can grow its own food for everyone that lives in the building. So it would be really amazing because, like, you know, like I said, this can be climate controlled and it can be done with hydroponic methods to where, you know, they can circulate water through these gardens all day without even really necessarily having to water them. You know, they could have timers and, you know, lighting systems set up to where, you know, these plants are getting exactly what they need to grow perfectly. And this can be done on the outside of every building. Like right now, imagine, like I live in LA. Like imagine if like downtown LA, every skyscraper looked like this and was just surrounded by these like vertical gardens, or, you know, these gardens around the outsides of the buildings. If they did that with every building, they could actually grow their own food for the building, for whatever the building was being used for, and have a cafeteria in the building where they had fresh, organic, you know, vegan food that people could just go in and, you know, eat every day, which I think is really incredible. And, you know, it'd be free if the building was just growing it, you know, and that's one way we can get away from not necessarily having to, you know, having a more free energy society. Like, you know, that's one way of getting out of the prison planet mentality, moving into a free energy society, but also growing our own food. That is something that would really be amazing in regards to kind of stepping out of this prison planet mentality. If every building was made, hello.
I don't mean to. This is amazing, Apollo. I am so blown away by your images of a concrete future. Okay, like a concrete, beautiful new Earth that incorporates, you know, everything we're looking for in urban garden. So, but not just that. I got excited about these images of cleaning up the pyramids and actually based these circular societies around it, which I understand is the best way to run that electricity and free energy through the water. So I love what you've been doing. We have just 2 more minutes. So in the next 2 minutes, I want you to let people know how they can find you or engage with you, and give us 1 minute of those beautiful wands also.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
Okay, well, you know, so I don't know if I mentioned earlier, but, you know, I've been an artist in the entertainment industry for many years here. I haven't really been able to work lately because of the mandates, if you get what I'm saying. So the way I kind of really fund myself and keep myself going right now is my YouTube show, Apollo's Odyssey. I have guests weekly, usually at least once a week, but usually more lately. I have a lot of fun with it. I'll have people that are in this sort of UFO disclosure community, people, basically to me, like everything is under the umbrella of people that have information to share in regards to helping along the human consciousness shift in whatever way, whether it's, you know, something, a political opportunity, you know, maybe more political or spiritual, or in regards to disclosure. But also, you know, I have a company called Shaman Spears. I make my own spears for channeling energy, and they're not just art, they're actually technology. They're filled with copper coils, crystals, magnets and sand I collect from sacred places around the world down the insides because they're made out of bamboo, so the bamboo is hollow. Also, quartz I collect from Crystal Hill right next to Giant Rock and Joshua Tree, which happens to be on the same ley line as the intersection as the Pyramid of Giza and the 33rd ley line. So it's pretty interesting place. And so basically, you know, there's magnets all down the insides of these. So they actually really scientifically amplify energy like times 10. So definitely recommend checking these out. And again, that's on shamanspears.com. I call them shaman spears. They're all painted with crop circles that have been found around the world as well. I make some that are like smaller one size, and then they range all the way up to like huge staff size ones. People like to ask me what I do with these. You know, besides if you have any sort of energy channeling modalities you work with, I actually like going hiking with them. That's my favorite thing to do with them. You know, I just carry them with me when I'm hiking, and it just really feels so amazing. So, you know, again, those are on shamanspears.com. So if you check that out, follow my YouTube channel, Apollo's Odyssey, and I'm always speaking at different conferences. So I'd say if you want to follow what I'm doing, you want to know like where I'm going to be at next or whatever, just follow me on Facebook. I usually post what I'm doing on Facebook. That's like my main place where I share everything I'm doing.
Perfect.
So yeah.
All right, Apollo, first of all, you're gorgeous. I can't wait to have you on my show and be on your show. I love what you've shared with us. So does our audience. And guys, those wands are so powerful. They really center you into that. You become your own shamanic energy vibration through that. So check them out. Apollo, have a fantastic day. We will see you next time.
Thanks so much, Joan. It was great coming on here, and I would love to have you on my show soon. Thank you so much.
I can't wait. All right. Okay. Bye for now. All right, guys. Was that simply fantastic? How do you like my new background, by the way? Hi, Omar. I'm going to turn it over to you. That was awesome.
Hi, that was amazing. It really resonated with what Apollo was saying. Wow, what a great find. Thank you for adding her to this conference and free energy and growing food on your towers. Imagine how that would be. We would solve hunger problems like right now.
I know. I'm telling you, I felt like I was in the presence of Wonder Woman when I saw her. This, this high shamanic energy.
Yeah,
yes.
She's amazing. She is a Wonder Woman. That's totally amazing. So now we're going to do a stretch. I'm going to take over for Liane. She's busy for the next 7-8 minutes. So before I do that, guys, please visit joanofangels.com and get your free ebook and sign up for the newsletter, and as well sign up for the program that Dr. Joan has on her website. So that is joanofangels.com. And Dr. Joan, maybe you want to toss the web link in there, and I will quickly get ready to do a quick stretch. So let's listen to, let's get some music going here, and we'll listen to a little bit of rock. How about that? Okay, so I've never done a stretch before. Well, I've done them, but not like this. So let's put this to test here, guys. This is fun. Okay, so this is how I do it. Let me step back right here. Gonna need a bit of a space. So this is how I do it. I stand there and I'll go like this. Stretch your spine. Like that. Stretch outwards, reach, like that. Just go up, reach for the stars, reach for the starlight. Let's stretch our shoulders, go like this. Stretch. Oh, that's good. Go like this. The other side. Stretch. Oh yeah, that feels good. Swing our arms like this. Get that blood flowing like that. Squeeze down and see if you can touch your toes. Stretch. Stretch. Oh, that feels good. Like this. Stretch that back. Oh, yeah. Put one foot behind, guys. Another foot forward. Let's stretch our calf muscles and our thigh muscles. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, that feels great. That. The other side. The other side now. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. That feels nice. Stretch, push on that muscle to stretch it out. Oh, beautiful. That was great. This. Go like that. You have something that you can put your foot on, the chair. Lean forward like that. Give it a stretch. I've been sitting for a few hours now. Go like this. Stretch. Yeah. I feel it right here. Like this. To our neck. Like that. Don't break it. Just a little bit of pressure. Like that. Like that. Shake your head. Just allow the blood flowing to our brains, flowing to oxygen. We have a lot more to do. Stretch. Like this. Forward. Up. Like this. Neck, again, and touch your toes, just put your hand on your knees and kind of just calm down, stretch the back of our legs. Oh yeah, that was wonderful. I really enjoyed that. Now, that was a beautiful, beautiful stretch. We have a couple more minutes before we bring our next guest on, so I'm going to stop this and let's see if we can quickly do a little bit of conscious breathing and visualize light going out into the world. Let's go do some conscious breathing. Sit back, make sure your back is straight. In with the nose. Exhale. All right. Now just slowly breathe in from your nose. Hold a couple of seconds and exhale. As you breathe in, visualize the energy coming from our Mother Earth through your feet and right through your body. And when you exhale, send that energy out into the world so that we can create a new paradigm, so that we can create our new timeline that we're trying to shift to and we're trying to manifest. So in, hold, exhale. Visualize that energy, the light covering the entire planet. Visualize the dark side of the planet all of a sudden lit up and the light side of the planet just extra illuminated with all the energy and all the light that we're giving to the people of this world. So in, hold, exhale. Visualize the light, visualize the healing, Visualize the energy that you're sending out into the world for all those that need it, for all those people in Australia, for all the people in Europe, for all the people in America and South America, in Asia and Africa and Antarctica and all over the world. So visualize healing, visualize them being empowered by our energy, by our event that we're creating, this sacred space that we've created for ourselves and for the people around the world. Let's send them healing powers. Let's send them a red pill. Oh, I feel better. That was a nice stretch. Really enjoyed that, guys. Thank you very much for doing that with me. We are going to be bringing our next guest on, which is going to be Tamra Calder Richardson. And is Tamra in the house? It doesn't appear that I have Tamra in the house, so we will bring on Stone Hobbit. We'll get a download from Stone because I'm not really seeing Tamra in the house. So guys, give us a few minutes and I will, there's old Rob Yuck. So let's bring Robbie onto the screen. Hey, brother.
What's going on, man? Can you hear me? Am I up here? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I am
just ran right back through the
waiting.
door, bro. Got a little caught up, but I made it right under the weather.
Beautiful, brother. Just waiting for Tamra Calder Richardson to come in. She starts at 12:40.
Yep. She should be here shortly.
Okay, cool. So
hang on one second. Let me grab my phone. Maybe she messaged me or something. Hold on one second.
Okay, sure, no problem. So guys, while we're waiting, let me quickly share my screen with you guys to let you guys know who is coming up next and what the itinerary for the rest of the day will be. So here we go, share.
All right.
Here.
Sitting back down. Hang on 2 seconds.
Sure, brother. And let's bring it on right here. I'll shut my cam so you guys can actually see what's going on the screen. Okay, so we've got Tamra Calder Richardson coming up here next. And then after that, we have Geraldine Orozco coming up at 1:45 p.m. And then we have our favorite person in the world, Kathy Mason, coming up at 2:50 p.m. this afternoon. And that is going to be emceed by Kathy. So I'm sure Dr. Joan and Kathy are going to have a wonderful discussion there. And then afterwards at 4:05 p.m., we have Megan Mermaid. And then at 5:10 p.m., we have Geraldine Johns Putra. And then we will close the evening off with Valerie Borrow. So that's going to be a wonderful afternoon today and going to get an amazing, amazing download for us and everyone else as well. And there I am. And also, guys, please remember to visit Joan of Angels and get your free PDF book. So, I think Dr. Joan shared her website address up here. So I will toss that onto the screen. And here it is. Guys, visit Joan of Angels and get your free PDF book. And also sign up for the programs that Dr. Joan has. She has a lot of classes to offer, so I would take advantage of that. And it's going to be great for everyone. You know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So, Rob, do we have our next guest coming up, brother?
She's coming in now. She's on her way in right now. I don't know if she was waiting for my message, but she's coming into the studio as we speak.
It's all good, brother. We'll bring our sister from another
There we go.
mother
I'm
and
back.
father on. And Stone, how's it going, buddy? What do you think so far? Is there any thoughts?
Oh, loving it. Just totally loving it. Enjoyed Apollo talking about Apollo. Sorry, talking about the gardenings. Now, as you're aware, I love, I've got the green thumb. But it's developed over a period of time, getting to communicate with the different plants, know what the medicine plants are in my area, working out how much I ingest each day, so I know that I can grow 20 plants and go out and pick 1 or 2 leaves a day from each of these different plants, and that's all I need to survive on. Making sure that I'm having all the correct minerals and so forth. Now, I started up a couple of small community gardens back a couple of years ago, and it started off with just me making my garden, and then a friend made their garden, and then I got in touch with the neighbours around me who were doing their gardens, and we started sharing all our produce, so everybody got a bit, and then it came down to one place being the meeting house, and everybody bringing their surplus in, and we ended up making a soup kitchen because we had so much surplus, and we couldn't just give it away because it just wasn't, it wasn't, there wasn't the community to give it away. It was being taken without appreciation, So, and it was like, it was all donated. It wasn't, we weren't asking for anybody to come along and, oh, excuse me for a second.
I thought that was my alarm.
I'm still here.
I know.
No.
I'm like, who? What time is it? Did I miss something?
Like, is that my alarm?
Sorry, guys. So anyway, so from there, the soup kitchen, and that started off 1 day a week, and it grew to 2 days a week, and then there were other people bringing in other community stuff. So the community garden actually got a lot bigger, a lot faster. Then there was a location that was donated to us so that we could actually go and extend our community garden, a plot or a lot, or some people call them lots, some people call them plots, was donated to us, so that, and then it got segmented into little sections, so that everybody, you could come along and you could say, yes, I'm going to care for this particular space for X amount of months and grow your vegetables and just, enhance the neighborhood. And it was fantastic. People were teaching people how to preserve goods. And it came down to, you could have natural vegetables growing in your normal front garden instead of having flowers. Some flowers are medicinal, sure enough, but then there are just flowers that are aesthetic value. But you can get the same value from once you are aware of what the plant is and how it works for you, the goodness to actually ingest it. You can eat plants. I mean, at the moment, my favorite is growing kumara or sweet potato, because you can eat the leaves. They're so high in different vitamins. It's fantastic, and they grow up to 4 meters, or it's 4 meters long, each vine. You can grow them hydroponically. I mean, we did a lot of growing of plants in hydroponic. I was trying to find my vertical gardens because I started off collecting a whole lot of plastic bottles and cutting them up and putting holes in them, and then I just started layering them on top of each other and having about this much gap, and I just covered up the walls. Right now we're putting up some window shelves, so that they come out from the top of the windowsill and have boards going across, and we just layer our plants because, we're coming into winter here in New Zealand. But because we are turning over and becoming self-sufficient, we need to make sure that everything around us is a living garden. Everything. I mean, if I could show you my other room right now, you probably wouldn't believe there's no kitchen left.
We got our next guest in the house, so thank you very much, Stone, for sharing that. And I just want to give a quick life hack as well. When people grow radishes, don't pluck the radishes. Allow the radish to grow, and as it grows taller and taller and taller, it will grow. It will begin to flower, and once it flowers, it'll start giving you green beans that actually taste like radish. And those green beans, if you pick them properly, they'll just keep on growing. So
that's
there
great.
is a life hack. So I'm going to remove myself off this screen, and we'll
Fantastic.
let Rob take care
I'm going
of
to jump into
some
tomorrow's.
business here.
Yeah, take care of tomorrow's bio, and then I'm going to bring her up on the screen, and we'll get into it. So, Tamara Calder Richardson is an international evidential medium known as the Southern Bell Medium. She is a 6-time near-death and multiple spiritual transformative experiencer, including UFOs. She is known as a Christ channeler and ascended religious master like the Sai Baba. I can't pronounce that right. Saint Ignatius, Yoga Nada, and Mother Mary Amranyana. After the DNA activation in March 2020, she also channels Ashtar of the Galactic Federation, Cryon, and the Syrian Council. Tamara believes that her 6-time NDEs have enhanced her ability to see into hidden realms in deeper levels than most. To master her supernatural gifts, Tamara trained extensively for 8 years in the British style of evidential mediumship with international TV mediums and authors John Holland and UK's Tony Stockwell, and certified as an advanced psychic medium by international medium Lisa Williams. She is a mental, physical medium and trance medium offering evidential healing messages, and also does live stage medium shows before large audiences at city convention centers for Women's Expo. After that, we have Tamara is also an afterlife speaker and spiritual teacher. She has spoken at the IANDS and the Spiritual Awakenings International SAI conferences. She was the founder and president of IANDS Charlotte, ISGO founding members, and facilitator, and currently serves on the Spiritual Awakening International Advisory Board, sharing groups facilitator and marketing chair. Tamara taught at the Edgar Cayce Center 2018 Psychic Conference and a day of evidential mediumship to over 200 students and a medium demonstration. Tamara is directed by God and Christ for her mission here on earth. She is also an ordained minister and has devoted follower of Christ. She is writing her first book called Love from Heaven, My 6 Near-Death Experiences, the Gifts I Receive and the Wisdom I Learned. Plus, she is setting up an online wisdom school for the truth seekers and spiritual leaders called the Academy of Divine Wisdom. So without further ado, let me bring up Tamara. Hi, Tamara. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm sorry. I was like out of breath coming in, so I was stumbling over the words a little bit.
Oh my gosh. That was
wonderful.
an awesome introduction. Really, I mean, it's a lot, but thank you for that. That was very kind.
Of course. We've talked on the show, and I loved our conversation. We really clicked. So, what I wanted to do is I wanted to give you some time to just talk, and then once we get the ball rolling a little bit, I will come back in a little bit later, and we'll talk a little bit, and we'll get down to some nitty-gritty stuff. But for now, I'm going to relinquish the stage to you and have a presentation.
Okay, fantastic. Well, look, thank you and Omar for having me here, and I really appreciate being around other spiritual truth seekers and spiritual leaders, and I love everything that you're doing and that you're expanding consciousness and so forth. So today, and I think that you said in the bio and so forth about me, about the DNA activation. Yeah, the near-death. I've had multiple spiritually transformative experiences. And I say this to people listening, is that it can come in different forms. You don't have to have a near-death experience, although I've had 6, mainly from childhood. I won't necessarily get into that today unless somebody later on wants to ask me questions about that. But I've had many spiritual experiences, from angels to seeing demons, to seeing spirit people, to interacting with UFOs and seeing them and communicating with ET. So the way that my viewpoint in life has been one of wonder and magic. And this is quite an adventure, this journey. So we are all moving together collectively some kicking and screaming. I'm excited about this whole 5D Great Awakening, because this is the thing that I know best. I am, I am spiritual, and that's who I am. And this is who I've always been interested in, multiple topics and mysteries and ancient prophecies and all of this. So this is very exciting to me. But there are those out there that are really don't like change. We know some of those people, some people we're related to that are like that. And the change, it could be just fear of the unknown. And I want to talk about that. What is the cosmic coming of Christ? Now, one of the things that I just wanted to mention, I have this YouTube podcast. Got to have Rob on too. We're going to do some fun stuff together. But I started August 2020 because Jesus, I was out in my pool, and he's like, you need to do this. And he told me YouTube. He didn't say anything. I said, what about Rumble? He goes, no, YouTube. And I started this channel, and I have met incredible people just like you watching right now, and Rob, and then, Omar. That I've met these amazing people that are really trying to help with this shift. And I feel so blessed. And I have, different near-death experience topics and different things and this kind of thing. And then through this, I've gone through my own journey and so forth. So I think we're all trying to find our own creative outlet to be able to speak out to the world. So, and those of you that want to know about that, seeking having the near-death experience and other phenomena. Okay, so back to Christ. Part of the goal of my YouTube thing was to be able to, and I don't really tell people that, but I'm going to tell you guys this, is to be able to have the traditional Judeo-Christian people, trying to move them a little bit more over to be open-minded. Now, there are others that I've talked to that I've had on my show that are trying to get the people that are traumatized by like church, whatever, and trying to get them like, it's okay. Jesus is okay. He's cool. So, that's so when I speak today, even though I've had a traditional Christian, I'm a Christian minister too, there's nothing traditional about me. I am a full-on mystic. So with that, I also believe in grounded facts and evidence and research and all of that. But I also know there's another world that's beyond our science that is spiritual. And to me, that is the most important one of all, especially in the areas of manifesting. And together we're manifesting this new world. So the topic today, I will include both. So to help people, because there are different points, right? We're all at different points. Some people are over the hump. Some people are just kind of, questioning. Some people are freaking out because their value system, the world's a little bit rocked. So I'm going to give some messages of comfort today with the message, and that is the cosmic coming of Christ. And what does that really mean? So, any information I get is really, it's channeled to me, and I'm, I don't know if we'll have time I could go into a full channeling, but I get information constantly, but honestly, so do you. We just have to pay attention to that. And I always tell everybody to keep a journal. So when we talk about the cosmic coming of Christ, then there's certain things that we have to ask. First of all, what is cosmic? Cosmic, and I looked it up in Miriam, the Merriam-Webster dictionary, so I could be exact about it. It's relating to cosmos. Cosmic is relating to the cosmos, which would be the extraterrestrial vastness or the universe, in contrast to the earth alone. Okay, so, or the other definition, relating to or concerning with abstract spiritual metaphysical ideas such as cosmic wisdom, which is why I'm starting this another journey, this divine wisdom school. It's important that people have a place that they can grow as a community. And that's what we're creating here with Humanity Unplugged. So when we think about that cosmic, it's about the universe. It's about ETs. It's about metaphysical and spiritual things. So when we talk about Christ, when I'm speaking about him today, yeah, he's still the same one in the Bible, or, the Hebrew Bible. Okay, he's still that same one. I call him the love guru, but I saw him in 2 of my NDEs, and I also saw him in person. It was June 18, 2018. That's when I saw him, because I actually just had a picture of me the day that I saw him. I was going to a concert, what I had on. So I know that's exactly the date. And I saw him in person during the day. That was pretty cool. Didn't expect that. but he transcends that. Now, a lot of you star seeds listening, hello, star seeds, I'm one too. He is known as Yeshua, Jesus Christ, whatever, here on earth, but the star seeds know him as Sananda. It's one and the same. So I don't want to take away your Jesus, the version that you love. It's still all him, just like, you know, we're a mother, we're a father, we're a friend, we're a sister, we're a brother, we're many things, but he's so much more than that. So cosmic, he goes beyond time. And is he from other planets and so forth? You know, they say he's from Syria. I remember I've had lots of past life, like 300 hours of past lives. And, but the DNA, I was like, totally remember my mission. And I'm from, you know, work with the Syrian Council. I'm Syrian. So is Tesla. Now I talk to him all the time. And apparently Jesus and Mother Mary was. Doesn't really matter. Again, you can still keep in the same context. So when I talk about the coming of Christ, you know, when I know that being an evidential medium, we talk about spirit is multidimensional. So spirit can communicate to us with multiple meanings with one thing. So the coming of Christ can be exactly like we thought it might be, and I'll go through that, but it can be something else too. And I think it's what we're going through. So when we talk about cosmic, we went through that definition, and that's the vastness of the universe, the ET world, and spiritual matters and the metaphysical. And then Christ, I'm speaking about the one that was around and 4 BC through 30 AD, that one, you know, the Jesus of Nazareth one. Okay. So the coming of Christ. So the coming, a lot of people, and I have, you know, Christian friends, and I know you know what I'm saying, and I know you have friends like this, that they're talking about these horrible cataclysmic things that are going to happen, and floods and this and that. And of course, I'm not playing that down. And with things like, I guess, HARP, they could do that. But I personally have not seen any of that. And I do get prophecies and visions. I have not seen that. I think there are various I just want to tell everybody listening, there are various timelines for things. So that particular timeline could be something that may not occur in our lifetime, may never occur, or could be occurring in a different reality, because there's different overlapping realities. I don't want to get too complicated. So it's not set in stone. What I believe to be true, and what Jesus told me, is that we create with our mind, and when we speak forth our words. This is what he told me when I was in a coma 3 days when I was 5, in what we call heaven. It was really pretty. It looked like paradise. So everything, the colors was really beautiful. Everything was great. No worries, no decay. But he said that we create through what we think, and what we think we speak it, and we speak it into existence. So be mindful of your words. So I try to be positive. I try to be all those things, you know, kind, considerate. I mean, I'm still human, you know, but I try to be, you know, free with being communicative, but at the same time, you know, select. So because of that, we're manifesting this together. We can change the narrative of anything that's negative that's being said out there. And when we speak it, we have to, in this 3D reality, we have to have the actions going forward with it. We can't just say love and light. Look, I'm all about that. But love and light in this 3D world, we have to have action. And part of the action is like today with you know, your host that you have with Rob and Omar, and the wonderful guests they have with this is a spiritual blaze taking place, so that people are awakening at all different levels. And we, as one big soul family, really shouldn't be judging where they are, but try to gently help them if they so ask, or to gently help them in some way on their journey. So it is a consciousness movement. You hear about the 5D and consciousness moving forward. And that's what we're doing right now. We're moving consciousness forward, and we're doing it by our thoughts and our speaking, but it's more than that. It has to do with intention behind it. So our intention, it's going to be this way. And this is how I think of things. I'm not going to have anyone take my joy away. I don't care what happens. I'll deal with it. But you know what? I'm going to create a better world and a utopia. And I'm going to work with people like me to do that, because I refuse to go into submit to fear, when, what does God say? That we're of power, love, and sound mind, and that we have so much power within us as creators from the Creator, that we don't have to go into the narrative. And I think this is the part when I talk about the coming of Christ, I'm looking at it more of the Christ within, that love, that mindset of Christ within. Now, for the Christians watching, that's also, it's still the same thing. I'm just going to change the verbiage. If you go, oh, accept Christ and Christ within you, and you accept Christ and the Holy Spirit, and he dwells within you and helps you and guides you, fine, works. But that raising your consciousness, because Jesus definitely was 5D, that raising your consciousness to this level is, you are having that within you, and you can actually ask for assistance. He does love talking to people. I mean, I gotta be honest, he will talk your head off. He is very funny to me. He's very funny, and he's very direct. He's never told me wrong about anything. I don't always understand everything. He'll tell me things in part sometimes. So you can have a personal relationship with him. He's also connected to other religious famous people, okay? Because they've come through in readings. He'll say, I got someone. I'm like, and no other religions, I don't know. And then, but they're holy, right? They're all hanging out in the same type of area. They're at the same similar frequency. And that could be rabbis, that could be different kind of holy people or yogis or from the other side. And they've come through in readings. They've come through. I've had Middle Eastern things come through all the time, and they're over there. And plus, too, without confusing things about this cosmic coming of Christ, is that, you know, what did he do? Almost, was it 25, 27 years? I mean, I personally think he went to India. So I think that what we need to look at as we move forward with this, the people talk about the second coming. I don't know if it's second, third, or fourth. I mean, I've had so many NDEs. Then people talk about a rebirth. I've had a few. So we shouldn't get hung up on that. But what it is a consciousness expanding things. And the reason you see things in upheaval is because you're going against the system that's been in place for a long time. And when you try to buck it and go outside of that, creative people know this, free thinkers think this, the people that want it safe and just want it as is, no questions asked, they don't like that. But what is the system? I think it's false sense of security, and I think that it's about control and manipulation. And this is just about the world in general. And so that what we're doing as a soul family is that we are deciding to build a world that's based off of love and humanity. That's what's Humanity Unplugged. Humanity, what a concept, being kind. So I want to get into having that consciousness of Christ within. One of the first things that Jesus told me when I started my channel, Seeking Heaven, the Near-Death Experience, and Other Phenomena, he said, and he told me the name too. He did. He said, I want to talk to you about labels and judgment. And I went, me? Do I do that? He goes, well, I mean, yeah, sometimes, but that's not really what I'm talking about. I want to talk about you. So today I'm here to talk about you. It's about the individual ascending, because when you grow, your energy field changes, right? And then it affects other people and their energy field changes. And next thing you know, we're in agreement with something more positive than the narrative that's trying to be sold to us. So when he talks about labels, he gave me an example, and I'll give this to you and share this with you. You know the Russian dolls where they cradle in and you've got a doll and a doll and a doll and a doll. Okay. Somewhere in the doll, a teeny little doll, you know, it start really big, a teeny little doll is us, okay? But because we have labeled ourselves, for example, you're on this political party or that political party, you're this religion or no religion or a particular religion. You only was socialized with certain kinds of people. It goes on and on and on until finally we wind ourselves in this tiny little spot when in fact we're an eternal spiritual being that lives forever, that life goes on. And not only have we had, say, past life, honestly, I'm not sold their past. I've run a lot of past life, like I said, 300 something plus hours, but I'm not sold their past. It could be congruent. Jesus told me that there are only moments of seconds of time, which is good news to us because we have right now to do something. And what we are doing now, today, I'm talking about this conference, we are changing It's energy. See, when a thought changes, the energy changes, and there's a wave, there's a pulsating wave of energy that goes throughout. And what I have seen is, imagine Earth. There is this heavy, it looks like a black cloud, a fog all around it, right? And then it's just negative talk and a narrative to push people down so they don't think, so they will get out of the matrix. So by going past that and saying I am, the I am series, I have to tell you, with Saint Germain, don't do it when you're driving, because I've done it and I almost drove off the road. It will get you a little spiritually high. But that will really bring you back to who you are. We are because we are, and we are great because we are. We're creation. We can't be destroyed. We are part of creation. We are creation. So does that mean for you to get a big head? No, that is really not the point. The point is to remember who you are. Now, like with my activation means instant. Instantly, I remembered, oh my God, I'm a blue celestial seed. Help change humanity. Okay, great. It's an instant thing, but spiritual progress can be a slow thing. But have you noticed lately that things feel like they've really sped up, but at the same time slowed down? It's really strange. This is because this is what's going on. We have that black cloud around the earth. So when we go, I disagree with that. No, we're going to have a better world. I see a place full of art and music and love and helping one another, whatever it is. Then we transcend past that. And now we're into the golden grid, which is our spiritual communication system. And I think it started when this whole isolation began a couple years ago. And people were concerned about people all over the world because secretly we all know each other. We love each other. And it's just like family. Sometimes family gets on your nerves, but you still love them. So we started visiting each other in the Ethernet. I'm talking before the internet, but the spiritual golden grids. And we're still doing that. And we're doing a lot of us, come on, are doing this in our astral travel sleep time. And that's okay too. Some people wake up just exhausted. And being spiritually awake is quite a responsibility. It's spiritual maturity, because this whole process, I've even noticed with myself and stepping out and the things that I've done. I didn't think I've really gone that far, but then I've looked the past couple of years. I went, all the people that I know, the chances that I've taken, that I've trusted spirit. I trusted, we connect to God and through, or the divine, through our hearts, right? And I know God isn't male or female, but it's really hard to label what that is. We can call it divine, God, the creator. We connect through our hearts, our heart center. And if you ever talk to a Palladian, which now I know 3 or 4, they connect through their heart center. So do Syrians. And so do actually everybody should. And actually like when you do your chakras lined up through your heart center, because your heart never lies. And that's the first sign of waking up, is your heart, your emotions. So some of you watching may be in turmoil and you're confused. What's going on? You're having a spiritual awakening. That's what it is. And I've got like 15 signs. I did a show on this because so many people are like, what is going on? So this is good news. You're stepping out of the matrix. Where that scene, remember, with what is it? The one, whatever, Keanu Reeves. That's what's going on. So there's some, there's a little bit of chaos attached to that, but then there's an accelerated speed, and on one end with your spiritual progress, because now when you get rid of the labels are what's stopping us. Our own labels and our own dogma and our own things. And once we decide, well, what about if it's none of it? And you're open to anything. I'm literally open to anything. I mean, I figure with research and information, either it proves true or not true, but getting back to creating and manifesting, this is something that we're doing together. So when you hear about, and I want to give you just a little bit of things that I thought was really fascinating. So as I drink my Galactic Federation water, hold on. All right. So one of the things I thought was fascinating was scripture and about the cosmos. And this would be in the Bible, there talks about Pleiades, a cluster of stars. And when God spreadeth out the heavens and treadeth upon the waves of the sea, which maketh Arcturus, Orion, and Pleiades, and the chambers of the south. I mean, that's that's your ET family right there. Okay. So, there's days I wonder, are any of us really human? We're part of this large grand experiment to see if we could all get along. So far hadn't worked, but this is the time. This is like, your black belt test. This is the time. I had my black belt in Hapkido, and I got it later in life, and it was tough. Okay. It was about 8 years, but this is the time. This is the test. And the test is that you don't really pass or fail. It's just a matter, are you going to move forward and to with others their consciousness? So it's a beautiful thing, because you can feel such a love for humanity, the people out there, like with Rob and Omar, the ones that are on today. You can really, people do this. We don't get paid. We do this because we love each other and that we want something better. And like I said, I'm not going to have anyone put me in the fear and tell me how my future is going to be. I get to decide that. That's why I'm here. And another way to look at it, God didn't put us all here to fail. Oh no, he put us here there's no mistakes at this exact time for an exact reason. So wherever you are spiritually, it's all good. As the angels tell me, all is well, and all is well. So the constellation, the planets were here way before the Bible. And it even acknowledges that. I think it's like 5 different times in the Bible they talk about, I'll give you a couple. Amos 5:8, it is the Lord who created the stars. Pleiades and Orion turns darkness into morning and day and a night and draws upon the oceans, blah, blah, blah. Job 9:9 maketh Arcturus, Orion, Pleiades, and chambers of the south. I mean, there's lots of the Pleiades and Orion in the Bible, quite honestly. There was at least 5 I found. So when that right there should also open people's minds up that doesn't take away from God or the Christ that you might know or not know. It's just, our history is not our true galactic history has been hidden. And thank goodness for shows like on Gaia, where you can actually look into that and see what is the galactic history. So the coming of Christ, the way that would explain to Christians, and therefore would be that you're going to see him in the sky. Okay. And let me tell you what my interpretation, what I get on that he would be that Jesus is basically a man God. I mean, this is the traditional role. Okay. Now remember, we can have multiple things going on, or it could be different timelines. But just to kind of cover this, to show you where I'm going with this. So if Jesus is let's say a man God, okay, capable of having or 5D, okay, consciousness continue, then he wouldn't necessarily need his body to be able to spiritually interact with us, just like, with mediums, when the loved ones still go on, they prove to me all the time what they're doing over there, how the consciousness is transformed over there. I'm not sure, but it is. So another way to look at the Sananda ET version of Christ is that he's already here. He's told me, I'm amongst you. So he's already, and I did see him. So if I saw him and he's hanging out in downtown Charlotte, he looked really good. He had a modern outfit on. He did. I mean, he was really tan. I mean, really handsome. And it was him. And then he was gone. It was very quick. It was like 3 minutes though. That's a long time. 3 or 4 minutes. So, I mean, it was long enough. I mean, he was not see-through. Then he's been here because he's ascended, right? So, and he said, you can do anything that I can do, but he doesn't have to, right? He doesn't have to. Kind of like you can hug someone or kiss them to show you love them, or you can they just know it. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to, he doesn't have to have his body to be here. So he's working through people, and he tells me all the time, oh, I don't care if people know me or don't, or don't care. I love them anyway. So he's apparently very busy helping everybody. So many Indians like myself understand there is no death. There is a transference of your consciousness into another reality. However, we can still do that here. You can do that with your body. You can go places. And as long as you ground and protect, you can do these things, because I'm just a busybody. I can't sleep at night. I have to do something. I'm always trying to help people. So in various timelines, this cosmic Christ awareness and the relationship with the higher divine Christ is living within us, our capability to be like that, to emulate that. And for those that that talk, in the Bible, they talked about Christ's miracles, with healing the blind, leopards, leprosy. and as well as deliverances and all the things he did, including raising the dead. Resurrection is a pretty big, impressive thing. Raising the dead. He said you could do all these things and more. So he was ascended. So these are just a few of the things that show what a master who's ascended can do. And so I mean this with all due respect, but I do call him the love guru because he's always talking about love. But this love, this eternal goes beyond time, is something that we can learn from to help civilization and humanity move forward. And then also that love between us, because if you ask for that love, he just loves to do that. I've gotten so many people high on us, ask Christ to step forward, and it just, the love is just right there. But it's important for us to ascend. And one thing that we can learn from Christ's journey on earth is, in order for us to ascend, we have to let go of a few things in order to move on. It's like, for example, if you want to move into a new home, you might have to, and say you're downsizing, you may have to get rid of a few things to be able to fit into that new home. Maybe it's a nicer home, but it's smaller. So this is the new home spiritually would be to ascend, to get rid of any negative feelings. Could be negative feelings about yourself, about anything, quite honestly, about certain sectors of people, just anything. Because, you know, we have been all those things. We've been all races, all type. We've been everything. So poor, rich, depressed, happy. We've been all these things. So to let go of that, any anger, any regrets, shame, that's a big one. People need to let go of that. Really doesn't serve you. We're really not here that long. And other emotions that stick us in the past. We must be in the present now. Have you noticed things are really shifting and changing? Jesus tells me, he goes, don't trust in man, for they will lie. But he said, I will always tell you the truth. I'm your best friend. And he says, come to me and ask me. He's always been straight up. I don't always get an answer right away. Sometimes I do. But this is the kind of, this is available to all of us. And it is really not about religion. The other thing is that people that are very religious are afraid to put that, how do I say this? They're afraid to let go of their religion because they feel like they're being a heathen or a traitor or whatever. And I tell people, whatever you do in your spiritual journey, if you want to look at other religions, or honestly, for me, I'm just on Team God. I think religions are man-made, and if it helps people, that's great. But quite honestly, we've been a lot of different religions or no religion. Regardless of that, you're still a spiritual being, what you feel to be true or not. So we can have that direct cosmic communication with the divine and Christ. We don't need someone to interpret that. Just like if we just follow our heart center, that will also, everything will be revealed to us that we need. And sometimes we don't always like the answers, but it always works out in the end, because really the divine does have a better path for us than I could ever imagine. I mean, what an amazing journey I've been on so far. So when we talk about ascension and getting out of the past, this allows us to be in the present. When you're in the present, and what did Jesus say? That you only have moments and seconds of time. Then in that moment that you can create. So we're creating right now. We're creating. Just those of you that go, hey, I don't know, let me think about that. And I'm not one to say, look, I just say, this is what works for me. This is what I feel to be true. Do your own investigation. Follow your own heart. And if we all did that, we'd start connecting to the same divine source, and you would find you would get similar answers and similar things that would happen. But there's polarity in the 3D world, and it sucks. I don't know if you've experienced it. It's not pleasant, because then you've got riots, war. I'm right, you're wrong. And what about if there's something outside of that? Because we're spiritual beings, and this is truly living that spiritual life. So this is where I'm going with this. So getting rid of these unwanted feelings, and then go into a state of gratitude and love. But you have to do it for yourself first, and you need to believe it. And so that means self-care. I mean, I'm still working on that, self-care, but it comes with yourself, and then it comes to your significant other. And then if you have any kids or your family, whatever that, families are so diverse these days, whatever that is, your family unit, and then the community, and then globally, and then the world, and quite honestly, the galaxy, the universe. I mean, since when you expand it, you might be surprised to start getting some higher level ETs talking to you, because they are watching and listening and they are being supportive, but they don't interject just like the angels unless you ask for intervention and force. And intervention is usually not them, showing up at your door, but it's usually will show up in the form of dreams or symbols. It will show up in a way to help you or get the answers that you need to keep going forward on your journey. So we're all pushing, even the ones that want to go forward. It's still a push, right? To kind of, because we're still living in this world and we still know people that are that way. And there are those that are around me that I love, but I can't change them and they're not really interested. So I just send them love and I just let them be. But that doesn't have any effect on my journey and my path, and nor should it be on yours. You can still send people love, even if you disagree, and go on with things and get on with the life that you're here to do. So, so we talked about being in that state of gratitude and love. How I do that is just, you can do it. Music is great. Any kind of music that just kind of zens you out. And all our rescues, we've zenned out dogs. It's true. They're like anxiety ridden. We'll put on some Zen music, and after a while, they're just like, zenned out. I get into a state of appreciation that way. I enjoy just sometimes music without words, so I can just be in my own presence, and it has to be a certain vibration. So that will help you get into it. Nature, definitely. And then also love, but just recognizing it and recognizing that you are love. And I think that one of the things that Jesus told me, he said, this is about a year ago, he said, be the love you were created to be. It sounds easy, but if you really think about it, it's big. It's very big. And that means, look, I'm not there yet, but that would mean love everybody, even, criminals, serial killers, everybody. So, obviously they're tormented, but the love would transcend. Now, that doesn't mean that, again, the love and light, I'm all about that, but we still have to put action in this world to make that happen, to make it a better place. Now, let's talk about going back to the coming of Christ. So many, let me just see what in the traditional form, what people say, in the cosmic form, what I think is occurring. I'm not saying they both can't happen. I'm not here to naysay anyone, but just to have a different perspective on how to look at this and what we're really going through. And it seems, difficult at times, but it's a very positive thing. So we're in a spiritual battle right now. And okay, cool. He's just telling me. Okay, good. So we're, I was just checking on the time here. Okay, Rob, I see we've got, okay. So, all right, 20 minutes heads. Okay, so all right, fine. Just let me know in the chat how much more time that we have, and I'll wrap up this little bit. I want to do question and answer too, and get into that. If we have time, we can even channel. So, all right. So we're now, some of you probably know this, but we're in a spiritual battle. What does the Bible say? Spiritual battle in Ephesians of principalities and high places. We are. And again, there are some people that do not want to change the way things have been, which is not as bullying. It's not really a win-win for everybody. So, it's not good control, right? And then there are people that have certain intentions, certain higher level people in the world. And so, we can be victors and not be pawns, but to be forward thinking and spiritually mature. And that's what we're doing. We're putting on our big girl spiritual panties and moving forward. So the spiritual battle, because it's a battle, you're gonna have good days, you're gonna have bad days, because we live in this world. But there are those that wanting to control and dominate us versus having humanity, this loving and helping each other, just as though Christ spoke about. So I just love this. So I do want to mention this. So, for example, okay, so Thessalonians 5:1-3, those traditional Christians, I'm just going to hit that. And it talks about the Lord will come in a thief in the night, and peace and safety, destruction. And it says labor pains upon a woman with a child they won't escape. So the thing is that what I feel in that, not the earthquakes and all of this, Charlton Heston kind of, stuff. I feel like that this change of this, I call it a love revolution. It's going to happen anyway. And that people that are determined for violence and this type of thing, I'm not talking about if you're ever forced, God forbid, to protect your home, but I'm just talking about people that really enjoy that. They may not like this. And so he talks about in here labor pains. And I think that's what we're going through now. And so it does talk about traditionally that look into the sky, the same Jesus has been taking you from heaven, and you'll see, and he'll come back in the same way. So when you think about Jesus will come back the same way, he's taking people to heaven. Well, they didn't have words for back then. I mean, that could be spiritual, right? I mean, that could be spiritual. And I did ask Jesus, I said, am I supposed to move anywhere? I mean, like, what's going on? Because I really like where I am. And I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, but I really like where I am. And he said, if you do, I'll come visit you, because I know that, my husband, he's connected to the trees here. And so he's not going anywhere. He's deeply rooted. And he said, I will come visit. I said, what do you mean visit? Like in a dream? He goes, no, visit. So I'm like, cool. So my husband said, well, if he shows up, hey, I'll do whatever. But he said, I'd have to visit a lot of people like that. He knows that he understands human nature. People are very grounded. So I don't think that's really what is expected. But I love what he says here. Let's see. I wanted this one thing here. Oh, here's the other thing. And I guess I should cover this too, about that he's going to raise the dead. Well, what is the definition also of a dead? The dead do you not see people spiritually dead? I mean, that could be another way too. So does that mean all the other traditional things could happen at some point on a different time? Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's a different way to look at different things that are going on. And so I love what he says here. So the realm of spirit has multiple meanings. I'm going to look for the thing and I'm going to come back to that. It could be literal, but it could also be spiritual in meaning. And of course, these things can have multiple meanings. And it is the end of an age. What is the age of Aquarius? It is the end of as we know things, and we know this. But that doesn't mean that we're going to have, this big cataclysmic, meteorite headed straight. Or, I mean, it doesn't have to mean that. I'm just honestly not getting that. I think it's the end of how we know things, and it's the energetic battlefield that's going on spiritually. So the choice lies within each of us, and whether we have the spiritual maturity to push ourselves to a higher self, and especially saying that, no, I don't comply to the old lies and control, and that encourage others, that to be themselves, to think for themselves, and to create a better world, and to really reflect upon that if we are, what is be the love we're created to be, what would that really mean within each of us? And then together, using the essence of Christ, the cosmic coming of Christ is the Christ within all of us. And so, yeah, it can mean spaceships too. Okay, again, there's definitely an ET connection with Orion, Pleiades. I'm looking in the chat and all of that for sure. Okay. And my Palladian and ET friends and so forth, they call Christ Sananda. I mean, he's pretty high up there. He works with Melchizedek and then others was our channel, Melchizedek and Chiron and other. It was crazy this past year. But yeah, so this is something that we're doing together. And a couple things I want to leave you with is I love this. This is really pretty. It's just beautiful. John 13:34 through 35. And this is the only thing really Jesus commands us, is that you love one another. And it says, just as I have loved you, you are also here to love one another. And by this, all people will know that you are my disciples. I told you he's a love guru. If you just love for one another, and that's where we are. So it's not easy, but that's what I think the cosmic coming of Christ is the Christ within us. We are the Calvary. We're the Calvary. So thank you all for having me. I think what Rob and Omar is doing is incredible, and they are just starting.
Thank you, Tamara. Whenever you start going into what you talk about in your channeled messages, I just love to sit back and absorb it, because a lot of people when we look at this dichotomy between spirituality and somewhat of a religious principle, there seems to be this disconnect. This disconnect in a way that people feel like, you know, if they're following, let's say, a proposed religion, then they're not truly exploring their spirituality, where you show that that's not actually the case. And there is a difference between church and faith, is,
Yeah.
I guess, a better way to put it.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is, someone's asking about the golden grids. That is an etheric thing. You cannot see grid lines, but that is something that has been channeled to me by Chiron, and we're spirit. Okay, we just happen to have a body right now, but in between states, we're purely spirit, and this is how we communicate. But we have forgotten, and again, we're back to the literal 3D world. Honestly, this is everybody, including myself. If we don't get past this 3D stuff, yes, we have to live here, and that makes it difficult. We still have to be a part of this world and eat and all that. We got these bodies. But if we don't get past the literal and actually go to our heart center and go to us as spiritual being and respect one another as spiritual beings, we're not going to make it. And I don't mean it individually. I mean here. I mean, because we have to transcend that. I mean, there is a possibility that this could go really south. So we don't want that to happen. I mean, I'm not going to go there, but you know what I'm saying? We have to be better than we've been. We have to go outside of that. We have to get to the whole reason what really matters, which is relationships and love and not things and greed and stuff. Yeah, we still have to pay for our bills and all that, but this is something higher. And I think that what I keep seeing is this disconnect, Rob, like you were saying, it's difficult. You've got traditional religions, and then you've got people that weren't, it's not really different. It's just a different way of saying it. But there's some people, if you don't use a certain vocabulary, they're not going to listen to you.
This is also one of the things that for a long time I juggled with, and that's why I brought it up, because I always try and bring it back to my experience to kind of purport that for people to understand that it's not just a black and white, now you're awakened kind of thing, right? And I was raised Roman Catholic, and a lot of what was happening at the time within the Roman Catholic Church I did not agree with. But then I went back and I looked at the religious texts and the Bible, and I looked at it from a perspective of, if somebody around that time period was trying to explain what that connection to source or consciousness is through meditation and prayer, of course, prayer and meditation are very similar, how would they explain it? And then I get to the different stories of the Bible where there's premonition, and we do all that now, and we talk about it differently, but yet it was just them trying to explain their side of it. And I find that a tremendous connection there.
It doesn't have to be at odds. This is the whole thing. We need to make sure that we understand one another. And Jesus gave me the example. He loves flowers. He gave me the example. He said, if I gave you a bouquet of daisies, would that not be boring? But what about if they had African violets in it, and hot pink Gerber daisies and irises and all these different colors of flowers? Would it not be more interesting? And he said, that's how I see each of you. He said, you're basically all in this arrangement, this bouquet, but you're all uniquely different and express yourself differently. And he said he takes joy in that. And so at what point did we feel like that it was wrong to have a different opinion? I'm not talking about, oh, I like killing people. I don't. I'm just talking about just things. I mean, that we really need to get past this because we're here together. And I think that's the whole point. People have become so secularized, that's a word, that they've forgotten that we really are in this together. We really are family.
It's so true. It's so true. And now I'm just going to switch it up a little bit, because I think this is also a fascinating side of what you do, is you've actually channeled or spoken to Tesla and Einstein, which is somewhat sort of different than you would think, going from Christ to science, right? And going back and forth. It's kind of like this like usually they're at ends with each other, but you were able to actually tackle both sides of it with a straight face and say, you know what, I got you. Let's do this. And I want, go into that a little bit because I think it's really, really amazing.
That's funny. It's so last time we had a conversation, I actually was like, wow, these were really good questions. It made me think about things. It's true. I guess how I can bridge that gap, that's what it is that as far as my religion, my mom and my dad was an atheist, my stepdad. My mom didn't really talk about it. We weren't allowed to talk about God and things. My grandmother was very spiritual, but during the time, she had the Presbyterian church. She was very involved with that and helping poor people and stuff. But and feeding people. She fed people all the time. She would feed people down the street. She would literally feed people. She would go, my granddaddy would say, quick, go in the air. There are a bunch of bums. They could attack you. Oh, they're just hungry. So, but she was very spiritual. She did tell me about Christ, but it didn't really have a lot of dogma that came with that. And then when I had my NDEs, I saw him at 4 and 5, and he talked to me, and I recognized him. But then when I spent 3 days with him, I got to know him really well. And he talked about manifestation, and he talked about why I'm here. And it was harder, than I thought, because I had some sexual abuse. And I had to go back and love those people. I know people like,
right.
I would never do that. And you're like, we're talking about, this didn't happen overnight. Okay. But
Right.
this is like when you see them as broken and pitiful, and I'm okay, and that I'm a child of the Most High, I'll be okay. We live forever. It's not like we really get hurt. It did teach me compassion for others. But it also, the best way you can, I think, teach people or even yourself is by example. So you just get on with it. But I don't think I had that dogma and those strings. But by knowing him as a person, honestly, I hate to say, because it sounds so ridiculous, but a lot of my current spiritual awakenings are accidents. The whole DNA thing, I didn't even know what that was. I had no clue. Look, I've watched UFO things here and there through my life. Oh, it was interesting. It had nothing to do with me. But yeah, March 2020, I was getting a healing. I didn't know I was getting a DNA activation. It was an accident. And then
caught you by surprise. What a big surprise, huh? You're like, what the hell is happening right now? That had to be something crazy.
It was crazy. And I'm going, I'm a Blue Syrian. I did the second one and I glowed. Literally. That was cool. And I did the third one. I glowed. I glowed like inside out, like glowed. Like,
right. I remember you told me that and you were just like, what the frig is going on right now?
I'm like, is it just me or am I glowing? Yeah. And I'm like, wow, this is really cool. And so, yeah, and I've seen things, I've, here's the thing. I have done past life where I've seen Arcturian and different stuff, but that meant nothing to me. But the activation turned me on. I started drawing these light codes and all of that. And now I've had different guests on my thing, and I was telling someone, Preston didn't, you should have him on. He's a really nice guy, but he's written like 27 books on UFOs and different things. And I was telling him about Astra and all my things. He started laughing and he goes, those aren't dreams. I was like, oh God. So it's remembering. And I think that we can remember on different levels, like layers of an onion, and peel it back. But the Tesla thing and Einstein, because I know you interviewed Mark Ferrantino.
Yes, I did. We did unified field theory and Einstein's advanced super relativity.
And that was cool because I didn't know that. I was like, Mark. So Mark became a client like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And it was a random thing because he wanted to know if he got bit by a bat or something. I wish something crazy. Again, another accident. And I would like to sound like, better than it is, but it's been an accident. But of course we know there's no accidents, but that's how it has come across.
There's no such thing as coincidence though. So, it may be divine intervention that brought that to be.
A bat, really? He accidentally got me. He was supposed to get someone else. And anyhow, we ended up doing the reading, and then Einstein came through. And then every time I talk to Mark now, guess who comes through? Einstein. But now Tesla's coming through my dreams and giving me all these inventions and stuff that he wants to help humanity, and how it will get rid of any kind of this light at vibrational certain frequencies and angles will get rid of every back parasite or any kind of, it will cleanse the blood. And he wants this, it's a certain light frequency. And I don't think he means like a one-on-one deal. I think he wants to, like, you know,
mass production.
Anti-gravity it or something. Yeah.
What is it? A UV, so it just spreads the globe. Now, here's another thing I'm going to say to you too, and I'm going to give you a new nickname. It's called Tamara the Taboo Breaker, and I'm going to tell you why. Hear it out. Hear it out. Because when you, this is what a lot of people, especially myself, and I'm seeing it in the chat as we're going through this. When we're raised under the guise of one of these religions, then we find our awakening and move into these rooms where, when sometimes you look at those specific texts that were written by man and you say, that's not really showing a love and light kind of process or a love process. And you tend to separate your way from those religions. But you came in today and showed that it was okay to stand in your resolve to be among that religious faith while still going about it in a spiritual way. So you broke the taboo that, you know, if you are a part of one of these religions, you're not really in a spiritual community. And that's why I gave you that name.
You know what? That is actually the sweetest thing that anyone said to me in a long time. That is really sweet. And if that, look, I am a little bit of a pain in the ass and a rebel, but I don't mean to be, but look, you know, I'm one of those people, if the emperor's naked, I'm going to say it. You know, he has no clothes.
Of course.
And so people are like, oh, of course he does. I'm like, no, he doesn't. So I tell people, if you have a loving relationship, say with Christ, you know, it is like one of the most popular, you know, even other even other, you know, Muslims acknowledge him on different levels. Okay. You know, at the very least, you know, he's the love guru. Some people say ascended master. I don't want to get into what you think he is to you, but you don't have to get rid of him. Just take him on your journey. I tell people, take him. He'll let you know. I mean, if you get into something too weird, he'll let you know, because you'll start going, like, I don't know, this thing isn't for me. So if you are Roman Catholic or what have you, it doesn't matter. You don't have to, if that part of you is good. I will say this, that I have found with people, even as they go on their spiritual journey, and sometimes some people, gosh, I'm really breaking these barriers today. Sometimes you have to put, and I don't mean this disrespectfully to anyone listening, you have to put your upbringing, whatever that is, and your religion temporarily. You wish it well, you put it in a little box, put a bow on it, wish it love, and just put it on ice. Okay, that doesn't mean you go act crazy ass. It's just that you just put it on ice and go, okay, all right, let me just observe and look and research and give yourself permission to know that, you know, the world's not going to fall apart. But what I find is most people, doesn't matter, you know, if they're you know, Hindu or what, doesn't matter. They usually go back to their religion, or they'll integrate a little bit of others. And it's all okay. If they're just various means to get you closer to God. You don't really have to have them, but it makes people feel good. And the other thing is, because we are in a 3D reality. I know we both ghost hunt. Yeah. I stopped doing that. I did that years ago. I did it for a couple of years because I was like, at the you know, the puppy rescue, I wanted to like free all the people that goes, well, it's not good for business. I'm like, yeah, come on. Yeah, I know you were raped and murdered a while, but it's okay. You look, I send you love. Come on, here's some angels. Come on, let's go. You know, so I didn't really enjoy that, but I did realize, oh wow, you know, there are darker things. I'm talking about so much the ghosties, but you know, darker demonic type things. And I will tell you, whatever religion that you abide by helps. I gotta say, it helps, because they don't cross that line when you stand in your power with that. So it can be helpful in that way. And it can also be a quick way to get divinity to ask for that additional holy support. So but I don't think we should limit ourselves. We've been told enough what we can and can't do. I mean, it's really time for us to look, we need to trust ourselves. If we're going to look at things and we go, you know, we're going to make the right decisions. I mean, what about probably most people watching, growing up, didn't you have some rowdy friends that you eventually figured out they're no good for you? You got to dump.
I
Right?
agree. I
You did
agree.
it. You didn't ruin your life. I mean,
No.
what I'm saying, you're not going to get in that much trouble. Unless you decide to join some kind of cult and start doing blood rituals. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I was that rowdy friend that was headbutting trains and getting, being a dummy and all that. But, and it's so true, you are the standing representation of that synergy. And that's why another reason why I wanted to tell you that, because I truly believe in the Roman Catholic God. Do I practice the faith? No. Do I meditate more than I pray? Probably. But there's no wrong answer to that, right? And that's what I wanted to show people, is that there's this ability to have your toes dipped in both waters and still come out on the other side more empowered than you would have been without either one or the other. By just dismissing it.
And it made me think what you were saying. We've got, there is an ability that no one talks about. We can step outside ourselves and look at things from a viewpoint, from a different perspective. A technique, you can aliens from space. You can pretend you're an alien from space and you're looking at maybe yourself, and your partner have an argument, or where you can look at it like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. That's a waste of time. But we have this ability where we can look at different people's viewpoint. And a lot of times when people are very right about something, and it's either religion or politics or family or sexual, so I don't know what it is. It's always something. Vacation spots. I don't know. It just never ends. That from their viewpoint, they're coming up with the right assessment from their viewpoint. That's why we have to get outside of our viewpoint, not to really to something else, to a divine viewpoint, so we can expand our consciousness. Because once we do, for a while there, you may feel like you're, walking the plank. You're just kind of there. So
Right.
sharp, but you're fine. The universe that has your back. God is not going to let you down. Whether you're an atheist, a Jesus loving, whatever, a Muslim, whatever, God loves all of us. And we all come from the same place. So this division is false. And those that judge, guess what? They get to be judged. And
Yeah.
who judges them? They judge themselves. Because think about it. If you're standing in the presence of the divine and there's love, and you see your whole life, a life review in 3D like an IMAX, you don't just feel it from your perspective. You feel it when you judge that person and how it made them feel. And I could tell you, when I started a couple years in this online whole journey and the YouTube thing, I had no idea. I just did it to be of service. I didn't know it would really affect and change me. I didn't know, but that's hard-headedness or whatever, naive. But I've had a few people I've wanted on my show that will not come on because they go, I'm a medium, I'm a whatever, a heathen, dealing with, I'm working with Beelzebub. And the thing is, a person can't help naturally playing a guitar. They just do. I don't know why. I can't
Right.
help that I see spirit people. I can't help it. I told them to go away for a long time. But they're very nice. My people are very nice. But so that's a lack of understanding. But this accusation and this it's fear based.
Absolutely.
It doesn't help them, and it doesn't help us. It doesn't help us as a world moving forward, because it's just putting us behind, and it's actually it's a mental prison.
I bet you we could do a whole show on religious stigmas in the sense of hindering people from really using their full potentiality and exploring their internal while projecting the external. And that happens all the time. And that's also because there are some areas within certain religions that become indoctrinating, just like the media or just like being a part of that political party. All of that, it all calls to that same spot in your brain that wants you to be a part of, or that makes you feel that endorphin release that gives you that I guess that moral high ground as you feel some of the time. So, it's wild. It's a wild thing. But we could probably do a whole series on it. Never mind show. We
It's
could do a whole series
hurtful.
on it.
it's really hurtful. And the thing is, people go, oh, the Christians. And then the Christians go, oh, you heathen New Agers. And I'm like, okay, this is getting silly. This is getting really silly because, maybe we're saying the same things, we use a different vocabulary, and maybe we're not. And I think what people underneath it are saying, don't take away what I know to be true. The world's already confused. Please don't take that away from me. So don't take it away from them. So it's a kind thing. It's kind of like if someone has terminal cancer and they're on hospice. You wouldn't walk into the hospital or wherever they're and go, oh, you look like crap. You look horrible. Well, you don't have long. You would be kind and say, well, we'll talk about whatever you want to. You look great today. What a great smile. So you don't take away people's stuff. That's what it is. And I think that people that ask questions, Rob, I don't know if you know anyone, wink, like that, ask a lot of questions that you sometimes, me too, probably many of you that are listening, are a threat to people that don't want to ask questions because we're asking, what about this? What about that? What about this? How about that? Well, that didn't make sense. And so they're like, shh. Yeah. And so what do we do? Do we reduce our own power? Do we reduce our own voice? I'm not talking about voice yelling. There's no need to yell. I'm just talking about expressing yourself. I say, instead of, a lot of people self-censor. They don't even need like Facebook or somebody to do it. They just do it themselves.
That's
we
true.
need to start expressing, and we can do it in a mature, intelligent way. Like, that is not my viewpoint. I share. Thank you.
It's crazy. Things are really, really wild out there tomorrow, but I truly appreciate you coming through. We're at our time now for the next speaker. So, thank you so much for being a part of this. I'm so looking forward to working more with you into the future, because I think that this is what you do is just, it's incredible the way you bridge that gap. So from now on, I'm going to call you Tamara, the Taboo Breaker. That is your nickname. It's, what is it? TTB. That's it.
I'm going to wear that with a badge of honor. I am. And you know what? You can't please. That's the whole point. You can't please everybody. But if you do it in love, speak your truth, but speak it in love. How can you go wrong? Because
you can't.
You can't, right? I love when you're being truthful and being honest, because people feel it in their hearts. Because people, one thing they don't like a BSer. They don't. They want, and you don't get it much. You don't get honesty. I'm talking about honesty from your heart, from your love. So you don't get it much from people. I get it from you, though. Looks like you froze up. Oh, my goodness.
Absolutely right. And, I think I did a little bit there. This has been happening to me all day long. On my internet over here after the storm we had has just been completely shot. But thank you so much, Tamara. It's been an absolute pleasure. We will talk soon, and many blessings to you tomorrow.
Many blessings. You're awesome. Thank you for what you're doing. You're doing a great job. Much love.
Much love. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Take care. All right. Next up, we have Geraldine Orozco, one of my favorite people on this earth. And, we've done some different events with Geraldine, and she's always just knocked it out of the park, completely out of the park. Omar, I see you're up here with me. What's going on, bub? You're muted. Yeah,
I'm bad for that, eh? I thought I'd jump in and say that was a wonderful upload, and thank you very much, Tamara. I really appreciate your contribution, and looking forward to Geraldine's presentation coming up. And she's just fantastic, as you were saying. So that's it for me, bro. That's all I wanted to say. Do you want to do the introduction for Geraldine, or do you want me to read it out?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Hold on one second. I have it here. I just can't. There we go.
Okay, you got her. So I'll jump off, bro.
Now, do you have it in front of you right now?
I do.
All right. Do you want to say it? Because I'm trying to find it and I can't pull it up.
Cool.
I'm freezing up too. So.
Yeah, that's why I jumped on, just as a backup. All right.
Perfect.
So Geraldine Orozco is a founder and CEO of San Francisco Bay Area. Okay, let's start over again. Geraldine Orozco, founder and CEO of San Francisco-based Bay Area Meditation, which offers international virtual corporate meditation programs. Founder and CEO of HigherHealing.com, virtual holistics and intuitive wellness nexus and social directory. Founder, HybridMother.com International, research and support group for experiencers, hybrid parents, and ID phenomena. Geraldine provides insight as to how DNA is the currency of the past, present, and future, and how consciousness plays an important role. A life-changing contact experience in 2013 resulted in the activation of psychic abilities. In 2017, she underwent several hypnotic regressions with vetted therapists. Regression uncovered a lifelong history of abduction and participation in human hybridization, with 24 hybrid children as the result. She is now dedicated to the dissemination of knowledge of hybridization programs and search of the commonly held dogma of the human genetic timeline, historical records, and human structure. She is a radio host, artist, international speaker, and YouTuber. You can schedule a one-on-one session of hypnotherapy at GeraldineOrozco.com. Geraldine's story is now part of a 16-time winning documentary called Extraordinary The Seeding, focused on the human ET hybridization program. And thank you very much, Geraldine, for being here. I so appreciate you and what you do. Your service to humanity is just incredible. You are a true light warrior, and without you, we really wouldn't be understanding what the human hybridization program is, because a lot of people here on Earth are under the spell that we're by ourselves, and that it's not possible for anybody to come here and to breed with us and make hybrid children in order for the next level of ascension and star beings and star seeds coming onto this planet. So for that, Geraldine, I thank you so much. Your service is greatly appreciated. So I will give you the full screen, and with about 15 minutes left, I'll jump in with any questions that are coming in from our audience. Thank you very much, Geraldine.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you so much for that very warm introduction. I greatly appreciate everything that you guys are doing. And Rob, you guys are an incredible team. I'm really happy to be here. Honored to be here.
You're very welcome, Geraldine. Thank you very much.
All right. So thank you so much for joining us. It's such a gift to be here today. We have a lot of things that I'd love to discuss with you. I have a little presentation that I put together for today. So I'm just going to pull that up and hopefully... let me see if I can get that up on the screen for us.
You know how to share the screen, right, Geraldine?
I believe I do. I hope
Perfect.
I do. Let me see here if I can do it. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Oh, here we go. Screen or window. I guess entire screen.
Is it in the background, Geraldine? You would want to go to window, or is it on a Chrome tab?
It's in a window, but for some reason, window's not even an option for me here. So I guess I'll go to full screen. I think. Let's try that.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's try that. I guess you guys will see my full screen. So let me go ahead and open up this presentation, and I will go into presentation mode. Can you guys see that okay?
Yep, I got it right here, buddy.
Yes.
It's the
Fantastic.
matter, shape, and form, our holographic potential, and interdimensionality.
That's right. Yes. Thank you so much.
doing some tongue twisting here this morning. And you
Yeah.
look great today, by the way, Geraldine. Just wanted to let you know.
Oh, thank you so much. I kindly appreciate that. So today I want to touch on this topic: beyond matter, shape, and form, holographic potential, interdimensionality. I feel like this is such an important topic to touch on during this time, because we are really moving kind of beyond matter in a sense. And because of the way that we're situated in this multiverse at this time, the experience that we're here to experience collectively, as a collective vibrational frequency, we are really entering into a next phase of evolution, a next phase of how we manifest in the physical form. And so a lot of people are going through major awakenings. They're going through major openings, activation of their psychic abilities. And this really allows us to enter an entire world of interdimensionality, interdimensional contact, the interdimensional self. And so there have been many teachers for centuries that have taught about the ancient hidden science and knowledge of how to utilize our multidimensional body. And it's kind of coming back into surface because, again, everything is cyclical in this multiverse. And for that reason, we learn how to cultivate and master our multidimensionality. So today, I would like to take you on just a little journey into a deeper understanding of what that means. I am a certified holistic stress management instructor. I'm a therapist. I'm a psychotherapist. I'm a clinical hypnotherapist, and I also am a Qigong master. I practice and teach quantum energy healing, as well as an intuitive. I can see the multidimensional body, as we were just speaking a moment ago. And my primary work is to train people to learn how to work with their multidimensionality and to begin to access the next level of their reality. And so I would love to take you just really briefly, a really quick backstory for those of you that don't know my story. I was essentially contacted by extraterrestrials, or interdimensional beings, as I call them, in October of 2013. Out of my home here in Union City, California. And as a result of this experience, this powerful experience, my entire paradigm shattered into another level of everything, of reality. It was up until this point that I had been meditating for about 9 hours a day, anywhere from 4 to 9 hours a day, because the kind of work that I was finding internally in terms of my deprogramming of what I call matrix programming was so profound and would take me into really deep levels of self-inquiry and deeper understanding of what I was and what I wasn't. And it came to a point of complete deprogram that I found myself in a complete state of neutrality, not just from all of my past, my life's traumas, triggers. I was able to heal from all of those things with my own personal work. And I believe it's at this point that I entered into a different vibrational frequency. And as a result of that frequency change is how this contact came about. 6 grays came into my neighborhood, essentially, and pulled me out of my bedroom. And from this light, this incredible, brilliant light, these 6 grays approach, and one of them removes all emotions from my body and takes me on board the craft. In this craft, they show me alien language. They download, in a sense, they present to me all kinds of information in form of alien language. I'm also taken to Maya in the Pleiades, and they show me this depiction of myself, teaching people, speaking to people, interacting with them on this kind of dimensional plane where I was sharing with them information that I had known previously. And back then I would not have guessed that I would be doing what I'm doing today. So my life completely changed since that moment, as I was in an event planning company, and I also taught meditation with Bay Area Meditation. But as a result of this experience, when we got back into the craft, they showed me that I actually had hybrid children. So from 8 little lights from this holographic prism were presented these 8 children, and 4 of them manifested into the physical form, which I interacted with telepathically. And they, let me just go back to that slide, they showed me that I had given birth to these children. I had participated in the creation of these these human hybrids that were a combination of human genetics as well as other genetic lineages that made up these beings. And so to me, that was something that was so perplexing. I had never even considered or thought that that would be something real on any level, and it just took me into a very profound inquiry, questioning our human race, questioning the value of the human race. Why was the human race being utilized for these kinds of programs to create children? Why were children created? How was the hybridization functioning? And what is our role? And the next level question was, what is our free will in that? And we're going to go into that in just a moment. But in addition to that, they also showed me what we know and what we commonly call the matrix, but really showing me down to the cellular molecular level how structures of matter are oscillating to create systems of form and shape and densities of vibrational frequencies. And if you were to look at humans, you begin to notice that humans really are an essence of energy more so than the physical external hologram that we call the physical body. And all of that started to make sense to me as I returned from this contact experience, where I completely opened up psychic abilities as a result of that experience. Directly the very next day, I had the ability of seeing the multidimensional body. And these children were completely impactful to me because they were a combination. As you can see, these are drawings of the children that I made upon returning, that shows that they had cat eyes and within a pupil that looks like a human pupil. Their hair and their structure of their faces were completely different. The architectures of their bodies were different. And literally they were a combination of a human and a gray and a reptilian and other kind of species that made up these incredibly highly advanced hybrids that are interdimensional beings, as well as physical. And so this begins a chapter of my life where I could not live that double-sided life anymore, and I went deep into trying to understand what they were. And what I discovered, and what I was also downloaded through this complete deprogramming and state of neutrality, is that we actually have a history of hybridization within our human history, all the way back from Mesopotamia. In fact, several ancient scripts talk about the hybridization program. They talk about the union between these interdimensional beings or gods that descend down and create humans and breed with humans. And the depiction of these beings, these Anunnakis, for example, are shown all around the world. We have a very prominent history of these Anunnaki lineages in our world history, but even more so than that, the evolution of many races that make up the human race. In fact, I was shown that 3 main bloodlines are the ones that are producing and have genetically modified in order to create our human race. And we have a historical record of the evolution of these bloodlines that have been distributed around the earth. And this is very interesting because it really makes us understand that within the coding of our own bodies, within the coding of our own genetic information, is ancient history. It is a history that has been hidden. It is a history that has been not looked at in a way that would rewrite our common understanding of our historic bloodline and even our evolutionary history. And I think that it's important that we start discussing these topics because I believe that within our understanding of our holographic DNA is actually the key to our role in our participation in this greater multiverse of creation. Well, these 3 main bloodlines stand for more than just these species, but also they allow the access of each organism that contains this information, this data of these species, allows people to access that information. But it's through the deprogramming that we have access to this information, in fact. Only when we come into that deprogramming of matrix programming can a human access this next level information. And so I went deep into looking at my personal journey and understanding how I ended up looking at that. What I discovered through meditation work and through deprogramming is that in my ancestral lineage was the key. Not only was I participating in this ET contact, but my entire family had participated in it. The day that I was taken in 2013, my aunt was also taken with me, and she does have vivid memories of that experience. So much so that as a result of that experience, she actually ended up in the hospital the next day with a dream that she had been injected and marked on the back of her skull. And so these kinds of experiences and events within families happen and are recorded in my support group, so much so all around internationally. But when we begin to question these contact experiences within families and you do the internal work, you discover that within your own bloodline, you're going to have many repetitive patterns of this kind of contact available to you. And what happens when we begin to deprogram is that we unlock layers of information that transcend the physical, that transcend this three-dimensional plane. This is a picture of how genes have passed through European history, for example. And clearly it is beginning here in the Middle East, Mesopotamia, where Mesopotamia used to be, and begins to develop out into all of the countries now. And this is incredibly interesting because it also plays a role in the kind of blood type that each group of these countries are holding more of. And it is very much a vibrational frequency of the human form that is being somehow genetically modified. I'm going to explain that in just a moment, but distributed around the planet, around the planetary grid, really, which is organized by vibrational frequencies and ley lines. And it's amongst these ley lines, it's amongst these Earth grids, concentrations of energy, runways of energy that run through the Earth that allow for certain speedways and frequencies to become more prominent. It's in these spaces that are hosted. This has been known since the very beginning of time. And for that reason, very specific activities take place in these centers of energy, vortices, and very important locations. Why is this important? Because there is an organization to vibrational frequency that transcends just the planet Earth. There is a network of energy that is non-physical that seems to be running through us, through the humans, and through the Earth. And so a lot of different things in history, and I talk about this specifically in other presentations, but many religions from the origin of religion have participated in cultivating certain practices that are allowing for these kinds of energetic exchanges. And unfortunately, sometimes there is a lot of manipulation of life force in certain directions that are more self-serving rather than conducive to the creative life force of a human. And so it's important that we understand that, because all of that plays a role in our genetic makeup, in what we are, because DNA is a holographic storage system of information. Just the way humans contain this kind of DNA genetic information, and the Earth has its own grids of genetic information, the planets have their own coding information. And so just like the human has DNA, the Earth has its own DNA, and it records everything that is occurring through history. But every single planet in the galaxy as well functions in that way. And in this immediate solar system, the sun is actually the main gateway, the main source, the main antenna that begins to inform the rest of the planets in this system. And just the way we create these torsional fields of energy, like around that Kaaba, for example, in these ritualistic practices, these religious practices, For many centuries, these kinds of practices have been practiced in order to cultivate either enhancing or decreasing the life force emanation of the participants of these groups. And our solar system functions in that same way. It is spinning, it is turning around the sun, creating these vortices of energy.